Yeah. 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 Memories. Memories. Yeah. Memories. Memories.
What is up, everybody? How are you guys all doing today? My name is CB. I get to be joined today by the #1 caster Vok, Ash over there. We're here to bring you the last day of the Kunoichi Kerfuffle for NA, and I'm really excited. Ash, tell them how excited you are.
Honestly, I'd say very excited, but I'm very scared as I'm working off dorm internet. I just moved in to UC Santa Cruz, go Banana Slugs, and a majority of my club may or may not be watching today, so I am a little nervous of how I might look to people here.
They can't really blame you if you just lag out. They'll just be like, yeah, relatable, happens to the best of us. But I sure hope you don't lag out, because I do want you to be here to watch all of this. We're going to kick things off today with the winners finals, and we've got a heater coming in for the winners finals. We got Chengdu Guardians versus Hour Zero Debit Island.
Honestly, when it comes to Hour Zero Debit Island, one thing I'd like to call to attention is the fact I've been on Twitter, and it's like seeing Hour Zero start beef with another Hourglass-centric team being Timeless Overwatch, and then watching Timeless go in and say, hey, our lawyers are going to be in contact over the name you decided to choose for yourselves. Somebody posting down below, do we have lawyers in Timeless? No? But it's still fun to watch regardless. I mean, both great teams. Right now with Chengdu, I mean, they're coming in as the EU champions here. This might be a tough one, but if anything, I have my faith in Hour Zero.
That's a really good thing to bring up, by the way. I'm really glad you highlighted that, because, like, you know, that's kind of the whole story, is that Chengdu Guardians have been playing in both NA and EU, and earlier today, they claimed that EU title, and they're looking to make it a back-to-back double, claim the throne for both regions, and they have a very realistic shot at doing it. And if you know, I mean, we can pull up a bracket here real quick, have a look at their run through things versus Hour Zero's run through the upper bracket as well. You know, both these teams have had a pretty leisurely stroll. Hour Zero's was a little bit more leisurely. They haven't really been tested, whereas Chengdu Guardians, you know, they have fought, they have impressed, they have shown themselves to be every bit as strong as Hour Zero. So this is going to be, like I said, this is going to be a heater to kick things off here. If they're able to get past Hour Zero, who can stop them?
Man, if I had to say, I really don't know the answer to that question. That's the one thing that Chengdu Guardians have really been on a roll here. And really seeing them go past the bracket, really breeze through everyone, which, not gonna lie, for a minute, I was gonna jokingly say the LA Guardians, but, Gladiators, my bad. But you know what? It's been a rough one over an Overwatch League, where we're not going to talk about that, and the fact that probably not going to see them again after this rough one. You know, double over sweep. It's been a rough
farewell.
Time. Yeah, it's been a rough time for us. That after that, listen, I might be wearing my jersey, but as I told Key, I still have my San Francisco Shock merchandise in the mail.
You know, I mean, hey, we can probably try and get you a Chengdu Guardians jersey after this.
Hey, I'd be down. Just collect jerseys, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and like, I'm a big fan of this team. I'd definitely wear a jersey of theirs, but let's have a look at some of the players coming up onto these two teams here, starting with Hour Zero Debit Island. And by the way, you brought up the beef between them and Washington Timeless. The funny thing is that it's actually a lot of the Washington Timeless players. Yeah, Bun, Sniper, like, you know, they also have Sawhill on their bench here. Hour Zero actually is coming through with, like, the Season 1 London Spitfire strategy of just having an 11-player roster. They could literally scrim themselves. I don't think all the players are going to be getting some playtime today, especially this deep into a tournament bracket, but the players that they're fronting are scary ones.
I mean, that is true with Bun on DP. I've seen Bun play in the past. It is not some simple stuff. It's scary. Legitimately scary. We're talking at least 20 to 30 kill games in that role. I mean, also, you're right. It's the fact that a lot of these players come from another Hourglass named centric team, and that's really what gets me.
Time very well might be up for the Chengdu Guardians run through the upper bracket here. That was a banger. I just thought of it. Thank you for
that was fire.
You
that
said Hourglass like 6 times, so I'm like, I can make something with this. But let's go ahead and take a look at the Chengdu Guardians. If it is indeed the end of their upper bracket run, they still have a chance in the lower bracket, but I don't know if this is a squad that is prepared to go down there. I think they're ready to go all the way through the upper bracket, get that back-to-back title. And with talent like this, you better believe they have a real shot at it. They got Kindred, they got Scarlet. I want to highlight Senna on this team, though, because she's a player in the scene that I have been following for a long time. One of the first tournaments that I got to cast here in this scene was the Altiora Trailblazers tournament, and right away, Senna impressed me with her hit scan prowess and her ability to just deadlift a team. Back then, she was the only player on her team that was not playing on ping, and she deadlifted an entire squad of Americans to a championship in an EU tournament. That's how scary she can be, and with the rest of the squad to back her up, you better believe she's going to do something special.
Man, that's the one thing. I have a feeling this isn't just going to be one of those one-sided things where you might see, oh yeah, 3-0, 2-0, whatever. Knowing how both of these teams play and operate, especially with Chengdu just coming off a win, and then Hour Zero really tearing things up through upper bracket, something tells me this is really just going to be one of those back-and-forth games where we might be here for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I think this is the first time that either team is really going to be tested, especially Hour Zero, at least here in this playoff tournament, because, you know, you have Chengdu Guardians who did drop a map to Valiant Guardians, and, you know, Valiant Guardians are no slouch. Runners-up from the most recent Calling All Heroes tournament, definitely a scary team. To be able to best them, that's a pretty impressive feat, and Hour Zero haven't really had that same, you know, that same major challenger step up that they've had to dethrone. I mean, they dropped the map to Vancouver Titans Blue, but that's about it. And everything else has been, you know, bye in the first round because they come in with the first seed. So, you know, still a scary team. But, you know, just to get a couple token wins through the upper bracket, just knocking them down, lining them up, knocking them down. Now is where we actually get to see what both of these teams are made of, especially Hour Zero.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I'd really like to see, and I'm very excited to see, but also scared to see for both of these teams. I mean, you have Bun versus pretty much this matchup, and knowing how both of these players operate, I mean, in terms of that role in regards to that, why do I have a feeling this is probably just going to be a slugfest where we're probably just going to, it's going to be, to me, right? I mean, think about it. Prime time, almost Dallas Fuel versus San Francisco Shock levels of insanity right now.
I'm hoping it's going to be a slugfest. And as far as like some of the talent that we have in this tournament right now, like these are two of the best. I mean, we also do have, you know, some more teams lying in the lower bracket that might be able to spring up on whichever one of these teams looks weak coming out of this. The loser here, you know, we still have Elo Heaven and Valiant Guardians in the lower bracket. We'll see what ends up happening with that. But this, I think, is going to be a good indicator of how the rest of the day is going to go. I'm hoping for, like you said, a slugfest, or, I mean, we're both WWE fans, a slobber knocker.
Oh my god, the last person I have ever heard say slobber knocker, like this was back, gosh, I don't even know when, it was like Golden Boy, if I remember correctly, and even then Twitch
Golden
chat
Boy's
was like,
hip, he knows.
Okay, that's true. Golden Boy knows, that's 100% for sure, which with WWE, I haven't watched that in almost 3 weeks. I've been having to catch clips on Twitter. I've been so upset about that, because I have no TV in here. But you know what? It absolutely happens. I mean, when I think WWE, immediately in Overwatch, I think Doomfist, because let's be honest, nobody wants to get suplexed by that in any way, shape, or form, even though it happens to me in most of my unranked games. But hey, that's besides the point. I believe we are
Some
still
people
winning.
might. Like, I want to get suplexed by Junker Queen, but that's
Okay,
just me.
Whoa,
Like,
hold on. We're going a little too far off the rails here, but you know what, Sam. But that's besides the point. As when it comes to maps, I believe we are heading to that in just a minute here. Just a second, actually. We got a cool little transition screen, and first one is going to be Antarctic.
Yeah, taking it to Antarctic Peninsula. I mean, interesting pick to start things off here. We're going to be going for a first to 3 here, so, you know, we're done with the best 2 out of 3.
Oh, thank God.
Gonna be taking it all the way here. It's gonna be a bit of a marathon to get through all of the days. 3 first to 3 series, but yeah, to kick things off, Antarctic Peninsula. I'm gonna be curious to see what ends up coming out here, because I mean, Kindred on one side, I will tout her specifically as the best Junker Queen in Calling All Heroes. That's just kind of my opinion. And again, this is also a tournament with a lot of overlap with the Calling All Heroes talent, but she's also been playing a lot of Reinhardt lately. And simultaneously, we've had this patch where we're hearing rumblings of Zarya becoming like the new dominant tank. So I want to see, you know, what Kindred comes out with, what the Chengdu Guardians end up playing. And I feel like, you know, Hour Zero has the potential to set the pace. You know, they have Sniper in to start. I think that's going to be, you know, it's going to be pretty even between the two tanks, and that's going to kind of dictate the compositions.
Listen, as much as I like to see Zarya being played, to have Zarya played against me has proved to be an absolute nightmare. I mean, mind you, I'm a support main, flex support, of course. I like to go with a little bit of Lucio, and whenever it comes to those shields and those bubbles, it's not boopable, if that's a word to put here. And it's not the best to really go against, but in this matchup, right, say you're going against a Zarya with Junker Queen, I feel with Junker Queen's kit, it might be useful. I mean, commanding shout especially, you can pretty much tear through, so none of those bubbles, it might help you for a minute, but the moment that pops, I mean, really might just find yourself vulnerable and anti.
I mean, if we're gonna talk about Zarya, I want to like kind of vent really quick because like I'm also a flex support player. I was an Ana one trick. I hit GM1 on her several times. Look, but listen, okay. When the game first came out, there was when Overwatch 2 specifically first came out, Zarya was very dominant, and she was typically coupled with Genji, and it was always like, you would have Ana, Genji, Zarya on a composition. You build up to the Nano Blade. If you're the enemy Ana, you simply die because you can't do anything because like they just go in with the Nano Blade and they bubble the Genji. You have to wait out the bubble and the deflect before you can sleep dart him, and by then he's already killed you 3 times over. You simply keel over and die. It was hell. I hated it, and I don't want that meta to come back. But we gotta try and drift away from the dive that has been plaguing Overwatch for so long. And we've seen a lot of different flavors, a lot of different chefs in the kitchen, a lot of different compositions that have come out. A lot of Reinhardt compositions, a lot of Bastion being played all over the place in this tournament. Okay. We have seen a fair bit of hit scan play and a fair bit of Genji. We're getting a lot of comfort picks. I'm looking forward to it. We finally get to kick the map off, get us started here. Let's see what they come out with.
I mean, on Antarctic Peninsula, when you really think about it, right, I have ran a lot of Lucio on here, so of course, to nobody's surprise, KQA and Scarlet, both in Chengdu Guardians, are going to be running Lucio, but Kindred actually deciding between JQ or either going with Orisa here, so the tank pick. Honestly, if I had to guess,
they're an attack. They're just trolling.
I was about to say, Junker Queen could be the obvious pick. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Ramatra, though. That could be a smart one.
Could be, but it's looking like we are gonna get that. We are gonna get that Zarya mirror.
Oh no.
I'm curious to see if Bun sticks here on the Reaper, though. So we have that aforementioned synergy between the Zarya and the Genji, but I mean, we'll see how the Reaper comes into play because that was another early meta.
I mean, true, when you think about it though, Reaper does have that nasty habit of being able to go in your backline, leaving your supports vulnerable, or really just leaving you vulnerable. But Senna, really there to stop it, so no more Bun for the meantime. But at the same time, it looks like Hour Zero. One hell of a fight, even with a few seconds in. Point opens up, and it looks like they will take full advantage of Chengdu Guardians.
Yeah, Peace didn't really get a whole lot done there. I mean, no one on Chengdu Guardians really got a whole lot done there. It was just kind of an early non-fight, essentially. Yeah, Hour Zero, they're going to be the beneficiaries of the capture and a huge, huge advantage when it comes to that Graviton Surge Charge.
Man, major advantage right now. I mean, you can see Chengdu Guardians going in, but looking a little low on health. I was worried about Peace there momentarily, but able to take high ground. I mean, Hour Zero really playing this well. When it comes to Venus, I can tell you right now, support has to be working overtime, but that's going to be a Kitsune Rush coming in, giving advantage. Chengdu Guardian now able to take the attack contest already on the point. Hour Zero at 33%, but that might not even be enough. But Venus does have that option to come out with the amplification matrix, and that will be just the case. Able to get some hits on Peace, but Zepturn loses their life, and now Chengdu Guardians are without one support. They do have Lucio to their ability, best their ability, I should say, and that's going to be a major boost to everybody involved, especially Kindred. Honestly, this has me a little worried for Hour Zero. You lost both supports, you lost 2 DPS, you're only down to Trumu, and in this case, it might not be the best situation to really use that ult.
Very well played for the supports for Chengdu Guardians, by the way, to build up the Kitsune Rush really fast, but also I called out how quickly Sniper built up this Graviton Surge. Scarlet matched it with the beat there, and once Sniper fell, they're able to just go back in with the sound barrier and all that overhealth, all that overshield to just bully Hour Zero off of the point here. They still have to worry about this grab, and here it comes. They're not gonna have anything, but they do have a counter grab.
Man, counter grab indeed, but I should also mention that's going to be a major blade coming in from Peace. Able to find 3, make that 4. KQA is gone. Ooh. Venus is gone. And that's a massive 4 kill streak. Hour 0 down and out. A full-on team wipe for Chengdu Guardians, which I should also mention that Chengdu were really putting in some bully work in that chat for a second.
At Chengdu, they want to talk about draining, by the way. Both teams definitely drained their ult economies. Chengdu Guardians now don't really have anything to deal with Bun's Blizzard here, so we're going to have to see how she decides to use that. Might just be to force Chengdu Guardians off of the high ground here, but they don't want to give it up for free. I'm thinking this is looking like a speed boost into the Blizzard.
Man, it might be the case. I mean, I really wouldn't be surprised to buy this, but Blizzard is going to have to be used and be used now if you have any hope of really being able to retake point right now. You're at 64%. It is somewhat evenly tied and now contested. Only 1 left of Chengdu Guardians on this to try and really fight back, but you've lost both Zepturn and Scarlet. Not much you can do, but you do have Beat Drop in the Kitsune Rush that might come in handy for Chengdu Guardians in just a few seconds here.
I think that might be second best case scenario. Best case scenario for Chengdu Guardians would have been that they won the fight, but they did at least get a chance to build up to the sound barrier where now they can counter out Bun's Blizzard. They're gonna have to worry about the positioning that the window from Venus can buy, but at the end of the day, like, you can just circumvent that with the Kitsune Rush, and they're already using it to force positioning on the point.
Man, and on the point right now, I mean, Blizzard, it's there to be able to use Ice Wall. Momentarily stuck in the way, and Bun was about to lose so much health had it not been for the support right then and there. That could have been major, but it doesn't look like anybody was caught inside of that wall just yet. But True Move coming in, Grappy Cannon. We do so much damage here. We're going into overtime with Hour 0 at the helm, 99%, and at 74% right now. Chengdu, they have a chance to be able to come in and come back, but Peace, despite the health, Fred the Fish is going to get taken out. That's going to be a massive beat drop, but also a massive blade to be able to counter, or maybe not, as Peace is taken out by one funky frog being Lucio.
Yeah, the beat from KQA was just to try and keep themselves alive from Peace's Dragon Blade. At the end of the day, I don't think it was enough. I don't remember if it was Venus or KQA that ended up falling there, but, you know, bought just enough time, kept Peace just busy enough to divert all the attention, keep Hour 0 in favor on the point there. It's also that huge overclock that came up from Fred the Fish, eventually shut down by Senna, but not until the damage was done. 2 huge picks from that. You will take that every day of the week. Hour 0 looked very, very strong on that point there, but Chengdu Guardians, they understand the assignment. They know how they can beat this composition here. They did force a few swaps out from Hour 0 as well. Like, that early Reaper pick from Bun was not the play. They had to swap over onto the Mei. It looks like they're going to try the Reaper out again, but, I mean, Chengdu Guardians, they don't really have to make any meaningful swaps.
I mean, yeah, I was about to say Peace momentarily swapping over to Hanzo, but of course they will stick with that comfortable Genji pick. I will say, though, if KQA is anything like me on Lucio, the amount of screaming that must have been happening while that beat drop happened, it would have been absolutely horrifying for all that effort to go to waste, and I can guarantee you it must have been terrifying for that to happen, but still go through in the first place is Kindred, able to find True Mu, and that's going to be Peace, able to take out the Immortality Field. But then you can tell right now that maybe the Reaper pick might not be the best again going in for Hour 0 here.
Yeah, it's just not working. Like, against Peace's Genji, where he's able to go in and find, like, anything that they want to try and find. Any pick. They might even get Fred the Fish there with a very late stagger. Yeah. And the damage that Kindred is putting out on the Zarya, like, the Reaper's not really getting a good opportunity to go in, even with Sniper's bubbles. It's just not finding much of anything. Bun is going to stick onto it for now. I don't think it's too late for, to be like a total sunken cost with that Reaper pick, but they're gonna keep trying it. Chengdu Guardians, though, first control of the point, they're gonna have the window. They're about halfway to that Graviton Surge. We'll have to see if that comes out, if they're able to beat Sniper to the punch this time around.
I mean, honestly, it never hurts to be experimental, but with that Reaper pick, it really makes you wonder of what the play is going to be here. I mean, sure, you have Death Blossom that can always come up later in the future, but this is the then and this is the now right here as Chengdu Guardians at 41%, and even at 1 point ahead, Hour 0, I am getting a little worried for them. Right now, I mean, you have True Move able to come in with that kill against Scarlet, actually make that 1, make that 2 with both Zepturn and Kindred coming out in full force, make that 4 Senna, Peace, everybody else going out. I think I might have spoken too soon about this.
Chengdu Guardians, they just, they split. They all went to different zip codes. Scarlet's the first to get caught out, but realistically, it felt like everybody was out of position for Chengdu Guardians there. And, now you can kind of, find yourself a nice corner for this Reaper to lurk, potentially catch someone off guard if they forget to check their corners, which is kind of necessary, because Bun has been forced out time and time again, forced that Wraith Walk out all the time, and a Reaper without Wraith Walk can't go in. But now, Bun has the onus and the grab from Sniper to come in.
Okay, grab, but at the same time, that's going to be a massive beat drop, and Scarlet hit that just in time. That could have been nasty, because True Move, Bun, JQA, all down and out, and that's going to be one Genji on the prowl. Peace able to dodge every single one of those bullets, but at -1 HP, that could have been so bad, but Chengdu Guardians managed to take that, and now Hour Zero, I mean, they have ults at the ready. Bun at 87%, make that 94, and counting up. That Death Blossom could really come in handy at any time.
She's only just now getting to the Death Blossom, though. It's been
true.
Forever, and she hasn't
earlier.
really. It should have been 40% to go, but speaking of ults, Chengdu Guardians used 4 of them just to try and get back in there. They're gonna have to try and play this slow and build up to something.
Ooh.
Probably sack the point and then come back in unless they find an early pick, but with Peace down, ain't happening. Yeah, some quick Hour Zero, they are just going to be able to come in here and clean up. Again, that early pick off onto Peace. Bud is actually finally going to make the swap off of the Reaper over onto the Genji now. Chengdu Guardians, I don't think they really got a whole lot of work done in that last fight. They still only have the window. They're going to have to try and play this slow again and try and build up to something, window for window on either side. Venus has the opportunity to try and stave off the pressure coming in from Chengdu Guardians here. It's going to be slow either way. Neither team really wants to budge just yet. Chengdu Guardians looking for a way in, but you can see Sniper lurking in the corner there. Both windows come out. Immortality from Venus forced out. Going to be mirrored from Zepturn. Only the Immortality field going to fall as a result, but Peace sticks around a little bit too long. They get caught out in a corner with nowhere to go, and at 80%, is there time for Chengdu Guardians to take a reset? They have to try and take it. They're going to go ahead and back out, try and get themselves collected, but it's last fight territory, and they now only have the sound barrier.
Second that I was gone. Storm, Wi-Fi, struck again.
Well, the sound barrier from Scarlet gonna go ahead and strike early, but that's gonna give Sniper an opportunity to come back in with a Graviton Surge, but Hour Zero, they concede the point, but Scarlet concedes her life.
Man, that is a massive 3-stack kill plus multiple assists coming in from Bun, but at the same time, Graviton Surge, and Kindred is able to find the melee hit on the friend, the fish. That has to be one hell of a game coming in from Hour Zero, and one hell of a Wi-Fi disconnect for that to happen in the middle of everything.
At the worst possible moment, don't worry. I got you, fam. I got you. And Hour Zero, I mean, they look really, really strong, but Chengdu Guardians, they're no slouches. You see big plays like this coming out from Peace. They know what they need to do. They know how to set their players up for success, but I feel like Hour Zero are just kind of getting the better of some of these neutral exchanges where, you're kind of in between some of the points here. You're seeing a lot of times where Peace is getting caught out, or where Scarlet's getting caught out, or where just anybody is dying too early and they can't really take a fight. They're losing a lot of time in between some of these fights, and it's really gonna kill them if they keep that up. But hey, Control, done and dusted. We just pretend it doesn't happen. We go to map number 2.
Yeah, map number 2, but even in this map 1, it kind of gets you to wonder that Chengdu Guardians at certain points were kind of separating themselves, like you said earlier, in different area codes, kind of, splitting up when really they should not be, right? Just stay together. And Hour Zero took major advantage of that in a lot of cases, and Bun on the Reaper. I mean, hey, wasn't exactly the best pick. I mean, that Death Blossom should have come up way earlier, but in the end, even getting a little experimental, it worked for Hour Zero here.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to see the Reaper get a lot more value. It was definitely an L, but it wasn't so big of an L that it cost them the entire series. Like I said, again, it just kind of comes down to Chengdu Guardians, in that in-between fight, or in the neutrals, just dropping a player too soon before the fight's ready to kick off, somebody getting caught out of position. Some of these little tiny things that you can, clean up over time, or just maybe Antarctic's not a map that you are you are the strongest at. Maybe that's just, you just take the L there. I think that's kind of going to have to be the plan, though, going forward, is you just take the L, try and clean up some of these things. There are problems that I saw from Hour Zero, like, again, that Reaper composition and the lack of synergy between Sniper and Bun when it comes to that composition that can be exploited if Hour Zero keep trying their hands at that.
I mean, absolutely. That could be a major downfall on the point of Hour Zero. Then again, with Chengdu Guardians, I mean, you saw at certain points they did take advantage of that. They managed to cap the point at a lot of situations. But then Hour Zero just absolutely out of nowhere would blast them with at least 3 to 4 ultimates at the same time. And KQA probably has to get MVP for the amount of healing they are putting in. And support right now in Hour Zero is definitely working in overtime, because Chengdu, in terms of their comp, can output a lot of damage, especially coming in with DPS and that Genji. You saw how those blades were hitting, especially in conjunction with the Graviton Surge and the bubbles. I mean, they were all over the place.
I mean, you want to talk about, like, Genji play, like, both Bun and Peace had some phenomenal Genji play back and forth. There's a lot of, pretty evenly matched there, but I think at the end of the day, Bun just not getting caught out is kind of what gave her the edge over Peace in a lot of those situations. And then, you do also have that kind of back and forth between Senna and Fred the Fish, where it looks like Fred the Fish is getting a little bit better with some of the Sojourn plays, but Senna's almost always there to shut that fish right down, make him feel a little bit out of water there, but it doesn't, like, it's not enough, because again, some of the fundamentals are just kind of falling off. But speaking of fundamentals, for Chengdu Guardians map pick, we're going to the fundamental map, Scrims Row as I like to call it, Kings Row as you might know it. If there's ever a map to work on your fundamentals, it's this one.
Hey, listen, I've cast over at Esports U before. Everybody knows this as Scrims Row. Thanks, Key. But Kings Row, honestly, with this being Chengdu's map pick, I mean, hey, it's one they might be more comfortable with. I mean, hey, they picked it in the first place. And Arctic wasn't exactly their map, but with this one coming up, I mean, hey, it just might be depending on what comp they go with.
And it could realistically be any comp. So part of the reason, by the way, that everybody picks Kings Row first in scrims, along with Lijiang Tower, those are always the first 2 maps. If you've ever scrimmed in your life, you know those 2 maps like the back of your hand, and it's because those are maps that you can theoretically get away with playing pretty much anything if you're good at it. Typically, teams will gravitate more towards what's quote-unquote meta, but this is where a comfort pick can definitely get the better of another team. If you're just really, really good on a pharmacy comp, you can rock it here. You can make it work. If you're really, really good on a wrecking ball comp, very bold. I don't think either of these teams are going to go for something quite so silly, but hey, you can make it work. I have faith in both Sniper and Kindred as talent to kind of lead the charge here, but we'll have to see what it ends up being, because again, it seems like to gravitate towards the quote-unquote meta, so I'm kind of expecting to see that Russian woman yet again.
Oh god, that Russian. Listen, if it's one comp I hate it with every fiber of my being, and this is coming from a Lucio player, Pharmacy has no place being in Overwatch, and I will say that to the very day that I die. Which, nice painting here, by the way, on Kings Row, or Scrims Row, as plenty of people know it as, but heading into here, it's Pharmacy.
Never try. Okay. Pro tip, never trust attack response. That could change at any point in time. It looks like a coherent comp and it might not swap, but
my blood ran cold.
It very well could swap. Oh, wait, no, Scarlet says that she's on Hog, so Chengdu Guardians, yeah, they're totally, yeah, absolutely. So it's a Hog composition, wink, wink. If this Pharmacy comp does come out, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Senna to try and put the pressure onto KQA and Bun in the sky while the rest of the team wins the ground war, but I don't think, it's going to stick. We're seeing the swaps come out. Hey, it's the Russian woman. Just like Junker Queen would love to get suplexed by Zarya, let's see if Sniper has a suplex ready for Kindred and the rest of the Chengdu Guardians as we kick off Kings Row.
Man, I'm pretty sure if you ask anybody, they'd love to get suplexed by Junker Queen, me included. That would be a dream of mine, but that's a conversation for an entirely different team. It's honestly kind of a mirror match heading in here between Chengdu and Hour Zero, but Bun losing majority of that health, but able to get it back as Venus with that Baptiste, able to put in the work, put in the overtime right now, putting in work. It's going to be Bun, able to find Scarlet lacking, and that's going to be 1 kill heading over.
Yeah, Scarlet just kind of gets caught in that hotel and not able to check out, and the rest of the Chengdu Guardians gonna fall like dominoes, but Kindred taking a couple bodies with her on the way out. Definitely gonna make it at least a little bit uncomfortable, but Hour Zero comfortably do cap the point here in Chengdu Guardians. That's pretty quick to have to concede first point and back up here. Senna is actually in danger of getting staggered out here, as is Peace. They want to try and prevent Hour Zero from taking much space here, but they have to be sure not to give up their lives for the process.
Honestly, when it comes to Heroes Best on this map, if anything, I probably expected to see a little bit of Kiriko action, because that Kitsune Rush can definitely come in handy, especially on such a close quarters map here, like King's Row, but maybe not. Both of these teams I know have their specific play styles and know exactly what they want to go for. That's just my opinion. Then again, that amplification matrix just around this corner might prove to be just as deadly, and right there, and right now it does come out in full force, but that is going to be Baptiste for Baptiste, as that immortality field was able to save plenty here.
Yeah, and I mean, like, Zepturn pops that window there, Venus holds on to theirs. Hour Zero, they just kite it. They just go back around the corner, they don't face check it, don't take any damage, and now they can go in aggressively with their own.
Man, that's going to be very aggressive here. I mean, Bun does have the blade ready and available, and was able to actually deflect that into Senna. That could have been huge for them, and that's going to be Graviton Surge that
Venus deflected what?
Wait, hold on. Whoa. You saw that right. Venus deflected what now? You saw that too, right?
Yeah, the Baptiste deflected the enemy Baptiste immortality field, but hey, Sound Barrier coming out to try and counter out the Graviton Surge on either side here. We'll see which Grav ends up getting the better, but another Baptiste deflect. Listen, I don't know what's going on here, if Baptiste got a sword or what, or maybe just decided to study the blade, but that deflect just popping up in the kill feed. Probably going to be a highlight, and probably going to be more content that Tiny definitely wants to post online. I mean, 100% for sure. I should note that Peace already has Dragon Blade up and ready, but when it comes to everybody else, maybe not, as able to find 1-2. Make that 3 off the assist coming in from Kindred, as Bun and KQA go down and out, but Fred the Fish is able to stop the rampage. That is Peace. It's Hour Zero, almost down by 2 DPSs here. True Move on the mend, and that's going to be another reset coming in. So what's interesting is Kindred popped her Graviton Surge, Peace popped their Dragon Blade, KQA held on to the beat through both of those, and I don't know when they're going to get a chance to use it properly. Hour Zero, I mean, it's their one kind of fight-winning ultimate. I want to imagine they're going to try and use it to go in aggressively here, but Zepturn can stifle all that aggression with this very Amp Matrix right here, and suddenly, yeah, you can't be aggressive. Actually, no, they're going to go for an aggressive flank, actually. Oh, this is going to have to be an aggressive flank. I mean, they were able to kite all the way around. I mean, really have no other choice but to get in through here, no matter how rough or how strenuous this could be. I was about to say they flipped it back onto its head, and Venus was able to get that amplification, or I should say immortality field, down and out, along with its user being Zepturn, and that's going to be a beat drop coming in for Hour Zero. Chengdu Guardians not exactly looking too hot. They lost 3, almost down by another, having no choice but to pull back here. I love that fight. That was just silly. They just play a little ring around the rosy, and suddenly they're like, goofy. All right, you didn't get a whole lot with your window. Let me try it. We'll just go ahead and rotate around. We'll put ours exactly where you put yours. It still doesn't end up getting a whole lot, but, you know, Chengdu Guardians didn't have a whole lot of resources in the bank to try and stifle it off. They lost a lot of health. Kindred got really, really low there, and yeah, Sniper just able to hold on to that Graviton Surge, hold on to their life as well, and that might be what ends up forcing this the rest of the way. You gotta be on the lookout for Scarlet's Sound Barrier here. I mean, true, you've hit a corner right now. There are plenty you need to watch out for. Scarlet has Sound Barrier available, and then Senna Overclock might prove to be a nightmare for everybody involved here, but this might be Graviton Surge to come in for True Move, depending on how best they play it. I mean, yeah, right then and there, not exactly needing it, but then again, you find the kill onto the enemy's area, and you can see that KQA just pops the speed boost. Everybody goes forward. Suddenly, everybody from Chengdu Guardians is stuffed into their spawn door. Kindred are going to be forced to use the grab aggressively here. That's going to be the amplification matrix on top. I mean, Bun was able to find Peace, but now it's just a back and forth as Dragon Blade coming out, and Bun saving onto that last little bit of health, but it still won't be enough. Kindred able to find 1, but not before Truma can get the trade. It's back and forth in favor of Hour Zero. That's lost 3, and now Hour Zero are up by 3. And I'm still seeing a lot of those moments where it feels like just one person from the Chengdu Guardians, and it's not any one person in particular every time, but there's always just somebody that gets caught out and has no real way to get back to the team safely, ends up falling, and suddenly Hour Zero, they smell blood in the water, they just go super, super aggressive, you know, hit that speed boost, pedal to the metal, everyone holds W, and they just run Chengdu Guardians over, and it happens, you know, just about like every time. Like in the opening fight there on point A, it was Scarlet. Not too long after that, it was Peace, just kind of getting caught, climbing a wall, can't really get back around the corner. At the very end there, it was Kindred, who just got clipped by a rail shot from Fred the Fish from going just a little bit too aggressive. If this keeps happening, Chengdu Guardians, of course they're never going to be able to find a solid foothold on the defense, and of course they're never going to be able to make that climb on the offense. They have to clean that up, and again, this is the map where you have to do it. It's King's Row. It's the quintessential map. You've played this a bajillion times. You have to try and get that out of your system.
Man, 100%. You'd think with Chengdu going with this map and be like, okay, they're comfy with this and they're comfy with this mode. You can kind of tell at points there were certain levels of tension and them just being uncomfortable in certain plays as well. And Hour Zero taking full advantage of every single moment possible. And I got so excited seeing Bun just troll with the Junkrat pick there. I was happy even. And then no, we're getting Genji yet again. If it's one thing that does get me peaked, okay, never mind. We're just going with the same picks entirely here. No Widow, no Junkrat. I was so cool to just see a little bit of difference here, CB.
No Widow, no Junkrat, no fun, actually. We do have some Genji play, and here to Senna getting caught up, but the deflect from Peace actually saves her life, and they're able to take down Bun. That is huge, and this is going to be, this should be Chengdu Guardians capping the point.
Man, this really should. Chengdu, they're really going here with full-on ruthless aggression and the Great Birds of one John Cena. And right now, it's really paying off for them. They've taken out True Move. Venus is gone, so this should be a point cap immediately and 1 point on the board for them.
We go back to that fight where Hour Zero circled around, took Chengdu Guardians' place. Now they've just taken their mistakes as well. They've become the Chengdu Guardians, where at that time, it was Fred the Fish getting caught out, being taken down, courtesy of Peace, who went in to help Senna there. I thought it was going to be Senna getting caught out, just like the rest of her team there, but no. Early, easy cap. It ends up paying dividends once Peace comes in with the save, and now, Hour Zero, they have a pretty solid hold here on this Streets phase, but Chengdu Guardians, they have the momentum, they have the window, they might even be able to build up that Dragon Blade a little bit earlier.
True, you could kind of see on defense a little earlier, Chengdu Guardians weren't exactly looking too hot, but now the rules have flipped, and that's going to be double amplification matrix back to back. And who knows, this is looking to be going in Hour Zero's favor. Zepturn and Scarlet were caught out in the most unfortunate placement possible. That's going to be 2 more, and Chengdu only down to 2. Zepturn and Senna. Last one's left is Hour Zero. We're able to capitalize on that 100.
That was just a great play from Fred the Fish there to utilize Venus's window there, end up finding those picks. I don't even think with the rail shots, this might have been the neutral damage with a couple rail shots peppered in there towards the end, but just being able to get the better of Senna in that duel ends up kind of dictating that entire fight there. And now Hour Zero, they have a stranglehold over this archway, and this is a very lethal choke point, something that's going to be difficult to break through. They're going to have to invest.
Ooh, uh-oh. That's going to be Graviton Surge really into bait out the beat drop. And really, both teams, especially Scarlet and KQA, had no choice but to drop them at the same time. It's trade for trade, pick for pick, double, triple overclock to really put Hour Zero down and out.
I said they were going to have to invest. They said, hey, we're going to bet the house on this one. Again, 4 ultimates. They only held on to the window because they didn't have it yet. Meanwhile, Hour Zero are going to have that Dragon Blade, and with no sound barrier on the other side, you have to try and find some other way to shut Bun down, because Bun can dictate this entire next fight on her own, just entirely going with the Dragon Blade, pick off Zepturn, pick off Scarlet, whatever it's going to be. That fight might just be done and dusted unless they shut her down.
Man, and Bun is really looking like a danger here. Really getting a majority of these kills, but you have to also remember that Peace, no joke, on Genji either. Both these players going head-to-head. I told you this was definitely going to be a slugfest of these plays. Senna able to find one out. That's going to be Bun.
And it's Bun.
That's going to be a rough
It's the one they needed to find.
True, it's the one they needed to find, but you can tell for Hour Zero, might not be enough to put them down and out just yet, but that amplification matrix coming in conjunction with that brief immortality field might prove to be very useful coming in for Chengdu Guardians here, or maybe I might have spoken too soon as Zepturn. It's taken out, and Hour Zero really all over the payload and pushing it back.
Okay, so they successfully shut Bun down, but Venus bought enough time to build up to that Ant Matrix, and Kindred never saw it coming, had no idea she was peeking through a window just then, no clue she was a peeping Tom, got clipped, a little bit too aggressive there, and, you know, to her credit, had no clue that that was coming out, gets caught out, and now, again, Bun still has that Dragon Blade, so same position we were just in a fight ago.
Man, same position indeed. I mean, right now, both these players are really in a nasty choke. This could go in anybody's advantage, but what did we say earlier? Be careful. A butter, maybe not. That's a Dragon Blade and just immediately killed by Senna and an assist coming in, but Fred the Fish not going down without a fight just yet. Able to find another, make that two of both Kindred and Peace going down and out. So Chengdu Guardians still, they're just so far, but so close from getting this next point here.
So even though Bun's Dragon Blade didn't find any kills, it still got a ton of value there because it split Chengdu Guardians up. Zepturn used the boots to try and get up on the high ground and was suddenly split from the rest of the team. Everybody from Chengdu Guardians went back, Zepturn went up, got caught out, got killed, and then, you know, without your Baptiste, no healing. The rest of the Chengdu Guardians fall like dominoes. They did get the Dragon Blade out, but there is an even bigger threat lying in wait with Sniper's Graviton Surge now.
And that Graviton Surge could prove to be absolutely dastardly, but where there's one, there is going to be two Graviton Surges, maybe. I mean, both Kindred and Trumu have theirs up and at the ready. Then again, that's going to be an Immortality Field. Not for long, though, as it could be nasty overclock coming in from Fred the Fish, able to find Kindred. And honestly, Chengdu Guardians really need to be careful here lest they lose too many and go a little too far as Hour Zero. They're managing to split them to separate area codes entirely all the way back to spawn.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Chengdu Guardians, they just keep getting split time and time again, just like I called out from Bun's Blade there. That time it was the overclock from Fred the Fish, who is getting the better of Senna in the Sojourn 1v1. You can chalk that up to positioning, or you can chalk that up to just raw mechanical skills, but if this fight goes poorly, chalk it at the Venus's window.
Man, that's going to be a Dragon Blade, able to deflect pretty much everything. That's one, that's two, make that three. Both KQA and Venus, no! They were just sitting there tiny and everything, but absolutely realize what Trumu was saying. Hey, you want to see me do that again real quick? Able to find Peace, not before Bun caught Senna out, and really, you can tell that Hour Zero, like we were saying earlier, that whenever Chengdu Guardians get separated, is that Hour Zero, they are there to capitalize at every point possible and make sure that there are little to no survivors in this, as the payload being pushed yet again, yet another Dragon Blade coming out from Bun, make that a double kill, able to find Zepturn and Scarlet here.
I mean, it's just so well played positioning-wise from Hour Zero, and I wish I could say the same for Chengdu Guardians, but you can tell even in that fight towards the tail end there where Peace's Dragon Blade goes kind of huge, Hour Zero take the fight so far up that it doesn't even matter. They're not contesting the payload. Chengdu Guardians can't even touch the payload. Sniper comes back through, gets some big kills. Peace is kind of the last one left standing, and then, you know, Stagger City after that, it's pretty much done and dusted all over but the crying, and yeah, it's just, they're out-positioning Chengdu Guardians, like, top to bottom. I definitely feel like Hour Zero are a little bit more clean when it comes to positioning. They're not getting caught out. They're splitting and bisecting Chengdu Guardians' comp left and right. Again, I go back to that Blade from Bun, because I just thought it was really interesting how she goes in and doesn't get a kill, ends up getting shut down by Senna, but, like Zepturn gets completely caught out. Because, you know, I'm Baptiste, I'm gonna jump up to the high ground, I don't want to die, I don't want to just sit here and let the Genji slice me up, cut me up like Fruit Ninja, like, you know, but suddenly the rest of my team is like, they're way back, they're trying to give space so that they can try and shut the Genji down, and it all just falls apart. Sometimes it's Chengdu Guardians doing it to themselves, other times it's Hour Zero forcing those kinds of mistakes, but that's the mark of a better team, to not make those mistakes and to punish them, and that's what Hour Zero are doing. Chengdu Guardians, they only have one more chance in this series to try and flip it.
I mean, one more could be all you need, but really, this is getting very dangerous. You'd think with them going onto their map, I mean, they were a little comfy with, you can kind of tell earlier in the beginning, they kind of had that, but really, like you said, it all just fell apart, and Hour Zero took major advantage of every situation possible. I mean, hey, it was a bit of a mirror match, but then Hour Zero, when it comes to placement, when it came to that positioning, I mean, hey, with the Baptiste, with the Genji, the cards all fell into their favor, especially with those Genji kills. It makes me want to actually switch to DPS and try Genji for myself, seeing that, knowing full well I could never.
there's a bit of a learning curve there,
Oh,
but you
yeah.
got to start somewhere. So I say get in there. Support queues are hell right now anyway, so might as well try flexing a little bit. Just don't play tank unless you just don't want to have fun. Like if you're into a little bit of like digital self-harm, play tank. It's
I
not
like playing
fun.
Junker Queen.
not
It's fun.
right now.
It's a blast.
Junker Queen is fun.
Yeah,
I love
Junker
playing
Queen's
Junker
fun.
Queen. Unfortunately, I get forced off of her all the time. Everyone says like go Orisa or whatever.
Go
like,
Orisa?
No, I just let me play.
Yeah, who doesn't love
I don't
Junker
understand
Queen?
it either.
6'11" Queen, come on.
Well, hopefully we'll see a little bit of Junker Queen going forward. We saw a tiny bit of it there from Kindred as like a dying whimper towards the end on King's Row, but I want to see my queen in all her glory, and I hope that's what we get, but we'll have to wait and find out. We're going to cut to a quick break, and we'll be right back with Map 3. Can Chengdu Guardians flip it? We'll find out. for one of these teams awaits a ticket to the grand finals, for the other an uphill climb through the lower bracket, and it's looking like the uphill climb might be for Chengdu Guardians. They might want to get their climbing shoes ready or get their brooms out and try and reverse sweep here. They're down 2-0. Hour Zero looking to close this out. Chengdu Guardians map pick, we're going to Servasa for Flashpoint.
Man, if it's one thing that I know, it's reverse sweeps. And why, should you ask? I'm a Gladiators fan. We are horribly and very, very uncomfortably familiar with
Do you
multiple...
need to talk to somebody?
But yes, I do. We have not had a good season. We're probably going out. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I'll put you in touch with a good therapist.
Please, I'm begging you. I can only keep getting bullied for being a Class fan for so long.
You want to know the sad part too is like it's just been a rough year for Kevster too, because like not only have the Gladiators been playing not very well, but he was also playing for Team Sweden, which I casted for World Cup, and oh my god, they were the Gladiators of the EU. They really stunk up the joint. Didn't play too well at all. So pour one out for Kevster and the Gladiators, but hopefully we don't have to prepare that treatment for the Guardians just yet, the Chengdu Guardians, as this is their opportunity to get that reverse sweep started. Like you said, reverse sweeps? Maybe we'll see one right here. Flashpoint is a very silly game mode, and I mean, recently we've been seeing a lot of reverse sweeps happen and start here, because the momentum can just completely shift. All the air can get sucked out of the room, and you can just flip the whole series on its head with some silly plays on Flashpoint, because teams still aren't as seasoned on this game mode as they are with something like Hybrid, like King's Row.
I mean, true, sometimes it kind of pays to just get a little silly goofy in a lot of these situations, but for Chengdu Guardians, maybe not so much. I don't want to say this is do or die for them, but really, it is. I mean, you're down 2-0. You really need to come up with at least one situation or play here where you need to make a full attack, full recovery, full anything to fight back against the menacing threat that is Hour Zero.
And, I mean, this Chengdu Guardians map pick, obviously you only get two options, this or New Junk City, and neither are particularly... I mean, they're both unique, but they're also, like, so diverse as maps that they end up kind of becoming similar in how diverse they are. I don't know if that makes any sense. They're all just so wild and wacky that there's not really any reason to pick one over the other here. But I am glad to potentially see Chengdu Guardians making a couple of swaps here. Kindred on that Junker Queen. That might just be for a commanding shout. She's going to swap over to the Reinhardt. Chengdu Guardians on their London Spitfire-ish. Well, Hour Zero, hey, they're sticking with what's gotten them this far.
I mean, Chengdu Guardians, listen, I was so happy to finally see JT, but you know what? I'm even happier to see Reinhardt. And that's exactly the play that Chengdu Guardians are gonna go with, and you know what? I like it. You got plenty of shielding and plenty of earth shatters and really plenty of everything when it comes to that defensive capability right now, but Hour Zero, I mean, almost lost there. I mean, they are able to find Zepturn and able to find Peace here, make that Senna. As you've lost 3, make that 4. Chengdu Guardians already this early into Flashpoint, a team kill coming in for Hour Zero.
So the strategy for this composition for Chengdu Guardians is very sound. It's the London Spitfire comp, like I said, but you need to have London Spitfire levels of coordination in order to make it work, and so far they just haven't. Hey, Sniper, you're a little deeper than you should be right now. The healing is there, but Kindred gonna go ahead and force them back. There's the TP straight onto the point.
Man, that TP could prove to be useful, or it could prove to be a nightmare, depending how Chengdu Guardians are able to play this out. I mean, you have the amplification matrix that comes out, Senna taking full advantage and able to find Venus off the rip. And that's going to be a retake coming in for Chengdu as Hour Zero, given no choice but to pull back here, but separated in every place possible.
But that TP play is precisely what I wanted to see from Chengdu Guardians. Like I said, you have to have London Spitfire levels of coordination, levels of tightness with your composition, and those TP plays like that are what makes this composition so dangerous, and they just bully Hour Zero right off of the point, take it for themselves. Get that early window charge, by the way. Zepturn did a phenomenal amount of healing to build over that so quickly, and now Chengdu Guardians can get this Bastion set up. Senna's going to be really difficult to dislodge.
Ooh, and that's going to be a charge coming in, but still, Venus was able to get Kindred and Zepturn with trades going in back and forth, but Bun, Dragon Blade has been put into play, able to get the deflect, but now given no choice but to pull back and at least seek a little bit of health as we do get a pause coming in, actually.
Fred the Fish calling for the pause there.
Ooh, uh-oh.
I'm not sure why that might be the case, but I'm also not sure what Kindred did there. Like, I don't know why she decided to go in and charge Trumu into the entire enemy team to let Fred the Fish have that angle. So, like, I had literally just gotten done saying that Senna on the Bastion is going to be really difficult to dislodge. Typically, that would be because she'd have a Reinhardt shield in front of her. Very difficult to get at that little Omnic buddy with some of those Sojourn shots with a big shield there, or with, you know, just the threat of all of the spam damage coming through from the Symmetra right clicks. None of that mattered. Kindred went for a Hail Mary charge, got punished. Sniper goes out with the Graviton Surge, and everything just kind of falls apart. Senna's still alive and might be able to take a couple more bodies with her, but yeah, nope, it's she's not long for this world, and this point gonna flip back in favor of Hour Zero. Just kidding, actually. Scarlet is back along with Kindred.
Man, and that beat drop could not have come better in time, especially with the hammer being put into full force and the work done by Kindred. Able to find Bun, but now we do head into overtime as Chengdu Guardians cap it at 99%. Now it's really up to Hour Zero to try and retake, which will not happen so close and yet so far from being able to get this. But now, Chengdu Guardians, they are up by 1 with a new Flashpoint loading up in just a second here.
Yeah, it's gonna be Ruins. By the way, remember when I said that Flashpoint was a very silly game mode?
Oh, yeah.
That fight kind of illustrates my point. Chengdu Guardians had no business winning that, but they come back with Kindred's Earth Shatter and end up cleaning it up. And KQA, very unfortunately, invests the sound barrier there. That's no longer going to be a factor. Hour Zero gonna make some swaps over onto the Orisa. No longer gonna try and make that Zarya work. I think they want to try and bully Kindred out. Early artillery strike, though, gonna force a lot of positioning.
Man, gonna force everybody out of the way, but able to find one. That could be a really good pick here coming in for Senna, but Zepturn always gets caught at the most inopportune times and really taken out of the equation. We're really... I'm sorry, but I don't know where that screen just caught me off.
No, it got me too, because I didn't even see what happened. And Peace is able to just find 2 to end up cleaning that up. Okay, no, I thought for sure Chengdu Guardians had that one done as well. So, like, okay, you mentioned that Zepturn keeps getting caught out. You want to know why that is? Because Kindred is going insanely aggressive and getting punished for it. And same thing as I was saying with Senna earlier, it's so hard to keep your backline alive if you don't have your tank alive. And, you know... Again, without your tank and without your Baptiste, it should be a done and dusted fight, but Peace comes through, they are the hero, and Hour Zero, they're on the outside looking for a way in, but they just, hey, teleport up to the high ground.
Man, honestly, Hour Zero are going to need a way to go from 0 to hero in this situation if they have any hopes of really being able to retake this Flashpoint, which, it's like you were saying earlier, it's such a silly, goofy mode that you have no idea what could happen or what the plays could possibly be, and really, it could be every player for themselves in a lot of situations as Senna found one, but not able to find another as Peace coming in with these Symmetra turrets, really putting the hurt down, but a beat drop coming in full force right now for Chengdu Guardians, really putting them up, but Hour Zero, they have 2 ultimates up to their advantage. I mean, Bun could really come in here with Dragon Blade, wanted to, and the Fish could really make a nasty turn with Overclock at any time, anywhere, as Kindred really fighting for their life on Reinhardt. Yet another beat drop, and not able to survive that as Fred the Fish finds 1, finds 2, finds 3, 1 with the Overclock, and able to retake the point.
Orisa's just so hard to kill there. At 99%, Scarlet and Peace with the sound barrier and the wall nearly close that one out and bring Chengdu Guardians up 2-0 on Flashpoint, but the flip comes through because you just can't turn that horse into glue. Sniper able to stay alive long enough, get the rest of the team back, and even though, yeah, the rest of Chengdu are back, Hour Zero, they had the ult advantage, and they still do.
Man, still do, and I do see that little San Francisco spray all the way up there, but Dragon Blade in conjunction with that hit, I mean, honestly, it's Trumu and Bun leading the charge. Absolutely beautiful coming in from Hour Zero and Chengdu Guardians. R.I.P.
That was a cute little combo. I like the Terra Surge with the Dragon Blade. It's kind of, you know, back in the olden days when you used to see more Zarya Rein compositions, you'd see like a Graviton Surge that would get paired up with a Diva Bomb or with a Genji Blade. That was kind of reminiscent of that. Senna gonna go in with an opening artillery strike, hope to force out some resources, but not gonna find much of anything. Bun is caught out though, but Peace pays the price.
Man, Peace pays a major price here, but Trumu really holding down their own. And this is going to be 1-1 for both Hour Zero and Chengdu Guardians right now. But Trumu is still leading the charge here on the Orisa, able to find Zepturn. Yet again, caught lacking, just given no opportunity to be able to fight that whatsoever, as the next flashpoint should be up in just a minute here. Both teams rotating over.
Yeah, but with the Sim TP, it looks like Chengdu Guardian's going to be a little bit more quick on the draw there. Bun should be able to get there, but the rest of her team is lacking. They have the Lucio speed boost, but Chengdu Guardians are pretty much already in the position that they want to be. They're going to have a little bit of overlook over the point here, and they just have to try and dislodge Bun, who actually, yeah, it's complete opposite. Bun is trying to look in, and Chengdu Guardians are set up on the point, going to get the first cap here before the fight even kicks off, and Zepturn has this window available to try and keep Hour Zero back.
Man, and that's going to be a TP going in over, but really getting the positional advantage here. Going to be Zepturn coming in with the amplification matrix, and huge for them. I mean, Senna and Peace were able to find Venus, catch him off guard, and now Hour Zero. They are down by 1, actually make that down by 2. That's going to be Fred the Fish, caught out almost immediately, but trade for trade, pick for pick coming in here for both Chengdu Guardians and Hour Zero, as Chengdu, they have 3 ults up. That beat drop in conjunction, that field could be major, especially since you have Reinhardt as well.
I mean, they gave up the point for a split second there, but it isn't really going to matter in the grand scheme of things. This ticks up so fast. It's looking like it's only going to be one more fight for Hour Zero, but have a look at their ult bank. Both teams have quite a bit. Chengdu Guardians are 3 of a kind. Hour Zero damn near have a full house. It's going to be a pretty explosive one. I'm expecting to see the beats be what ends up dictating it. How are these two Lucios going to use their sound barriers? What are they going to counter? Bun going to pop the Dragon Blade early.
Man, that's going to be early Dragon Blade, but I should note that at one point, Hour Zero had every single ult up and ready, but Dragon Blade at what cost? I mean, now it's down to 1%, but Overclock might have to come in for Fred the Fish here on a major regard, and almost able to find one. I mean, I don't want to say both of those did it. I really don't know how to feel about those ults.
I mean, I think it might have been a little bit of an overcommitment from Hour Zero, but they do need to flip the point, and they do need to win that point out, otherwise they just give it up completely. So, you know, fair play, but Chengdu Guardians did a great job of draining the ult bank of Hour Zero. So you still have that sound barrier, you still have that Terra Surge, but you get to build up to your own overclock, you get to build up to your own window, and keep most of the ultimates that you have. I think you take that. They go for a cheeky teleport play, but it's just bait. The Shatter comes out.
Going to be a massive Shatter coming in, and no charge to be had. Doesn't find anyone just yet, but Amplification Matrix coming in yet again, and Trumu really taking advantage of the separation coming in with Chengdu Guardians and multiple area codes. Another charge and another whiff as KQA and Venus take advantage of the situation, finding Kindred and Scarlet with Hour Zero now at 92%.
Yeah, and that's definitely an overcommitment from Chengdu Guardians. The difference between their overcommitment and Hour Zero's is Hour Zero won the point, and they get to go ahead and hold on to it from 0 to 99, and now they are up 2-1. It is map point on match point. Chengdu Guardians are out of lives here, and they only have a sim wall to try and get their foot in the door. They have to cap this point here. Are they going to be able to? How is Peace going to use this wall? Hopefully to try and bisect a member of Hour Zero and burn them down, but Trumu gets caught out.
I mean, either bisect them or really do something here. I mean, this is really now do or die for Chengdu Guardians, and no matter how many turrets you put up, those can easily be disposed at the hand of Hour Zero, and this is really getting tricky. I mean, what really concerns me too is that Chengdu Guardians, I mean, at multiple situations, I should say, right? They had their ults and they were able to utilize them, but with little to no reward, as it seemed like Hour Zero were just able to retake and come back. But that's going to be the massive wall that we were just talking about. The beat drop at the same time coming in for Chengdu Guardians, trying to get in here, get multiple kills if possible, and Hour Zero have no choice but to pull back. But still, Trumu was on the point momentarily, but really just taken out by Zepturn.
Yeah, I mean, you were able to build up that sound barrier, so like Zepturn falls earlier before that fight picks off, and Scarlet is the only one left to try and heal up the rest of her team. She builds with the sound barrier, and that's able to keep Chengdu Guardians in the fight, but it's really scrappy on both sides. Neither team has been able to really definitively win this fight outright. Trumu's finally back, you have Sniper back here, you have the Dragon Blade. This should be Hour Zero's fight to win, but Chengdu Guardians, if they get another early pick off like they did to start that fight, they can hold on to this.
really trying to hold on as best as they possibly can. Both Bun and KQA have their ults up, and what really worries me here is that we've seen Bun pop the Dragon Blade to I don't want to say little success, but at certain points just really caught out at a lot of turns by Chengdu. But now Chengdu really just gets flipped onto them as Hour Zero able to retake, get that point back, now counting upwards at 20% more.
Kindred gets caught out there, and I think it might have been a little greedy for her to try and go for that immortality field like she was trying to do there towards the end. She stuck her head out a little too long, and Fred the Fish took it off. I think Chengdu Guardians had the opportunity to play slow there, but they didn't take it, and now they have to try and play quickly because they only realistically have one elongated fight and maybe a short staggery one towards the end to try and close this out, and they're going up against another Sound Barrier and another Bun Dragon Blade.
Man, another amplification matrix as well, but that Dragon Blade is going to be massive. Piece was able to find Trumu, but Bun now on little to no health, and Zepturn putting an end to that yet again as Chengdu Guardians, they're down to 3, but the same goes for Hour Zero. It's on both sides, but Chengdu maybe on the mend, a little bit on the comeback as Zepturn able to find a little Scarlet and Kindred, able to find 2, and now a retake to put them at 94%, and I don't feel there could be another fight coming up, and yeah, this is just another point cap to put us at 2-2.
The backline for Chengdu Guardians came up huge there. Zepturn finds 2, and when they were about to fall, Scarlet comes through, she gets the last kill there, and that's just what you need. You need to keep your backline alive. You need to keep everybody up in the fight. Chengdu Guardians, 2 for 2, map point for both on match point for Hour Zero. Again, Chengdu Guardians are out of lives, but they've done enough so far. Just a little bit more to go. Both teams have Graviton Surge to try and kick this off, but Sniper might be in a more advantageous position to use theirs. We'll see if they try to pull the trigger, but Kindred goes fast.
Ooh, and honestly, at 2-2, it really makes you hope what's going to happen and who's it going to happen. I mean, Chengdu Guardians, they're trying to keep their hopes alive to the best of their abilities, but putting everything in, maybe putting too much in. They've lost Senna, Peace, Scarlet, and now Kindred to Hour Zero, as they are able to get on this point with ease and really just take it.
Despite Peace finding 2 early in that fight, the remainder of Hour Zero are able to compose themselves, come back, and end up winning out that fight. That's very, very impressive, but Chengdu Guardians are gonna have an ult advantage now. They've got Peace's Dragon Blade. We've seen how crazy they've been with these so far. Has been matching Bun at just about every turn. Senna also has that overclock. You gotta imagine Fred the Fish will have a mirror one. If anyone gets caught out this point, might just be done for the other.
Man, one and done. I mean, really, that could be the name of the game here, depending on who plays it very well. No LA Knight to really be involved here, but at 51% now, Hour Zero keep going up, and no matter how hard the Chengdu Guardians try, I mean, the beat drop has been had, and actually might be able to retake, able to find 4 kills coming in, and put them at 2% and up with Hour Zero having a reset.
Alright, this time Chengdu Guardians invest 3 ults and they do win the fight. That's massive, but now you have to try and be careful. You have to try and go for those early pickoffs like we've been finding. Catching a Sniper out every now and then. If we can keep that up, we might be able to stay alive here, but Fred the Fish gonna open up with an overclock. Nobody face check this or we might be done. Scarlet!
Ooh, this is getting really tricky right now. I mean, overclock to their advantage, really spooking the team right now. I mean, Chengdu Guardians having to pull back, but the amplification matrix was right then and there. But Hour Zero, that's going to be Bun found yet again. Charge coming in, but Peace will not be able to save themselves for too long. Trumu going to get the trade. Kindred going for a double kill with Fred the Fish and KQA taken out of the equation, just straight up. Graviton Surge, it's right there. I mean, you really have no choice but to use it, but to what cost?
I mean, the stagger was everything there because you're not going to have another chance to go in, but the grab from Sniper is massive. It catches 3. Oh, Kindred. If Kindred had not died there, that Graviton Surge would have been so huge, but it ends up just throwing it all down the drain, and now Chengdu Guardians, they don't have an ult to their name. They have maybe 10, 15 seconds to try and get back in here, get a touch, get the fight going. They're swapping back to that London Spitfire composition. They're trying to just throw it all at the wall. It's all or nothing, and it might just be nothing if Bun's Dragon Blade has anything to say about it.
This could be absolutely heartbreaking if Chengdu Guardians aren't able to find this on the mend, but now the beat drop and Venus taking full advantage of the amplification matrix, but maybe not if Bun has anything to say about it, really putting an end to this Chengdu Guardians push, but trying to stay on the point. Peace doing everything possible, and that's going to be rough as Hour Zero net themselves a team kill and first to 3.
Historians will look back at this map and they will look specifically at that Graviton Surge from Kindred and think of what could have been if the follow-up had been there. I think there was just a little bit of discord between herself and the rest of the team. And you can even see it there, right there in the play of the game. The rest of the team was worried about Sniper. Kindred wasn't. She wanted to get that kill onto the Baptiste there. She went super aggro to try and get it, but the rest of the team either didn't or couldn't follow her, didn't get the follow-up, and Kindred ends up dying for it, and that is where Chengdu Guardians lost the fight, lost the point, lost the map, and what a tragic way to go out. That's such an awful way for it to end. If that had gone the way that she wanted it to go, props to her because the plan was there. I saw the vision. If that had gone the way that she wanted it to go, we could have been looking at the air being sucked completely out of the room. We could have been looking at the start of that reverse sweep, but nay, it's going to be a regular sweep. Hour Zero take it 3-0 over Chengdu Guardians in the winners finals, send them down to the lower bracket, and get themselves a date with the grand finals. Potentially a rematch with Chengdu Guardians, but only if Chengdu Guardians come correct the rest of the night.
Man, I can listen, as someone who has watched Overwatch League for the longest time, and with the jersey that I'm wearing, you can tell that I know a thing or two about desperation and heartbreak and what really goes into these plays. And you can tell that Chengdu Guardians are really fighting for the last bit of scraps possible, especially on a map like Suravasa. And in the end, with that Graviton Surge, I don't want to say it went out on a whimper, but that was a tough one to watch. Hour Zero saw that, caught it, took complete advantage and got their own surge, and really were able to net themselves not only the kills, but no potential reset coming in for Chengdu here.
And again, to hone in on that moment just a little bit more, by the way, just to peel back the curtain about some of these teams. Not all of these teams, like I said, they're cores of established Calling All Heroes teams, but a lot of these players also play like collegiate outside. They play their bits and pieces from various teams kind of reassembled to try and suit this tournament. They're not teams that have been scrimming together for months and months and months and years and years and years, because that kind of moment, I think, with a team that was more well-practiced together, that wasn't compiled for a tournament, that would have been a chef's kiss play. But because there's that little bit of discord there's that sense of hesitation between the rest of the team and Kindred, who sees the vision. She wants that Baptiste dead and knows if they get that stagger kill, they win the map, they win the point. But that split-second hesitation between herself and the rest of the team that just is too afraid of Sniper on that Zarya, just off to the side there, too concerned about that Zarya to try and go in on the target to try and clean it up. What a bummer. What an awful way to try and close it out. Hats off to Kindred for going for that one, but oh my goodness, that's just by a hair.
Honestly, that was a tough one, but when it comes down to those 3 games, they were wild to watch. I'll admit, Chengdu Guardians, I think, really just met their match here with Hour Zero. We knew this was going to be a tough one, and I kind of had a feeling it was going to be a back and forth in terms of inside the game, but out of that, 3-0 for a clean sweep coming in from Hour Zero. That's a tough one.
And Hour Zero throughout did look mostly dominant. Like Chengdu Guardians, they hit him with some pretty strong uppercuts, some pretty strong blows there. But Hour Zero, every time were able to bounce back. Every time they were able to compose themselves, just outposition, outmaneuver, or outplay Chengdu Guardians, despite the immense amount of talent on both rosters. But thankfully for both rosters, they are both still in the game here, as we got 2 more games for you coming up tonight. Chengdu Guardians, they're going to be in the lower bracket, facing off the winners of Elo Heaven and Valiant Guardians in the lower bracket. Meanwhile, Hour Zero, they get a little bit of a break. They get to try and, study up on some of the videos, watch some of the data that we got there. Yeah, maybe a quick little VOD review session. They got some time. To try and collect themselves, watch and learn, grab some popcorn, watch that lower bracket finals and see what they're up against. Maybe a round 2 against Chengdu Guardians, or maybe someone else is going to step up and try and take the crown.
I mean, yeah, and when it comes to time, I believe this might be my first and only cast today with Kunoichi, so unfortunately, I will be out of time as well. And honestly, coming back to Overwatch, mind you, I'm from the Apex scene. I was a little rusty doing casting today, so I do apologize for anybody, but you know what? It happens. I mean, I'm getting better, and I just might bully CB and like helping me get back in Overwatch again. So who knows? Who knows? I might be back. Maybe.
I haven't casted anything at all since Dive Party, so it's been a while for me as well. I'm, you're a little rusty. Could have fooled me. I still feel like I'm a little rusty, but I'll have plenty of time to practice. But thank you for coming in and joining me, Ash. It's been a pleasure to get to cast with you. For the rest of you, chat, thank you for joining us as well. But don't go anywhere, because like I said, we got 2 more games tonight. I will be back with another co-caster. I believe it's going to be Spectron a little bit later, But yeah, we're going to be back with the lower bracket finals here in just a little bit. We're going to kick it to a break while we get everything sorted out for that. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a little bit, chat. Bye-bye.
Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours.
Our inside here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Welcome back, chat. Welcome back to the Kunoichi Kerfuffle. We are here with the lower bracket finals between the Valiant Guardians and the Chengdu Guardians, a little Guardians versus Guardians action. My name is CB. I am now joined by Spectron. Spectron, how are you doing? Are you excited to be here, and what do you expect?
Yeah, it's lovely to be back here on broadcast. Thought it was done for me, but I guess I got an encore going for this final match. We got Valiant Guardians, as you said, versus the Chengdu Guardians. Of course, Chengdu Guardians reeling after their loss to Hour Zero. trying to make it back to make it for the rematch in the Grands. We'll see if they end up doing it, but the Valiant Guardians are in the way of that. They've just made it past their own opponents of Elo Hell in clean 3-0 fashion, so could be a fun one.
Elo Heaven, different,
I misspoke.
Heaven and Hell,
Oh, no.
two totally different places. One you want to be, the other you don't. But yeah, no, I mean, like, so yeah, you mentioned like that still reeling from the previous matchup, Hour Zero, Debit Island, 3-0 Chengdu Guardians, but Chengdu Guardians, it really felt like they gave it their best shot there. They definitely could have made that a lot more close and might have another opportunity at it. Speaking of which, by the way, Chengdu Guardians, your EU Kunoichi Kerfuffle champions, looking to try and claim both regions and still have a chance to do it. But after falling to Hour Zero, they no longer have the clear-cut path to the grand finals. They now have to go through one hell of a roadblock, and that's the Valiant Guardians.
Yeah, just going to be coming up in a second. I have to say, from the Valiant Guardians, the player who stands out to me the most has to be Wisps. A hit scan who's absolutely terrifying, but I think every player on this roster deserves a shout out. Moving Fish, Aramore, Hero, and HKey as well. All players who can absolutely turn the tides of a match single-handedly, and that's a lot of firepower to be going up against. If I were the Chengdu Guardians, I would be a little bit scared, but it's not that they don't have firepower of their own on the roster.
Valiant Guardians, that is, by the way, your runner-up from the most recent Calling All Heroes tournament, with contenders and Overwatch League talent to boot in the form of the likes of Halo and the likes of Moving Fish, who've played for teams like, in Halo's case, Boston Uprising and NYXL. Moving Fish, known for their time on Redbird's esports. Off-tank extraordinaire, there is a ton of talent on this team, and they're hungry to try and get these monkeys off their back, try and take down the Chengdu Guardians, get their way to the grand finals, get themselves that matchup with Hour Zero, who, by the way, was made up mostly of the Washington Timeless core that ended up beating them in the most recent Calling All Heroes tournament. So a little bit of revenge outside of the scene there on their minds, as do the Chengdu Guardians. They've got revenge on their minds as well, trying to avoid the vengeance that is Valiant Guardians, because, they put them there. But now we have the Chengdu Guardians trying to get their way back to that dual trophy.
Yeah, Senna really did put up such a strong performance in that last match, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to get them the win, so going to be a little bit rough for them trying to get all the way back to the final. I think every player, again, can step up. I think Kindred in the past has put on some very strong performances, a little bit quieter, at least today, but definitely still some space for them to step up. First map in the pool going to be Ilios, by the looks of things. And this is a map, I think, where we're going to see the whole gamut of compositions. Of course, it has been largely Zarya, Genji played pretty much everywhere, but Ilios, I think it's going to be especially exciting to see, just because those high grounds are going to enable the Genji so much more than so many other maps. Going to have absolutely free reign onto the backline. Those Baptistes going to be running scared so often just because of how easy it is to scale on that map.
There's also potential for it to kind of shake up the tank composition, because like you said, we've been seeing a lot of the Zarya Genji, especially in the previous series. We saw, Zarya Genji on Antarctic Peninsula, both teams kind of sticking to that. I think Ilios is one of those control maps that does kind of lend itself a little bit more towards something like a dive, or that can lend itself to something a little bit more grounded like an Orisa. So we can kind of, take your pick here with what we're going to see from these two teams. I'm glad you highlight Kindred, though, the tank for the Chengdu Guardians, because again, I don't know if you saw the tail end of that last series, but she is a player that is capable of making some absolutely huge plays, and also sometimes capable of stepping on a rake in search of trying to make some of those big plays if there is that slightest bit of hesitation from the rest of her team. So Chengdu Guardians, they need to try and iron that out. They need to come together as a collective, try and iron out some of those positional problems, and they need to be correct from here on out. Valiant Guardians are no slouches. If they fall here, I mean, hats off to them for coming this far and for doing this well. No shame to go out to a team like Valiant Guardians, but you don't want to go out as the reigning EU champs to fall to the NA competition.
Yeah, I really do have to agree with you there. I did watch the last match, and I have to say, from Chengdu Guardians, I don't think it was an individual mistake that cost them. I think all 5 players were playing pretty well for the most part. I think the kind of big mistake we were consistently seeing from them was a lack of fight planning. I'm not sure if the plans were kind of made and executed poorly, or were just made in a manner which wasn't all that perhaps judicious. But either way, there was a lot of individual plays that would have worked out if the team was kind of around it, if kind of the ults that they were investing were followed up through in a correct manner. So that's a mistake they're going to have to patch, and patch fast, if they want to beat Valiant Guardians in this match here. We do see the Echo coming out from the Guardians. Very, very interesting. In fact, mirrored, but from the Valiant side, we see a full dive otherwise.
You said Echo coming out from the Guardians, and either way you're correct, because both teams running Echo, both teams have Guardians in their name. We'll probably have to keep this on a first-name basis from here on out, but Moving Fish is already out of the picture, and this should end up being a first easy cap point as the point unlocks for the Chengdu Guardians. I said that Ilios is a map that kind of tends to favor the dive, but wasn't a whole lot to help Moving Fish there when they tried to execute that dive.
Yeah, it's going to be very rough diving into the Zarya composition. There's so much peel with the bubbles and the Suzu as well, so you're going to find a really hard job finding someone to isolate, someone to take down. As well as that, there's just so much damage coming through from the Zarya that someone's so likely to go down, but nothing just yet on the early jab from Valiant.
Ooh, Senna gets caught out there, though. X10 gonna go in with the execute there. Chengdu Guardians, they're still in control, though. They've managed to keep themselves a little bit composed, but now Peace is public enemy number 1, and they're going to fall. X10 melts another one here, and with the DPS core of the Chengdu Guardians down, it's just Stagger City as the Valiant Guardians close in on the point. A little bit of a melt there onto Zepturn, and that's all she wrote. 36% is all the Chengdu Guardians have to their name. Valiant Guardians get themselves on the board.
Xen is always going to have a bit of an easier job in the Echo 1v1 than Peace, just because of the backline. Halo and Aramori on that Brigitte Ana backline is going to provide so much heals to the Echo that there's no way that Peace can realistically keep up. Zepturn's going to have to provide their own value with the headshots if they want to compete, but there we see it again, winning out the Echo 1v1.
Yeah, and that's going to be massive. I mean, Chengdu Guardians, they don't want to go in without their Echo ruling the skies. Air superiority firmly in X10's position, but gets a little too close to the ground. And Kindred going to go ahead and melt them, and that is now an even fight for both sides. Kitsune Rush going to come out. Zepturn wants to press the advantage, and the rest of Chengdu Guardians not too far behind. Nano Boost goes out onto Moving Fish, who just punches Senna down into the dirt. She's having a terrible time, but so is Aramori. The duplicate from Peace, the anti onto Aramori, and the sleep onto Moving Fish. Valiant Guardians, they've lost the point. Chengdu have flipped it. Graviton Surge going to come out from Kindred, going to go ahead and melt down Halo with the rally, and Chengdu Guardians are now firmly back in control.
That's a rally I'd really want back. Halo, low HP, pops it to try and save herself, but unfortunately all it did was donate the ultimate into the Void, so they're not going to have it moving forward. Will the Valiant Guardians, swapping over now to the Alari. A lot more pressure onto Senna and Peace especially, but also an easier dive target. We'll see if it ends up working out, if the Ilari can easily follow the dives of Moving Fish, or if it ends up just being another vulnerability that Chengdu can exploit.
I like the swap from Senna onto the Tracer as well. She might be able to catch either Halo or Aramori out if they're playing on the low ground, which, I mean, Moving Fish definitely going to be trying to play on the low ground to get the flip onto the point here as we cross 80% one-fight territory, but the point flips over. Aramori finds an early pickup onto Scarlet, and the duplicate from X10 going to force the rest of the Chengdu Guardians away, and that is a, I mean, I don't want to call it bloodless because there was definitely a couple of bodies that fell. Kindred going to take a few with her, but that was kind of a quiet flip there for the Chengdu Guardians to give it up like that.
Really nicely done to get it over as well, and it's put it into such an awkward position. The Chengdu Guardians, they've decided to make another swap. Kindred now over to the Junk Queen. They've decided that Moving Fish is a problem, and a problem they want to solve quickly. Aramori, 90% to the Nano Boost, is likely going to invest that onto Moving Fish, and if that's not played around, oh no, Senna wins the Tracer 1v1.
Yeah, and now Moving Fish is going to get feeling quite out of water there, courtesy of Kindred. That Junker Queen swap, like you said, is a very anti-Winston pick, and now with one fight left to go, 90% for the Chengdu Guardians. Beautiful stick from Senna there onto Aramori. Without your Ana, without the Nano Boost in play, are Valiant Guardians even going to be able to get a touch? Wisp has to invest all the blinks in the recall just to try and get in, but the Cavalry is here. The Cavalry has fallen. X10 going to fall. A nice stick there onto the duplicate to melt it from Peace, but no one else is in position to touch, and Chengdu Guardians will take the first point on Ilios.
That they did. They had to cycle through a couple compositions to get there in the end. Both teams actually going for so much counter swapping. Not something you actually see too much in this day and age's Overwatch, but we see the whole gamut of compositions coming out. Plenty of heroes, but in the end, those settles.
Everybody just swapped heroes just now as you said that. Yeah. That was excellent comedic timing.
Look, okay, I think they just listened to the stream. They're just here to make my life worse. That's okay. But we got Chengdu now on the Widowmaker JQ comp. This is something I really like, but Senna's going to have to play with very few resources to get their value entirely on their own. From Valiant, on the other hand, this Spitfire comp we're seeing could be executed to perfection, but either way, it's going to make it very, very hard for Kindred and Senna, especially to play around. That bash and damage makes positioning those immobile heroes so hard.
And with Senna on the Widowmaker, unless she's able to find consistent picks, that damage on the front line isn't going to be there, so the pressure's always going to be on Kindred. And you can even see right now how much ground the Valiant Guardians have taken and how much the Chengdu Guardians have had to give up. That said, without the Bastion on the field, now the damage trades are back in favor of the Chengdu Guardians, and despite a little cheeky teleport to try and dislodge Senna, it's going to be a little bit even, but it looks like Chengdu Guardians are in a pretty solid position there, especially if they can clean up Wisps. They just can't quite take them down the rest of the way. They finally melt that sim down, and now it's going to be Chengdu Guardians getting the early cap here.
That they do, and now that they have, it's going to be so much harder for the Guardians, oh, the Valiant Guardians, sorry, to try and scale this Bastion comp. Yes, it does have the TP.
Guardians.
I'm gonna need to get out this, have it quick. But the Bastion comp, even though it has the Lucio and it has the TP, is very, very easy to get caught off on rotations just because of how immobile the Bastion is. You know, you only have that rocket jump to move around the map, and here we see Shift going up early, but speared out and in such a rough position.
Yeah, X10 goes so deep there to try and get Kindred and gets punished for it. Peace a little bit low there, but does get the Mega, and now it's Moving Fish who's out of position, and Kindred gonna go ahead and clean that one up, and this is another swift fight win from the Chengdu Guardians. And by the way, you bring up mobility. There's a certain mobile hero in the Valiant Guardians backline that I don't really like for this composition. That's Aramori on the Moira.
I definitely understand where you're coming from, and I agree with you there. I think Aramori's went to it for a little bit more self-survivability, but missing out on that lamp and the Baptiste damage, as well as the window, is, I think, a bit of a mistake. We'll see if it ends up punishing them as they engage here again.
I mean, those two picks are very punishable. Kindred gonna get melted here, and Chengdu Guardians, they're gonna hold on to all of their ultimates, don't want to invest here, but Valiant Guardians, because of a couple pickoffs, they're essentially just get the point for free, and they want to press the advantage, but Peace wants to snatch it away from them, but isn't able to do so as Aramori takes the Genji down mid-blade, and that's an ult right down the drain. Moving Fish moving forward to try and prevent Chengdu Guardians taking any more space. Here comes the Shatter, a sound barrier to try and counter it, as is the Rampage, but the Rampage from Kindred doesn't catch anybody. The Valiant Guardians hold fast. Their Moving Fish is very, very low. They're gonna fall, and without the tank, Chengdu Guardians can start to move forward. Yet again, the Bob invested from Senna to help bring this, help gain a little bit more space. Ult's coming out from Valiant Guardians as well. The Sim Wall, they're just not really able to find any purchase for that.
It's looking really, really rough right now as the Valiant are cleared off the point slowly but surely. Still, they are in control, so they are still accumulating percentage, and Moving Fish pinning onto Peace makes this a little bit scary for a hot second, but now just the backline, they will be cleared up, and finally the cap will come through, but lasting that long for an extra 15-20% for Valiant that they got basically for free. Still, going into this next fight, it's going to be almost dry across the board. Just the artillery formation for any player, and that ultimate almost cosmetic anyway. Zep turn, though, caught out by Wisps on the Symmetra.
Oh, the Mayhem axe swing there from Kindred, trying to anticipate a little bit more damage, but it doesn't come through. X10's been taken out, though, mid-artillery from Peace. That is beautiful, but without having Zep turn there, there's not a whole lot of sustainability, but Aramori gets caught out. You want to talk about sustainability without a Moira. Where's your sustainability, Valiant? Don't need it. We got damage. We got Moving Fish taking down both Kindred and Peace, and Valiant Guardians flip the point back over in their favor. 84% for Chengdu.
The shatter from Moving Fish will be absolutely terrifying. Yes, there are tools to counter it from Chengdu with the beat coming up and Zepturn's Suzu, but it's going to have to be executed pretty well. Often, just the stun duration and its size can make it so it's very, very hard to get around, so watch out for that particular ultimate to be invested.
Moving Fish trying to find an angle to use this Earth Shatter, but the Rampage gonna come out. Again, it doesn't hit anybody, but the Sound Barrier and the Dragon Blade come out. Chengdu Guardians want to invest everything. The Shatter does come out, but I think it might be a little too late. There's no one left alive to be the beneficiaries of it. Just a lonely Reinhardt and a Moira, and Chengdu Guardians flip the point back over. 96%. We're in one fight territory for both teams.
Watch them push forward. They're trying to stop any space from being taken. They're trying to make it as slow as possible for their enemies to touch the point. Scarlet going down early is not the way they want to start this off.
They invest the coal and the sound barrier just to get the touch there, but they lose their DPS line, and Halo gonna fall courtesy of the Bob. The Bob from Senna with the Kitsune Rush. A very fast Bob is going to be what seals the deal here, and everybody can just take their hands off their keyboards and mice because Chengdu Guardians have taken Ilios 2-0 in a little bit silly, a little bit anticlimactic, but definitely fun first map.
Yeah, definitely. I think I said in the pre-show that Chengdu's fight planning wasn't maybe as clean as I would have liked, and that's a mistake they definitely fixed, going especially into Ruins. A brilliant beat Blades to close things out. Absolutely nothing at all that Valiant could do. Brilliantly played in the end. And again, the individuals on both these teams are absolutely fantastic. We did see that come to play. So many great individual plays that ultimately do end up falling the way of Chengdu. Again, just absolutely beautiful to watch. Just a great first map, and I'm really curious to see where they take it next.
I do also kind of want to highlight, again, that Moira pick from Aramori. And, like, it does kind of suit well as, like, an anti-Genji kind of deal where you're trying to deal with that deflect, and can be really frustrating as the Baptiste, but playing a Reinhardt without a Baptiste Immortality Field or with that burst healing that you get from, like, an Ana, Moira just isn't as good at keeping that Reinhardt alive, and you can see a lot of times where Moving Fish was kind of caught out with their pants down, no real way to go, no real way for the supports to get access to them to try and keep that Reinhardt alive. And with that kind of just like bisection in the middle of your team, with your Reinhardt in another hemisphere from the rest of the supports, and no Immortality Field, no burst healing, there's not a whole lot that you can realistically do. And I would have liked to see a little bit more value come out from that Moira pick. It didn't seem to bear quite as much fruit as it should have if they wanted to make it work here.
I agree with you there. I do think the Moira was a mistake. I guess the idea going into this, other than the extra survivability, would be that Baptiste is going to have a little bit of an easier time on longer sight lines. And other than the kind of high grounds on Ruins, you don't have access to too many of those as a Baptiste. So I guess the idea was to try and brawl it out, get as close range as possible, where the Moira is going to have a little bit of an easier time, but doesn't end up working out. I guess that we're going to see much of the same, though, from the Valiant, as we do have the map pick coming through for Hybrid.
You'll never guess.
Row.
You'll never guess. It's King's Row. All right, yeah.
Leaves.
The like two of you that bet on King's Row, you're making out like bandits today. That was definitely a gambled pick in that one. No, yeah. Loser's map pick and it's Hybrid. You go to King's Row. That's just where it is. Especially in a meta where you're seeing a lot of Zaryas being played. King's Row is just kind of where Zarya lives the best right now. It's where she really shines, and it seems to be what both of these teams want to try and go for. We're also seeing a lot of, like we said, Reinhardt coming out from Valiant Guardians, but I highlighted in the previous series that if you want to play that London Spitfire-esque comp, you need London Spitfire-esque coordination, and I didn't see that level of coordination from Valiant Guardians. If there's a place that you can iron it out, though, it is once again the proving ground. That is Scrim's Row.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. And again, we did see Chengdu Guardians also lose this map, in the previous series. So there's definitely some room for both teams to improve. I think a crucial error, at least on the first point from Chengdu, was kind of a lack of angles. They were very often grouped up, kind of deathballing. And while, yes, it does make it very easy for your flex support to heal you up very quickly, it makes it very easy, for example, to stay in the Lucio aura and for your Zarya to bubble you, it also means that you're essentially not doing that much damage, and so hiding behind the hotel is not really how we want to see this defense played out. I'd really like to see maybe Senna take Scarlet and kind of run around on off angles, just being annoying from the high ground, because that's not really something that Valiant Guardians can punish without burning the TP.
Yeah, one of the benefits of having a hit scan player as good as Senna is that you can just kind of put her on off angles, and if she's left unchecked, she can do a ton of damage. She didn't really have to in that previous point because, you just had Peace going in and burning down X10, so the Bastion didn't really bear a whole lot of fruit for Valiant Guardians either. But in a composition like this, especially with Chengdu Guardians on the attack, I know attack respawns are kind of trolly. I know Senna's probably just going to go for the opening shot and then probably make the swap over onto the Sojourn, but I kind of want to see if she's able to get anything done with the Widowmaker.
I would not like to see that at the end of the day. I think the Widowmaker tried to be played in the kind of long term just doesn't provide nearly enough damage. So it's going to be pretty much only Peace and Kindred trying to fight, and they're so close range that you would just end up losing poke unless you manage to find the headshots. And in a map as kind of single lane as King's Row can often be, I think it's going to be really, really rough. So, yeah, opening shot, there's the change. Over to the full mirror. The only difference actually will be the backline Kiriko versus the Baptiste. That's the difference we can speak out as soon as this fight has ended.
Yeah, we'll have to see who ends up getting the better of it. Again, with that Kiriko, you're going to be a little bit more mobile, especially once that Kitsune Rush comes into play here. But it looks like Chengdu Guardians, they want to take the high ground and rain death from above, and Senna does just that, and that is that's the King just taken down, Moving Fish. They are just the leader with a headshot there. Aramori claps back onto Zepturn, so a lot of sustainability for Chengdu Guardians taken out of the picture, and they don't have a tick yet, so they need to be a little bit careful. They finally do get that first tick, but they're still bleeding players. There's a chance for Valiant Guardians to try and make a comeback here. They just come bursting out of this hotel. With Moving Fish back, they should be able to get a touch, but the rest of the Chengdu Guardians, they push forward. They don't let that happen. There should be the cap here coming through, unless Halo has anything to say about it, and she does not. She says, I'm out of here.
Yeah. What Kiriko provides, other than the Baptiste, is going to be, while there's less healing for your Zarya, Kiriko has a much easier time enabling your DPS, that's Senna and Peace, to go and do whatever they please. And when they're as mechanically strong as the aforementioned two, then, I mean, just watch it go. Of course, the personal damage from the Kiriko is nice as well. That's why Zep turns 72% to the Kitsune Rush. That's a win con that Chengdu would absolutely love to have as they go into this Streets phase, but it's going to be a little while off, grouping up, for the Arch fight, but Senna goes down.
Yeah, Halo gets really aggressive there and finds a Sojin for her troubles, and that's going to be a pretty big pickoff there. That's going to force Chengdu Guardians to play back a little bit further, and Valiant Guardians can now try and hold close on this archway. And you can see Peace, they keep trying to go in to find some kind of purchase, but they have to have the aid of the Kitsune Rush and the Graviton Surge to boost on through, but Halo is there with the sound barrier, and with that overhealth, no one can really commit to killing any of the targets in the grab, but Chengdu Guardians have broken through that accursed archway. Valiant, they have a Graviton Surge of their own and a Kitsune Rush, so they're going to clap back with that same combo. Psych, they don't even need the grab. They just melt Kindred down for free. Sound Barrier comes out from Scarlet, but Chengdu Guardians are on the back foot. That is a Sound Barrier used specifically to stay alive and make the old Irish goodbye.
Yeah, brilliant play coming out from Valiant, but Wisp goes down. The railgun from Senna connects instantly and makes this defense so much harder. They might have to cede yet more space or burn a lot of ultimates to try and get a fight here while they wait for their Sojin to come back.
They have to try and pop that Dragon Blade aggressively. They do take down Zepturn with the blade splitting everybody up. Senna gonna go ahead and invest the overclock, but you've already lost your main healer and your main tank. She's not gonna be able to get a whole lot of space to find any shots with that one, and she is gonna get cleaned up as well as Valiant Guardians once again hold strong.
Really, really nicely played, and pretty cheap for them as well. They still have the overclock and the Graviton Surge going into this next fight, and no beat to counter them means that this might be a really, really rough engagement for Chengdu. See if Peace with the Dragon Blade has enough in the tank left to try and pull out a clutch here, but very likely will be Valiant taking this next fight.
Yeah, the Dragon Blade gonna go ahead and come out, but the Graviton Surge is gonna catch them along with Scarlet as well, but they're able to weather the storm there. Overclock gonna come out from Wisps, and Chengdu Guardians once again gonna back up. They don't want to face check that, see if they can maybe force Valiant Guardians to overextend, and they do. Wisps gets punished for it, and now they're gonna go ahead and pop that Kitsune Rush. Graviton Surge not quite online, but you don't really need it because Peace is just going ham with these dashes, with the resets, with all the burn damage coming out from Kindred, and that is gonna be a fight win for the Chengdu Guardians.
Great support play from Zepturn to keep Peace alive in the Graviton Surge. The ultimate was allowed to expire, and then the overclock from Wisp was kited amazingly by Chengdu Guardians. They played absolutely perfectly there, and then re-engaging, able to catch out the overly greedy overclock, and from there they're just pushing now. One more fight for Valiant in second. Beat from Halo could be huge, but we have to see if the execution is there.
And speaking of executed, X10 gets executed just nicely there. Graviton Surge from Kindred and a Sound Barrier from Scarlet. Valiant Guardians are on the back foot, and Chengdu want to push the advantage. They take down Moving Fish, and that should be enough to stop the point cap. I mean, there's still some members of Valiant Guardians alive that could try and touch, but they're not going to go for it. Just going to go ahead and trickle out. Kindred not going to stop the bleeding anytime soon. A little stagger onto Aramori there as well. That's going to buy him a little bit more space.
And you just love winning this fight here because it means that your DPS can set up on every angle they want. There's nothing that Valiant Guardians can do. They're going to have to burn so many cooldowns to clear out Peace and Senna if they do elect to end up using these high grounds. And that's such a big advantage for any team, especially in the full mirror. Overclock pop now for Senna, and that just means Valiant Guardians have to run all the way back.
Yeah, and they're going to run right back into spawn. Might as well. Senna already going to help put your backline there. Peace with a dash onto Halo as well. No healing, no positioning. Kitsune Rush to really press the advantage. Chengdu Guardians full steam ahead, just steamrolling this point into the final checkpoint. There should be enough for a contest here from Valiant Guardians, but it'll be a token one if it comes at all. And it looks like the supports, they see Kindred there. They don't even want to try and come out. Moving Fish on the Doomfist, they can't quite touch. And that's going to be 2:34 on the clock for the Chengdu Guardians.
That's a big time bank and a big ask, I think, for their opponents to try and equalize it. Just brilliant play coming through from Chengdu. Senna especially was the standout there. Kindred following closely behind and just bullying Valiant Guardians out of the map. In the mirror, it looks very, very dominant, I have to say. And if I am Valiant Guardians, I might be thinking about going back over to that Spitfire comp. I think a little bit more tenable on the defense. We'll have to see if that's what they elect to do, or if it's something that they maybe don't have the scrim time on. Maybe it's something they're not as comfortable on.
I at the top of the night, I touted Senna as, like, you know, one of the best players that hasn't really gotten a whole lot of time to shine. She has the potential to really pop off for her team, whatever team she is on, if she's given the space and she has the positioning to do it. You know, sometimes she gets caught out, but pretty much every member of the Chengdu Guardians is guilty of that from time to time. But against the Valiant Guardians so far, that doesn't seem to be an issue. They've either cleaned up their act or Valiant Guardians aren't as efficient at punishing it. So Senna can get away with having some of these more aggressive angles, trying to go in with the power slide and hit a big rail shot. And she is finding value when she does. And of course, that behavior, it's, you know, the more you're rewarded for it, the more you're going to do it. And every time Wisps tries to mirror it, they're just getting shut down. Valiant Guardians haven't been able to find the same amount of value as Chengdu.
Yeah, Spawn peek from the Widowmaker won't find anything, so the swap back over to the Sojourn will be what we see. I think it's very interesting we are seeing the mirrored Kirikos. I think a lot of teams on this patch will lean towards the Baptiste over her, but I think it does provide a much more interesting viewing experience when we do see Aramori and Zepturn on the Ninja. Poking so far, Peace goes down so early.
Yeah, the bubbles were invested to try and keep Peace alive too, but it just wasn't enough. They lingered a little bit too long and got punished for it, and now, I mean, Valiant Guardians can comfortably sit at this statue with very little, you know, not having to worry about their backline falling courtesy of a Genji. Chengdu Guardians, though, their backline is in quite a bit of danger. They're all on the back foot there as X10 just takes an aggressive angle here, and with that one pick off onto Peace, like, Valiant Guardians, they're going to go ahead and take at least 2 ticks here. Chengdu Guardians, they might be able to go for a recontest here. They still should have Kindred in position to go for it there, though, but it doesn't look like they're actually going to.
I guess they want to take the Arch fight. They don't want to get staggered. They want to take the best possible fight, and if that means giving up first in pretty quick time, then I guess so be it. Pushing out now with high charge is Moving Fish, but one-for-one trades this get very awkward for the attackers.
Yeah, you trade Aramori for Senna, you will take that. Senna, you know, a DPS for a main support or a main healer, absolutely, 100%. Plus on the Sojourn, Senna should get back relatively quickly. So, yeah, early fight win on the Arches there.
And now they could take the spawn hold if they want, but they're going to give Valiant all the space that they want. They can hold the Arch, and it's going to be so rough for the attackers to try and push through, see if they end up struggling with that, and instead they're all going high grounds.
Yeah, it's really hard once the cart gets pushed to the Arches because you're even more of a narrow passageway. Sure, you can use the cart for cover, but without it here, you know, it's hard no matter what. We're gonna go ahead and pop Kitsune rushes on either side to try and force the other teams back, and neither team wants to be too aggressive. They know the threat is there. They don't want to try and, you know, go in for anything that's not gonna find them any value here. But speaking of value, there's Wisp with a little bit of it. Gonna go ahead and take down Senna, Graviton Surge from Kindred, and a sound barrier from Halo to respond. This is Valiant Guardians getting a little bit of space, but with the sound barrier coming out from Scarlet, Chengdu want to take it away, and they take Halo's life. They're going to go ahead and pop the Dragon Blade as well to take down Wisps. Valiant Guardians, they punish, though. Peace goes a little bit too aggressive and gets clapped there, and they're going to go ahead and pop a Dragon Blade of their own. X10 goes in, and this might just be the fight win for Valiant Guardians.
Well, that was a long and that was arduous, but when the dust settles, and yeah, Valiant Guardians are in control. 3 minutes and 51 seconds on the time bank too means that they are on pace still to equalize the time bank that their opponents have set. Chengdu Guardians realistically have maybe a chance and a half to try and stop this cap of second, but they do not have many ultimates and they do not have any positioning at all. Senna might just have to pop this overclock to buy some space because burning every cooldown in the book to take it is just not the same. Wisp though goes down early.
Yeah, Wisp was 1% away from the overclock of their own, and now they can just go ahead. Look at how fast Chengdu Guardians want to go in. They want to give Senna the space if she even has to pop that overclock so that she can find the most value for it, and they want to take down Moving Fish, who is so criminally low right now, just trying to find an angle where their healers can try and keep them alive. They do successfully do that and repel the Chengdu Guardians, but Chengdu are still lurking. They're still in position to strike. Wisp should be back with that overclock now, so it's an overclock for an overclock, a Kitsune Rush for Kitsune Rush. Who is going to strike first? It's looking like Peace wants to try and go in, but Aramori gonna pop the Kitsune Rush. It's mirrored on both sides here. Neither team able to strike blood there, but Wisps falls again, not given a chance to use that overclock, and X10 gonna get melted as well. Moving Fish now caught out, and that's gonna be an easy fight win for Chengdu.
Kinji's just the truth, I guess. So good on that Zarya. Got the 3-piece. I'm counting Moving Fish, even though the self-damage did come through. Oh, the staggers onto Aramori and Halo are brutal.
The stagger and the aggression, they just want to keep taking more lives, burning more time off the clock.
Yeah, and I mean, absolutely, why not? It's going to make it so much harder for Valiant, who were, until just a couple seconds ago, poised to get an equally as good time back. Still, this looks like their best shot. They have the grab, they have the beat, the overclock as well. This fight has their name all over it, as long as they stick the landing.
Yeah, but look at Chengdu Guardian's ult advantage as well. It's not even really an ult advantage, it's kind of a mirror. The Graviton from Kindred gonna be mirrored for the one from Moving Fish, but Moving Fish falls, the beat just a little too late, and Senna takes their head off with that overclock there, and gonna take Halo to boot, and again, Valiant Guardians invest, but Chengdu Guardians invest just as heavily, but get more bang for their buck.
That is the name of the game with every ultimate trade, and if you're getting it like that, I mean, is there even a contest? Just the Dragon Blade now for Chengdu. Their ult bank has run a little dry, so again, advantage for Valiant, but will that be enough? The defensive positioning so far has paid off massive dividends for Chengdu, and so far it looks like it's shown no signs of stopping.
Wisps finally gets the opportunity to pop that overclock, but just gets melted. Peace with the Dragon Blade, and that's the only ult the Chengdu Guardians have. It's the only one they need. They're gonna go ahead and stagger X10 there, and that's value. One fight, or one ult, one fight win, another minute off the clock, and only 1 minute to go. Valiant Guardians, they gotta make some comp swaps.
And it looks like they're going to do it over to something resembling the Spitfire comp. Again, Aramori still on that Moira, trusting in the pick in a situation I really am not a massive fan, but this is their shot. This is their one shot to try and not go down 0-2 in this series, and the execution so far has not been the stellar execution that you need.
I mean, they're looking to execute onto Senna right now, but she's going to go ahead and slip out, but Halo catches Scepturn, and Senna finally going to fall. X10, the Bastion pick already paying dividends, despite losing their life. X10 still got what they came for. Kindred, though, needs to be melted. She is very high energy. Moving Fish is the person for the job there. They take down Kindred, they take down Scarlet, and Valiant Guardians are still in this, but it's going to be an overtime push just to try and cap point B.
It's always really rough when you make last-minute compositional swaps. One of the advantages, I guess, of the Moira is just how fast Coalescence charge, so if this fight goes on sufficiently long, they will at least have that to play with. Chengdu Guardians, though, they're going to have a little bit more than that. 3 ultimates coming up, 2 more on the horizon, and if the fight takes any longer than that, then Chengdu might just sweep it.
They need the fight to take long so they can build up that Coalescence, and Zepturn wants to try and press the advantage. The Kitsune Rush comes out, Graviton from Kindred whiffs, but that's because everyone from Valiant Guardians is trying to play back and play slow into Aramori's Coalescence. They've already lost X10, they've lost Wisps as well. The Shadow from Moving Fish with the Fade, trying to keep Aramori alive, but everybody's just falling on the side of Chengdu Guardians. Peace with the Dragon Blade, but it's not even needed. Halo with the Sound Barrier to save herself, but she's in another zip code, nowhere near the payload, and Chengdu Guardians hold fast on point B and lay Valiant Guardians low, taking it 2-0. They're on match point.
And they're on match point in a pretty dominant fashion, if I do say so myself. They look so composed, they're executing so perfectly, all the ult trades are being won out by Chengdu, and it's happening so consistently. The individuals there and on King's Row, I mean, Valiant had no answers, it felt like. The last minute swap, desperation, it seemed like, over to the Bastion comp paid a little fruit, but in the end it was not enough. Chengdu Guardians up 2-0, and going into Flashpoint, this momentum seems very, very hard to stop for the Valiant.
Yeah, you said momentum. Chengdu Guardians, they have the momentum and they're feeling themselves. You can tell it in the way that they're playing, especially Senna. Some of the aggressive angles that she's taking and the picks that she's getting, and the fact that she's able to nearly consistently get the better of Wisps, like, all the time. Like, Wisp had that overclock, but was not able to use it for what felt like an eternity. And when they finally do get the opportunity to pop it, melted instantly. Senna and Peace are all over that. This is what I wanted to see from the Chengdu Guardians in the previous series. I want this momentum to keep up. Maybe a little bit of bias, but I kind of do want to see them become the dual champions of EU and A, rule the entire world via the Kunoichi Kerfuffle, and they have an opportunity to get to the grand finals if they can just put Valiant Guardians away. It's map 3, like you said, Servasa. That's Valiant Guardians map pick. Do they have a plan? We'll have to see. We'll be right back after this break.
water is the softest and most yielding substance.
I got a quick little history lesson for you, chat. A very recent history lesson. The reason that Valiant Guardians are down here in the lower bracket is because of the Chengdu Guardians, who beat them 2-1 a little bit earlier in the series. It feels like lightning might be striking twice and striking just a little bit harder as Chengdu Guardians are threatening to 3-0 the Valiant Guardians here.
And I do have to say, CB, the clean sweep looking like a real possibility coming into Suravasa here. The Chengdu Guardians just look so on top of this mirror matchup that we're seeing. And, I mean, going into Suravasa, it's a comp where I think this kind of Genji especially has so much freedom to work the backlines. And that's something we really have been seeing. I think Peace has been absolutely coming up huge in this matchup. I think X10 has been a little quiet, but I think the real difference has been Senna and Wisp. Senna has been an absolute force of nature on this Sojourn, and has been shutting down her opposite number so concisely. Wisp, it feels like, has had nothing to say. And off a hit scan that strong, that's really some cause for concern if I am the Guardians, or Valiant Guardians, sorry.
If I'm a Guardian, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying so hard not to fall into that same trap of just saying the Guardians, because that's akin to just saying the team. Like,
I know.
It just
It's
means
rough.
nothing. But you are correct though. Senna has been getting the better of Wisps in a lot of these exchanges, and so much so that in between that little break there, yeah, Wisps hit up the practice range, did a little bit of aim training to try and warm back up and try and see if they can match what Senna's been putting out here. And speaking of matching, I'm curious that yep. Reinhardt's. That's what I was curious of, because both teams, you know, earlier on in the series, Moving Fish busted out the Reinhardt. When we went to Suravasa in the previous series, Kindred busted it out. I want to see how this plays out.
I would like to see it play out though without the Lifeweaver. Please, I'm begging you, please be a spawn pick,
Both
because
teams
that
are
hero
trolling now. They're both trolling.
Yeah. But curious to see, swapped over to the real comps now. See Aramori now on the Baptiste. Change has been made. We'll see if that is the magic ticket to a victory on a map at least. And absolutely nothing has changed for Chengdu. Still on the Kiriko Zarya rush.
I do like the Symmetra from Valiant Guardians to get them early positioning, and yeah, you can see they've already taken control of the point. I mean, it's not unlocked yet, but they do at least have positional control over the point, and Chengdu Guardians are on the outside looking in. They're going to be trying to find a way to get a little bit of chip damage, get somebody weak, but this is not a composition that you can chip down quite so easily. You'll get melted if X10 has you in their sights for just a little bit too long, and the checkpoint now going to unlock. The Immortality Field from Aramori has been invested. Peace wants to try and clean that up, and a stray Shuriken with the right click is going to do just that, and Chengdu Guardians are going to get the first cap here. Without the Baptiste, this tanky composition feels not so tanky. In fact, might as well be a Sherman tank made of paper mache.
That's not an image I think I've ever conjured into my mind, but I have to say, absolutely textbook execution from the Chengdu Guardians. They see that X10 has used the wheels mode, the tank mode, I guess, and as soon as it's gone, as soon as there's no damage pressure from the turret, then Peace dashes in, the rest of the Chengdu Guardians engage, and there's nothing that Valiant could do. Aramori back onto the Moira, not feeling the squishiness of the Baptiste, but as we've said before, not a pick that we think maybe is massively optimal. We'll see if it ends up working out here.
Yeah, old habits die hard, I guess. I mean, teleport from Wisp, but Wisp is alone right now. I mean, Aramori gonna go with them, but now Peace has access to the rest of the backline, and they can't really dislodge them all that easily, but Aramori gets the final blow there onto Kindred. Without a tank, Chengdu Guardians aren't going to have a whole lot of staying power on this point. They might choose to invest ults to try and keep it, but it looks like they're actually going to concede it at 88%. That's one fight territory easily, but Valiant Guardians, they get themselves on the board.
That they do, and I think once this composition is set up a little bit, oh no, that's a stagger. That's a terrible stagger. And because of how fast the flashpoints tick up, then that realistically means that there's one really, really good fight, I think, for Chengdu. I mean, look at all the time that's going off. It's going to be up to 40% by the time Peace respawns, and maybe 50, 60 by the time they're actually back in action. So humongous chase coming through there from Moving Fish and co, making Chengdu's life oh so much harder.
X10 is set up with the artillery strike.
He's dead again!
Yeah, that's an early pickup from Peace, and Valiant Guardians, they're going to try and push the advantage, and Chengdu Guardians are going to be on the back foot. They don't want to give up any more bodies, but Moving Fish wants just that, a couple of bodies to hit the floor. 75% now for Valiant Guardians. Chengdu going to pop the Kitsune Rush to try and get themselves back in. Charge coming out from Moving Fish. Are they punished? seems like no, but the sound barrier from Scarlet, Shatter from Moving Fish, ready to come out, but Scarlet falls, Kindred falls, they don't even need the Shatter. He's with the Dragon Blade, takes down Halo, but there's just no one else alive to be the beneficiary of that pick, and Valiant Guardians will take the first point here on Servasa.
In the mano-a-mano battle, close range, and everyone's firing on all cylinders, then yes, Valiant are going to be winning out the HP trade 9 times out of 10, just more damage and more healing than Chengdu, whose power lies more in pressure cycles, in picks, in angles. And that time, it does not work out for them, so Valiant Guardians taking the first flashpoint. We run over here, a little bit further afield, and defensive Shatter comes up huge!
Yeah, it's an absolutely massive Shatter. Moving Fish gonna find 2 with that, and that is plenty for that. That's plenty of value for that ultimate. Valiant, they're going to be able to get early first cap point here, and with this composition set up again, it becomes really difficult for Chengdu Guardians to try and kick their feet through the door.
Set up defensively now, and ooh, I'm liking this Reinhardt on the higher ground, but that space will be given up early. Chengdu Guardians going to have their work cut out for them to scale into the Bastion damage. We might see XN use that shift really, really early, but that grab to catch them out is mirrored by the beats.
They definitely got that Sim TP in that grab there. Very well played there. Kindred gonna go ahead and take that off the field, but I don't think Valiant are gonna be sweating that so much as losing the creator of that teleporter. Whip's going to fall. Senna with this overclock and causing a lot of positioning. The rest of Valiant just backing up. They don't want none of that. Coalescence comes out from Aramori. It melts down Peace, but I think that's an ult down the drain. You've already conceded the point. Chengdu, they're gonna get themselves on the board here. 35% for Valiant.
I mean, I guess it does mean that Chengdu can't hold as aggressively as otherwise they would have liked to. They're going to have to wait for Peace to come back so they can take that 5-on-5. So maybe not consigned into nothingness, but still very low value out of that Coalescence one. I think Aramori still will be wanting back just the Bastion Artillery form for the Valiant Guardians to invest here, but been very quiet with it so far. I have to hope that X10 gets their placements just a little better for this particular investment of their ultimate, as they do run towards the high grounds.
They want to try and take this high ground so they can get X10 set up, but you can see the boops coming out from Scarlet and the pressure from Peace. Yeah, they take down Wisp. They don't let X10 set up comfortably, but once they do take down Senna. The Kitsune Rush gonna come out, and Scarlet gonna speed boost the rest of the team forward to try and melt the rest of the Valiant Guardians. So despite that pickoff onto Senna, Chengdu, they're able to hold strong, 90%. There might not be another touch coming out for Valiant.
Yeah, Zarya in the Kitsune Rush just does far too much damage. There's absolutely nothing that Valiant could do but fall to the high charge of Kindred, and that's going to bring us even Stevens here on Flashpoint. The Simnet's TP, though, does mean that Valiant will have early positioning here. So again, Chengdu Guardians will start the fight on the outside looking inwards. See if the ultimates they have accrued are going to be enough to crack this open, and Peace has been humongous so far with the Dragon Blades, and they're going to have to be it again here if they don't want first cap going over to Valiant.
I like the swap from Senna onto the Ashe as well. I don't know if she's going to find any angles here, but in theory, the Dynamites could be massive, you know, make it a little bit more difficult for Valiant to sit comfortably. Speaking of uncomfortable, this is going to be a very uncomfortable blade for Peace going up against this Bastion, but is able to take down the entire DPS line of Valiant, and now Chengdu, with just that one ultimate, sorry, two, they did also invest the sound barrier, pardon my misspeaking there, but Chengdu are able to take the point.
That was actually a sick execution from Chengdu Guardians. The beat came down partially to counter X10's artillery form, but it also gives overhealth to Peace, who can go in as deep as they want, take as much damage as they want, and still find two with a Dragon Blade. Beautiful execution, and now the grab from Kindred is looming, and Valiant Guardians have no tools to stop it.
They're going to go fast with that Graviton Surge too, but Aramori not caught in it, can use the Coalescence to keep her whole team alive, and Scarlet is going to fall. A nice little cleanup there onto Peace, and it should be enough for Valiant to get their foot in the door and potentially flip the point over. Chengdu don't want to give it up for free, going to try and build up a little bit more percentage, but it's all over but the crying right now. Chengdu are going to fall right now. Valiant Guardians flip the point, 65% for Chengdu.
I don't think enough respect, to be honest, is put on the pure strength of the Photon Barrier as an ultimate. Came out there and absolutely nothing that Chengdu Guardians could do but spam into it and pray that Valiant wouldn't be able to pick them off one by one. They were making changes now over to the Junker Queen, gonna be maybe a little bit more damage at close range, not have that charge to work around, and the ultimate a little bit harder to shut down perhaps, but these is looking a little bit desperate for Chengdu here, and the Shatter comes through, there's no counterplay.
I mean, there's a little bit of counterplay. That axe from Kindred going to go ahead and counter moving Fish quite handily. And yeah, the rest of Valiant, they have to back up. Despite Halo's investment of the sound barrier, there's not enough beefiness on those health bars to keep themselves alive in the fight. And Chengdu going to make them very unalive going forward, trying to push forward and prevent another touch there as they cross that 80% threshold. It's do or die time for Valiant Guardians. This looks like they're about to go down 2-1.
Yeah, no chance at all for a touch to come through. The stagger kills at 70% really did put the nail in the coffin for Valiant, and they already have to start thinking about the next flashpoint. Going up 2-1 here will be Chengdu, and off the back of the Junk Queen of Kindred, that will be the ticket that gets them there. Dragon Blade, Kitsune Rush, and going to be the beat as well coming into this. So it will be very, very rough. The beat could shut down X10 no matter what they try to do, and Peace with these Dragon Blades has been terrifying.
I mean, despite Valiant Guardians having the opportunity to try and ditch the last point and go straight for this one, Chengdu are already firmly planted on the point before it even unlocks, and they're going to go and invest the Kitsune Rush and the Dragon Blade to firmly stake their flag on this point here, and Valiant Guardians are on the back foot yet again. The aggression from Chengdu is just too much for them to bear, but with the Coalescence, they can go back in on their own, force Chengdu back, but they have to try and be a little bit careful here. X10 goes wheels down to try and melt down Kindred. She can't get the rampage off. That's absolutely massive. And Moving Fish cleans up Senna with a charge, and Valiant aren't quite out of the fight yet. It's scrappy, but Chengdu never got the cap, and I think the staying power that Valiant has might be too much. Scrap that's are they gonna invest in the down barrier?
Oh dear.
Shatter completely whiffs, and Zepturn finds two. Chengdu are gonna take this point.
And that got so close. A brilliant decision from Scarlet to invest the beat, one that saved their team. And Moving Fish's Shatter came in at the end. Oh, that's rough. And yeah, changes instantly coming through over to the JQ. I really do like the choice to take the mirror, actually. The Axe and Kindred in general was pretty uncontested other than the Ryan pins, so should make this a little bit more even in the one-on-one matchup.
I mean, they contested the hell out of that Rampage. I mean, both tanks kind of throwing their ults down the drain there, but I mean, now on this this kind of even Junker Queen mirror, you gotta imagine with the benefit of positioning, Kindred will have the advantage. Early artillery strike, though, to make her a little uncomfortable. That's gonna give Moving Fish the opportunity to go in, take space, force Chengdu back, and Peace is gonna fall because they've got no space left to play. Valiant Guardians flip the point, and they're flipping the momentum back in their favor as they take the bodies left and right. Chengdu, yep, just staggering just a little bit there.
That they do, and again, it is the photon barrier. I think that is the real difference maker in that particular engagement. It comes through, and there's again nothing that Chengdu can do at all. And so coming into this next fight, I think Senna with the Bob could be huge. It creates such an off angle that Valiant Guardians may really struggle to deal with. X10 may have to full focus it to stop the extra damage coming into the flank of Valiant. We're gonna see if that's what Senna ends up investing the ultimate 2 to do.
And Bob gonna go ahead and come out. The Dragon Blade and the Kitsune Rush as well for Chengdu, and the Sound Barrier and Kitsune Rush on the side of Valiant. Every ult on the board has currently been invested, but Senna gonna fall to a simple Bastion Grenade of all things. X10 finding plenty of value on this Bastion pick, and they're not quite done. They're gonna take down Zepturn. Kindred gonna be the last to fall, and Valiant should be able to hold this point. 88% Chengdu. I think it's time to prep for the next point.
Going all the way is Suravasa, so much closer than I think any map we've seen previously, and Valiant Guardians on this mishmash of a comp is really making Chengdu sweat. We're going finally to Gardens. Here, Chengdu want to pull ahead, Valiant want to get their first blow back in this series, and both teams are sprinting towards it. With that TP here, though, there might be an engagement before they even get to reach the flashpoints.
Yeah, it looks like Chengdu are actually trying to cut Valiant off at the pass. They want to try and play through this choke, and they take down Halo, so the speed, gone. The Bastion, gone. Kindred want to go ahead and make Moving Fish, gone. That's going to be 4 kills for Chengdu, and now they can just comfortably waltz on into the point and take it for free.
That's such a great way to start. That's kind of why Lucio's played so often in this map, right? It just allows you to rotate between these points so much more safely. And there, Chengdu find a opening, and they capitalize absolutely brilliantly. So they get this opening point for free. Valiant Guardians now have so much work on their hands to make back the space, to make back the time, and to set themselves up in a good fight to even begin to start capping it back.
Peace is in a lot of trouble there off screen, but it looks like they're going to be just fine. Gets back to their team, despite the artillery to kind of shake things up a little bit. That has given Valiant Guardians a little bit of space, but Moving Fish tries to go a little bit too aggressive. There wasn't a whole lot of help from the rest of their team there. Peace does inevitably fall, but without your Junker Queen and without the threat of that Rampage, look how aggressive Chengdu Guardians can go. Precisely as aggressive as they've been this entire time. They lose Senna, so that might be something, anything, but I mean, Valiant, they don't have a lot of opportunities left.
Aramori's
they need way
gonna die.
more than that.
Oh,
yeah.
dear God. Aramori dies so late. And look at the percentage. 80% has now been reached. He still hasn't respawned. Valiant Guardians have to recontest 4 on 5. Yes, the Kiriko is back faster. But that gives you burn so much time off the bank and gives them do or die territory. Just 5% to get the touch, and they haven't even managed that yet. Now it will come in, but they still have their work out for them.
Kitsune rush from Zep, turn to the Rampage comes out from Kindred. Rampage comes out from Moving Fish. Kindred's still holding on to hers. The sound barrier from Scarlet. Here comes Kindred's Rampage, and Moving Fish is down. And that might be just about it for Valiant Guardians as the rest of the health bars get really scarily low, and P's gonna cut them down just that extra little bit with the Dragon Blade, but we're not quite out of the water yet. Halo's still there, still has that sound barrier. Wisps tries to shoot the dynamite, but no one is left around to get burned by it, but the Bob is out, gonna get invested. The Suzu comes out from Zepturn to keep Kindred alive. Valiant, they might have done just enough to stay alive. They do flip it. Chengdu, they can't comfortably shut this out just yet, but they have an opportunity.
They're in such a rough scenario going into this. Next fight is Moving Fish falls!
Oh, that Doomfist went way too aggressive, and Kindred just bullies Moving Fish out, and now Chengdu gonna seize the opportunity, come in, take this point. There's no one left from Valiant that can touch. Chengdu going to sweep the Valiant Guardians, punch their ticket back to the Grand Finals, get that rematch and their chance at the dual trophies, and Valiant Guardians are going home.
That they are. They had their hopes lifted up for just a second before being dashed straight back to the dirt as Moving Fish fell. Such a rough time on that final point of Suravasa. It was so close, but when they finally did reach Guardians, then Chengdu Guardians, when they were Gardens, Chengdu Guardians, there we go, stepped it up and managed to convert in the end. But bloody hell, they're not making these names easy for me.
Yeah, Guardians. Chat, take a shot every time one of us says Guardians, but I mean, you can take 3 shots right now because Chengdu Guardians is on the screen 3 times as they take the nice, swift 3-0 there. And they're, I mean, the EU champions, they're looking more crisp than a packet of crisps right now. That was clean. That was exactly what I wanted to see from them in the previous series, and I really hope that momentum carries over because they're going to get that rematch with Hour Zero.
And as I previously mentioned, I think a lot of the mistakes we saw against Hour Zero have been fixed. This looks like a different team entirely, and this Chengdu Guardians roster, could absolutely bring the pain in our grand final. No more best of 5, either. It would be a best of 7 final. So this will go the whole distance. They have all the time in the world to get warmed up into it, and it's a game that I think you don't want to miss.
Absolutely. We will have that at the other side of the break here. I believe the revolving door of casters is going to keep going. I think I'm getting someone else in here as well, but it's been a pleasure to get to be joined by you, Spectron. Thank you very much for stopping by for the lower bracket finals here. But chat, the grand finals is on the horizon. If you saw the previous series, Chengdu Guardians versus Hour Zero, you are definitely going to want to see the rematch that, hey, we're getting just about an hour or so later. So we're going to go ahead and take about a 10-minute break here, get everything prepped for that. We'll be right back after this break. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss the grand finals of the Kunoichi Kerfuffle right here after this.
Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours.
Are inside here, you get an insight and you know something, you know, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, you know. But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Welcome back, chat. Echo is also joining us here. Welcome back, everybody, to the Kunoichi Kerfuffle. If you're just joining us, it is grand finals time. And let me tell you a quick story to recap kind of how we got here. At the top of the night, we had a match between Hour Zero Debit Island and Chengdu Guardians. Hour Zero came out ahead, punched their ticket to the grand finals, but Chengdu Guardians, they got angry and they took their frustrations out on the Valiant Guardians and found themselves here for this rematch. I'm really excited. My name is CB. I'm joined by Biscuit. How are you doing?
I am doing absolutely well. Today I'm very excited. You know, casting grand finals is one of those things that I'm always like, oh, this is what I want to do for the day, you know? So I have it on my little calendar, and now we're here. So I don't know what I can say, CB, but this is an interesting matchup. R0, Debit Island versus Chengdu Guardians, both teams that you definitely cannot underestimate. Look at our bracket. It's been a couple of long days, one could say, but no, they've been fun, more than just a little bit of fun. Really good teams that have been going against each other. Some of them fall, but in the end, this is going to be it. I believe it's going to be a best of 7 said. So talking about rosters, this is going to be a real good one. Our Zero Debit Island, the team that I'm most interested with. We have Sniper, Fred the Fish, Bun, KQA, Z, Pots and Pans, Astray, Sahil, and Pizza, players that we've seen before and that have had a little bit of history, right? We have, for example, Sniper with NYXL Academy, Rift, and then some other players like Citrus on the side of C. And I don't know, like everyone is so stacked in this tournament, you cannot underestimate none of them.
Yeah, and like I highlighted earlier, the core of this team mostly comes from the reigning Calling All Heroes champions from Washington Timeless, especially, Bun and Sniper. The synergy between the two in the past series was a little bit questionable, but is still undeniably there. And I think if that keeps up and this squad, keeps the legacy of that Timeless hourglass, keeps it going forward, I think this is going to be, quite the uphill battle from the Chengdu Guardians. I mean, we already saw how difficult it was for the Chengdu Guardians to even get their foot in the door against this Hour Zero squad, but here are the Chengdu Guardians, the squad you've been following all night against Hour Zero and against the Valiant Guardians in the previous series. We're really, really testing the longevity, seeing how well this team can run an absolute marathon. And not only that, run 2 marathons, because again, they won the EU championship earlier today, and they're still going.
Right. No, these rosters are so good. Cheng the Guardians, I'm an absolute fan of Kindred on this side. A really good tank. We've seen them win stuff like Calling All Heroes Minor, if I'm not mistaken, and a lot of these players, such as Kindred and Scarlet, specifically NYXL Academy players, amplified on the side of Peace, Cold Zero, on the side of Septurn, and oh my god, they've been everywhere. If you're into Overwatch, you've heard these names and you know that you're in for a real good set. It's like this revenge. Will they be able to get their foot in the door, as you were mentioning, or will they be stopped again by Hour Zero? The only way by knowing is by sticking to the stream and not taking your eyes for a second, because you might just miss it.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to miss it. I mean, even if it ends up being as one-sided as the first map was, which I wouldn't even call it one-sided, the first series, sorry. Even if it ends up being that, not even one-sided, Chengdu Guardians still put up a hell of a fight. And with how, like I said, they took their anger out on the Valiant Guardians in the previous series. If they keep going at that tempo, if they're able to keep that steam up, I think this one might be even more of a slobber knocker than the first series. And again, you highlighted like the talent, the accolades that so many of these players have. Kindred with Calling All Heroes Championship. Scarlet, by the way, formerly known as Wicca, has a few to her name as well. There's so much talent here. Senna has been showing up all night. Peace has been showing up all night. I have some faith in this squad, but it's the grand finals. It's put up or shut up time. There is no more chances, no more second guesses. You have to come correct. You have to be as clean as you were in the previous series. Forget that the one at the top of the night against Hour Zero even happened. You just completely blank that out of your mind. Play like you did against Valiant Guardians, and you make Hour Zero sweat.
Right, you have to leave it behind. The fact that you lost, you have to forget about this one. And Overwatch, it might be a game about mechanics, positioning, so much studying, so much effort goes into it, but a lot of it is also like this mental part, right? We're going against a team that already beat us, but will that matter? We cannot let that happen to us. We cannot let that be something that affects our mental going in. So hopefully the Chengdu Guardians are able to get that mental reset that they needed. And hey, after taking their anger out, I 100% believe that they are locked in and ready to be coming for this first place on Kunoichi Kerfuffle, such a stacked tournament. However, let's talk about our map pool as well. We're going to see a first to 4, just as we were mentioning. Our first map is going to be Antarctic. And when asked what is your favorite composition on the side of Chengdu Guardians, they said the 3-2-1 walking composition. So brawl. if you're ready for the brawl, you're gonna see Kindred. You're gonna see Kindred on the Reinhardt, on the Orisa, on the Junker Queen. Hopefully, it could be anything, but Antarctic is a map that definitely makes the teams just go at it and all out fights all over the place.
And again, when these two teams fought at the top of the night, Antarctic Peninsula is where we kicked things off at. And again, there was a couple of moments where it feels like Hour Zero had some exploitable weaknesses, but, Chengdu Guardians failed to adequately exploit them and ended up walking away with their tail tucked between their legs. Hour Zero took that map 2-0. Will history repeat itself? We'll have to see. Hopefully, Chengdu Guardians have cleaned things up, and again, they play a little bit more like they played against the Valiant Guardians. I hate to keep repeating that, but that is the win condition for this team. If you want to have those back-to-back trophies, the EU and the NA, rule the entire world through Kunoichi, that's how you do it. And you have to come correct from here on out. Once we get things ironed out here a little bit, still getting some things set up in the lobby before we kick it over into the first map here. But like you said, they like to play the Brawl composition, and that is what they played in the first map. It was essentially that Zarya Genji mirror composition.
Right, and when you're running with this like Zarya Genji composition, you know that you're going for one thing, that backline. Like the bubble, like the amazing buffs that they give it a lot more HP, less cooldown, huge size. That I saw that they were nerfing that next patch because it's getting out of control. Like the Zarya meta, absolutely fun to watch, but sometimes as a player it can be really stressful, right? You're going in with this,
especially as a support.
Yeah, no, like exactly. If you're playing BAP, you're getting doped by Genji, you're getting bubbled, and then what do? You have to scream for your team to either give you a bubble or give you that peel, right? So a lot of resources invested into just killing the enemy backline and protecting yours. It definitely tests like the mettle of how long can we keep it going, how long can we stay alive when we're just getting rushed by these teams that know what they're doing.
I told the same story earlier tonight, but when Overwatch 2 first launched, there was a Zarya Genji meta with Ana as the main flex support that people were playing. And as an Ana player, I had Vietnam flashbacks from that because it was like, so you have a Genji that gets nanoed, and then he gets a bubble, and you have to wait out the bubble, and you have to wait out the deflect before you can even try to hit him with a sleep dart or an anti-nade, and by that point, he's already killed you. You're done.
Oh yeah,
like it was hell, and I don't want that meta to stick around for all that much longer. But hey, if you're a fan of a team like the Dallas Fuel, you might want that to stick around. And if you're a fan of the team like Hour Zero, you might also want that to stick around because they seem to be quite effective at it.
No, like they've been studying the meta, and we have a couple of patches. It feels like it's been years ever since we saw like the Orisa meta first search up, and then like we had this whole monkey composition with the Brig with Diana, and now we don't see that anymore. Like it's just Zarya all over the place, and it's really cool seeing it because players, it's like the Genji, of course, if you're a flex support player like me, like you, then you hate it. Like what are you supposed to do?
Yeah. Oh, it looks like all right. Looks like we're probably gonna have to take another quick little break here. We're having some having a little bit of issues with getting the lobby fully populated. I think there might be a player problem on the side of Hour Zero. We'll see if that comes to fruition in any meaningful capacity. We'll see what swaps end up happening, or if we're able to get started in the immediate future here. But we're gonna go ahead and kick it to a quick little break. I promise we'll be back with the action chat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Got lots of love. Got lots of love. Got lots of love.
Well, chat, we promised you a grand finals matchup, and we do indeed aim to deliver here. We've got a bit of a swap coming through on the side of our Zero. Let's go ahead and take a quick look. Sniper is out. Sawhill is in. If my sources are to be trusted, my sources being Twitch chat. Sniper was running a bit of a fever in the past game and was still kind of pounding. So hats off to them for being able to keep up with keep up with that and keep the pace going. But it seems like some difficulties or maybe some other factors might have been too much. Regardless, they're bringing in Sawhill. So, I mean, still part of that Washington Timeless core. Still a very talented, very established tank player. But does this change anything for our Zero?
Right, this could change a couple of things. Of course, if you're not having your starter member, you definitely don't have as much of this play time with them. You might not be as used to their comms, their playstyle. But still, if they are getting there, if they are considered a substitute, if they put on Washington Timeless, you know that it's definitely not a downgrade. In some capacity, it might affect their team play, but I definitely think that this is still as good of a roster. I have to remember they were able to beat them before, so our Zero definitely gonna stay as strong. Hopefully, we definitely hope so. But the map is more than ready. The players are ready to go, and we have to remember the best of 7, first to 4, Antarctic Peninsula coming right at you.
Yeah, kicking things off right where we kicked him off the last time. Not even different, being different in the... Actually, no, it was the point. We started on sub-level before. This time, we're starting on labs. So, a little bit different, but Chengdu Guardians... they didn't quite close it out. They showed a lot of promise on this particular point in the previous one. If they keep up that consistency, especially the consistency that we saw in the previous matchup here, they might be able to exploit that little tank swap there. Unless, Sawhill is just, as goated as we expect him to be, and Debit Island, they continue to close things out. But, Sim TPs and a couple of swaps coming through, essentially mirror comps here. Sans the Kiriko on one side for the BAP on the other. That's Zepturn on the Kiriko. That's been playing very well as of late. But speaking of, Kindred...
Very aggressive.
Going really aggressive there. Nearly catches Bun out, but has the Swift Strike to get back with her team and is still alive, is still kicking, but are they going to be able to kick back? As it looks like Chengdu Guardians have the advantageous positioning, but they didn't see Bun strike and knocking at the back door and kicking Zepturn right down through it. She's a little low though, so I mean, you take that trade, that still definitely favors our Zero, but yep, damage is done. Bun goes in, loses her life, and who cares? We get the point for it.
Right, nice couple of picks right here from the side of Sawhill, looking so aggressive, going against Kindred, taking them off the map, and our Zero looking like they want to repeat history. Good first fight onto the point. The Zarya composition is so aggressive, right? Because the second that you have energy, it's like this little truce that you have at the beginning. We don't have energy, we're not going at it, but the second that the bubbles get popped, you're rushing to go for it. Venus is going to have a window coming up soon. The same will go for Scarlet. So it's going to be that beat versus window. Which ultimate will be the strongest? We'll have to figure it out as we watch.
Who's going to pop it first, as a matter of fact? I mean, once they build up to it, I'm looking at Scarlet's sound barrier. I don't know if she wants to pop it to try and go aggressive, but it looks like she is actually going to do just that. Venus pops the window, but Kindred just walks right through it, breaking down a couple of windows, and they take down Fred the Fish for it. Senna with the final blow onto that one, and they're now trying to melt down Sawhill, turn them into sawdust, and they do just that. Chengdu Guardians, with that sound barrier, flip the point at 47.
Massive retake, and it was so scary because you see Kindred go in with this barrier and immediately have it pop, right? So they are able to live through that, and now they have Overclock, Blade, Kiriko ultimate. You have the same on the side of Debit Island. It's just ultimate versus ultimate. It's kind of like an Overwatch 1 fight. All in for both teams is the name of the game. Which ultimate will come out on top, we don't know, but this Kitsune Rush, in my opinion, will be the difference on who wins this fight.
Yeah, Chengdu Guardians should be looking to pop this Kitsune Rush. Typically, they've been wanting to go very aggressive with the Dragon Blade, but it looks like Peace doesn't want to wait for that Fox to help back them up. They're going to go ahead and pop the Blade, but the sound barrier from KQA comes out. Now the Graviton Surge from Sawhill, that is absolutely massive, and Scarlet can't live through it. Fred the Fish pops the Overclock. Senna going to pop one of her own, but she is too low to do much of anything with it once she deals with Fred the Fish. And now the grab from Kindred, though, might be enough to clean it up and keep Chengdu Guardians firmly in control here. Ooh, that bubble was close.
Ooh, the bubble's so clutch. It's able to get Peace, and now for next fight, they will have all of their members. No one will be coming late, and Kindred, great recognition. Just invest the grab right now.
If anyone had sneezed, Peace would have fallen there, but Kindred was like, hey, hold on, buddy, I got a tissue for you.
Right, I got you. The tissues are on my side, but be on the lookout because one has played and there's no resources on the side of Cheng the Guardians that can really make them live aside from a bubble. So all eyes on our Genji player because this is the fact.
The Suzu from Zep turn in a little bit of a move to try to get Bun back. It is not going to be enough. She will not be denied. She goes in with a 2-piece. Sawhill takes down Kindred as well elsewhere. And with the rest of Chengdu Guardians forced back, Scarlet does find an exit frag there onto Bun, but it's not going to be enough as Hour Zero do flip the point, and Chengdu Guardians going to have to take a reset here. But at 80%, they're not in a terrible spot.
Right, and next fight could be last fight depending on how long they take on this one. Look at that, they are back with their speed, they have the beat, they have the one ultimate that can keep them alive through this window of Venus.
Yeah, Venus gonna try and look for an angle to use it, but the same as that earlier fight, Scarlet gonna go aggressive with the sound barrier. They want to try and catch Venus out, but the immortality field is just a little bit too much, and that buys KQA enough time to get that sound barrier off, and Bun is gonna pick off Peace. We cross 80% in Hour Zero. Looks to be winning the fight. Zepturn with a kill onto Bun, but Chengdu Guardians, they have to get out and reassess. They might only have a chance to touch one more time.
Right, the 10% and ticking. The clock is not going to be merciful on this 1 hour. Zero, they have the control of everything, and the ultimates are coming up as well for both of the teams. Lucio might be able to touch, but they might die for it. 99% of the touches here.
Zepturn does get the touch, but Sawhill just with a swift bop across the bonds to take Zepturn down. No more Kiriko, no Kitsune Rush or threat of it on the field now, so Chengdu Guardians, they have to be very careful, and Peace was anything but. They're going to fall. Fred the Fish with his advantageous position can just pump in all the damage with the Sojourn here, and at the midnight hour, Chengdu Guardians fall. Our first point goes the way of Hour Zero.
Right, and if that didn't tell you something about this set, it's going to be extremely close. Good fights from both of the teams, good Zarya gameplay all around. These bubbles have been, it's like at this point, they are both playing at peak Overwatch, but now it's about who makes the less mistakes, who's used the most of this composition, to this play style that they have adapted to on Antarctic Peninsula. Hour Zero takes the first game, but Cheng the Guardians are not going to be left behind. Switching over to the Reinhardt composition when the Bastion is going to be a good factor in blowing up the bubble, blowing up the barrier, whatever it is that Hour Zero is trying to run, but we're looking at a mirror composition with the Mei. Maybe we haven't seen Mei in a bit, but again, it's Spawn, it's Overwatch, so they like to troll the casters with this one. 2 seconds until we go out, and we're walking out on the Rhine comp.
Yeah, we didn't actually get to see Icebreaker the last time that these teams tangoed here on Antarctic Peninsula. This was again a 2-0, and we didn't get to see this one. So seeing both teams coming out with Reinhardt compositions is going to be an interesting one. We'll see what ends up being giving more value, the Mei or the Sim, and it looks like it's actually going to be Senna on the Bastion taking down her counterpart in Fred the Fish. Those two have been going at it back and forth all night long, but it looks like Chengdu Guardians going to put a short end to this night here. Peace takes down Venus, and Chengdu Guardians should get first cap here, but they lose Kindred, so I mean, despite capping the point, their ability to hold it is a little bit gutted right now.
Right, this could be something that can change how it goes, right? If you're able to come back faster with your team on the Lucio, it's going to definitely affect it. They are rushing back onto the point, but this could be an easier retake than they expected.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Hour Zero are in any position to punish it, but it looks like Kindred is back, and Sawhill, died at about the same time, so it looks like it's actually going to be even, which great for Chengdu Guardians. They can keep the percentage ticking up, but they don't really have, they just kind of give up some positioning for free. Sawhill just waltzes right back, but Hour Zero are a little bit split right now. When Sawhill gets punished, Venus pops the advantage just to try and save them, but not able to do so. They take down Senna, but they're giving up too many resources to try and make that happen. That pick not worth it in the end, and Chengdu Guardians hold fast.
Right, Cheng the Guardians looking so good right now, and they have Bun on the Mei, just absolutely staggering over here. Big window to try and stop any kind of retakes. And I do want to say, on these compositions, whoever slips up for just a tiny second, all hell breaks loose, and you have the artillery coming onto the side of on Cheng the Guardians.
Yeah, that plus the window. Both these ults have to come out because of that pickoff onto Peace, who is not there to pump in the damage and is also not there to utilize that sim wall, and that's giving Hour Zero a ton of space, but Senna gonna suck it right back out, takes down KQA, Sawhill gonna fall as well, and with Chengdu Guardians back at full strength, that's gonna be another fight win and a little stagger onto Bun. This is mean.
that is just mean, and they boop them off. They don't even allow them the honor to be killed by the hammer, and now Hour Zero is struggling to really get anything started. The second that they got the first point, right? You get the first capture, the momentum just keeps on rolling, and then you have 3 ultimates, a big wall, a big shatter, and even bigger beat. 3 ultimates at the center of Hour Zero, and this Blizzard, if they can get Kindred, this could open up a big window to come back into this game.
I say keep an eye on the sound barriers because Scarlet has to have that scouted out and knows that she's got to use it. The shatter going to come up from Kindred, but it looks like it was blocked. But the sound barrier from KQA goes very aggressive. Blizzard going to finally come out. Kindred has to pin herself out of it. It looks like Peace is frozen up with the sound barrier from Scarlet, just like I called out, is going to keep them alive. And the shatter from Sawhill gets gutted. It's not able to come out, and Chengdu Guardians look like they're going to take this one home. Icebreaker belongs firmly to them, 100-0.
Right. No, like first map, sorry, it's looking like it's just our zero day, all day, every day, and it's still close, right? But Chengdu on this one, just the momentum key. How are you supposed to stop them, right? The second that they slip up, like Bastion in this first fight, Senna, sorry, I don't believe it was Fred on the Bastion going a little bit too in. They die first, and that just ends up into a fight, into another. Chengdu looking extremely solid right there. When you have Kindred on the Reinhardt, you know that things are serious. But Sawhill has switched on over to the Zarya. This is usually considered a bad matchup, but if they are able to like enable Bun, just target Sceptern, target Scarlet. If you can get your Genji to get one pick at the beginning of the fight, it just changes everything. So last map, we're going the distance. Who will get this first point?
You know, what's crazy, too, is that Sawhill is kind of known as the main tank player for our Zero. Sniper is not known for their main tank player. So, like, in the Rhine mirror, Chengdu Guardians getting the better of that is kind of nutty. And they're going to stick to their guns. They're going to keep going with this Reinhardt composition. And Sawhill on the Zarya going to get caught out, pinned up against the wall. A Sawhill sandwich. Kindred just going aggressive, just like she loves to do here on the Reinhardt. And that's going to be first point going the way of Chengdu Guardians.
You know, we've lately been seeing like the rise of these compositions on Brawl. Like usually you just walk them with the Lucio, try and go fast, but now you just TP everywhere, swing the hammer and hope to get a kill. And that's exactly what Chengdu is doing right here. Good damage on the side of Senna. Oh my god, the fight is already starting.
Chengdu Guardian's just going a little bit aggressive, trying to make it uncomfortable for our Zero to find any sort of way in. And Senna with that grenade continuing to do just that. Yeah, Kindred was like just looking for anybody, just hoping someone would take the bait, going fishing, seeing if she could catch anything. But it doesn't look like she's gonna find all that much. But hey, turn around, you'll find Senna in your backline melting everyone down, takes down Fred the Fish, takes down Sawhill, and that wasn't even a fight. That was just Senna.
Yeah, that was Senna on the Bastion, putting on an absolute show, a massive masterclass on how to play the big, scary robot, man. Scarlet going in, gonna get a little bit of a taxi right here, and now let's talk about the ultimates, because this artillery, if you can use it early, you can stop fights before they even happen. Sawhill switching on to the Orisa, good matchup against Kindred, but can you stop the TP? That's a real question.
I mean, there's a lot of questions. I mean, that's a pretty good one, but my question is, what is Sawhill hoping to accomplish here on this Orisa? I think just survival, and that's not a great win condition. I mean, it's a start, it's something, but it's real hard when you got a Bastion in your backline with an immortality field. Artillery strike gonna come out. Fred the Fish does take down Kindred, and Senna's not able to get that artillery strike off here. Bun in a lot of trouble, as is Peace. Neither team, actually... Neither player really wanted to peek, but they do and take each other out. But 75%, our Zero are able to flip the point.
Right, good retake. Another they switch onto the Orisa. They have an ultimate coming up soon for next fight. But again, if Chengdu Guardians loses this one, if they win this one, they can force a last fight, force a touch on the side of our receiver in a very desperate way. So Chengdu, they have the upper hand on this one.
I mean, they do have the upper hand. Our Zero, I mean, they have control of the point, but Chengdu Guardian's just going to walk right on for free. Fred the Fish trying to utilize the high ground with the Photon Barrier and the Immortality Field and the Sound Barrier all to counter it. Shatter from Kindred goes massive, and Bun popped the blade, but she's not able to get anything of it. Not even a single slice. Kindred just completely sucks the air out of the room for that one, but she's going to fall for it. And, I mean, despite Chengdu Guardians flipping the point, it's not comfortable. That said, they're still ticking up the percentage, so the scrappier they make this fight, the better it goes for them. Sawhill going to invest the Terror Surge. Senna takes down Fred the Fish. Senna needs to be dislodged. Scarlet is still there, still kicking, and she's going to get this up to 95%, potentially more, as now Kindred is back. That's even more beefy health bar to try and chunk through, and they chunk Sawhill right down. Chengdu Guardians, they might be able to take this now. Kindred takes down Bun, and there's nobody left who can touch. Everybody is trying to make like Cascada and evacuate the dance floor. Our Zero, they fall at the last hurdle there. Chengdu Guardians take the first map.
Right, Chengdu Guardians looking absolutely clean on that one, and I do have to highlight the way that just Kindred walks in on the right hand and just starts getting picks after picks after kicks. One cannot be underestimated on this blade, showing what a good Genji is all about. But that game was just so close in between of the teams, right? You have Sawhill switch up to the Arista, which, as you were saying, of course, it doesn't bring a lot to the table. They live a little bit more, but you have to stop Kindred. You cannot allow them just to CP onto your backline. Like, let's send a setup, and that's it. Like 7 seconds of bashing on the turret ball is just absolutely detrimental to any composition. So how do we answer? It looks like ours here was not able to do that.
I could watch like Senna and Fred the Fish go back and forth all night long. I could watch Bun and Peace go back and forth all night long because all of those players seem so evenly matched with their counterparts. But for me, it feels like the Chengdu Guardians as a whole, especially Kindred right now, are feeling themselves. It's like coming off of that win against Valiant in the lower bracket, they have exercised their demons, given them a full P90X workout, as a matter of fact, and they've come back looking really strong, really confident, really warmed up, which is incredible considering how long they've been playing. Again, they are our EU champions. They have been playing this game literally all day with very scant few breaks in between. But I think Sawhill is a little bit cold. Like, I don't think they're as warmed up and as ready to go as Kindred, who is firing on all cylinders right now. I think the best hope for Hour Zero is to hope that she burns out right around the time that Sawhill warms up.
Yeah, and Kindred is not burning out anytime soon. You saw that, Reinhardt. You saw them spinning that camera and absolutely feeling themselves. When you're playing with this symmetric composition, you're just allowed to play. I don't know how to say it other than like an absolute madman. Like you're just going out there, going with the hammer, swinging. Absolutely, you're everywhere and just getting your kills. And at the end, it looks like they like their control points. They like Antarctica for a good reason. Good job on the side of Chengdu. Finally turning around. So hopefully they will start starting. Let's see if they can take it over Hour Zero. I do believe that we're gonna have a little bit of a switch CB, just as you were saying. Sawhill not quite ready. You know, they come in cold with a team that has been playing for a little bit, and now it's going to be Trumu on the roster for a second map.
That is Sniper, by the way. Trumu, Sniper, they're the same person. I've never seen them both in the same room at the same time together, so confirmed. Trumu is Sniper. Sniper is definitely feeling a little bit better now. They're ready to go, ready to get back in there. But I mean, the question of like, is this tank player going to be cold is still kind of there. I don't know how warmed up Sniper is going to be despite their insane performance at the top of the night. To be able to still be going with that fever, here's hoping. Like, I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that back and forth because, I mentioned that, like, Senna and Fred the Fish are going blow for blow. Bun and Peace are going blow for blow. Sniper and Kindred were also going blow for blow, but it was the overall team coordination from Hour Zero that ended up winning them. I was going to say winning them the day. They haven't won the day yet because the day is not over. It won them the first point, or the first series, though. Can they do it again? And with this cohesion, can they get back to what brought them this far?
Right, absolutely. When the cohesion is working on a team, they can seem absolutely unstoppable. They know what they are doing, and right now Chengdu, it looks like they are in the zone as well. So Hour Zero will have to bring it back, bring back that little element. Right, they're in the Chengdu zone. Just that you were no better way of saying that. What can I say? Sniper, however, let's see if the sniper, if the sniper like fever takedown plan that Chengdu has been cooking does not work. We're moving on to the King's Row. Scrims Row, as a lot of people like to say, an iconic map because this is where the teams absolutely need to be ready. You're playing these Reinhardt compositions, these Ramacha back when he was really popular. Like these all-out brawls on rushes, English are like, okay, we're going in 3-2-1 walking, as the Chengdu Guardians like to say, right? So let's see if they can get the upper hand on this one.
I don't expect either of these teams to make any drastic swaps at the midnight hour here. I think we're going to see the Zarya that they both came out with on the previous iteration. This is, deja vu. This is exactly how the last series started on Antarctic Peninsula, and loser's pick went to King's Row. So, not a whole lot of originality going on between these two teams. But in the mirror matchup, at least on the Rhine compositions, it feels like Chengdu Guardians are getting the better of Hour Zero, but in the Zarya compositions with Sniper in the lineup, it's a lot more close and close enough to where, like I said, some of those fundamentals come into play for Hour Zero and they're able to get the better of Chengdu Guardians. By the way, Chengdu, beautiful city. I've never been there, but I've seen so much artwork of it. Beautiful city. They should really host an Overwatch League team there.
Hey, they should. They should never before seen, right? Maybe the Chengdu Guardians will be the first.
Can we get a Philadelphia team while we're at it too? Like, that'd be really cool.
A Philadelphia team. Ooh, interesting. You know, never seen before. Maybe people don't know how to ask for something they have never seen, right, CB? Who knows? 40 seconds before we start hour 0. As you were saying, and you're completely right, Zarya is going to be the flavor of her rush, the flavor of her brawl, whatever you want to call it. Senna bluffing a little bit. I'm on Torbjorn. Hey, they're calling you in the chat.
Yeah, Scarlett's calling me out right now. Hey, Wicca, how you doing? Adding me for some reason. I'm watching the chat to see what she's gonna cook up with next, but whatever. We'll see there.
They need the shout out, you know?
Hey, yeah. Well, oh, okay. That's what it is. Okay. Oh, heart back to you. You can't see it, but I'm making a heart back right at you. Thank you very much. You're so sweet. Now, don't like. Thank you for the heart, but don't get yours broken. You have to stay focused here, and you have to go forward and win the matchup here. They're gonna come out with that Reinhardt composition. Peace gonna go ahead and make the swap over onto the Sim, and now we are in the London Spitfire zone for the Chengdu Guardians.
Right, the Chengdu Guardians looking real good right now with Kindred on their Reinhardt again, and they have the Symmetra, so get ready for the TP strat because it's about to happen.
And looking for the optimal point of entry, and it looks like it's going to be the high ground, and now we've kind of pulled the Uno reverse card.
Nice
Kindred, they now have control over the archways, which is going to make it a little bit uncomfortable. There's nowhere really for hour 0 to back up into, plus Chengdu have control of the hotel. They're going to go ahead and make another swift TP. They're trying to catch a backliner out, but they're just too slippery. They coated themselves in oil this morning, and they just won't stay pinned down, but well, this is all happening. You know, Chengdu Guardians are ticking up towards that first tick. They've lost Zep turn, though, and they lose Senna, so one tick might be all they... excuse you? Fred the Fish didn't look both ways before checking into that hotel, did not check out. I mean, Chengdu Guardians, they've gotten one tick, but they haven't been able to dislodge hour 0.
Oh, but the point is still ticking. Peace is also looking for this flex support onto the side of our 0. They are still holding on. True Sniper fighting for their life on the Zarya, but Kindred's still here. They won't go anywhere.
Yeah, they can't get rid of Kindred. I mean, she's got the heals. Peace is also still just kind of lurking with all these teleporters. They can't really pin them down anywhere. And Chengdu Guardians, they got their second tick, but they're going to go ahead and invest the window to try and prevent anyone else from coming in. Bun, very aggressive, gets caught out. There is no one in the world that can save her. And despite the window being invested from hour 0, the point is going to be capped by Chengdu Guardians as hour 0 cannot get in. And because they died so late, Chengdu Guardians have an opportunity to push way forward. You can see how much space they want to take right now.
Yeah, Kindred is tackling into the streets of Kings Road. You can see it here right on the camera. Hour 0, they're going to be spawning late, just like we were mentioning, and this allows for total and complete control of this corner. This corner is one of the most infamous places in which teams get stuck, and they don't know what to do, but it looks like the Chengdu Guardians has it on lock. Artillery strike is going to be more than ready. Peace has a big wall, but Hour 0, they have a grab, and they have an overclock instead of Fred the Fish, who's been absolutely on fire today.
Senna gonna go ahead and pop the artillery strike. That alarm klaxon sounds like it's time for the fight to kick off, and Kindred going really aggressive. She almost gets melted down, but the support is there. Immortality Field invested to keep hour 0 alive. Here comes the Graviton Surge. The Immortality Field to keep Kindred alive, and nobody has died. That's a lot of ultimates for not a whole lot of life loss. Finally, Peace is going to fall, but the Shatter from Kindred, but she can't follow up. There is too much pressure. Sound Barrier comes out. It's too late to save Peace, but is it enough to save the fight? Window comes out. Senna gonna go ahead and put wheels down, go into turret form. Bun pops the Dragon Blade. Immortality Field again, and Bun gets moved way up into the sky, but when she comes down, she comes down like a meteor and just wipes out the back line. Hour 0 able to hold strong.
Coming down like an absolute menace. Hour 0 able to hold them back with the grab, and with a blade only. Check the Guardians, they invested almost all their resources, CB. Coming back into these couple of fights, they're definitely have the momentum on the side of Hour 0. They have a beat in order to stop anything that could threaten them to die. And Red the Fish, they have overclock to put a complete stop to any pushes. So this is their chance to stop it.
Look at the approach, look at the angle that Chengdu Guardians are taking. They're going straight for the backline. This is really aggressive, and they're going to go ahead and flip it. They come in from behind. Immortality Field forced out early, and they're also just kind of bullying Hour 0 off the point into this little alleyway where the defenders don't want to be. But, you know, Sniper, maybe you'll be a little bit more comfortable in spawn. Kindred are going to go ahead and send you there. Fred the Fish with a pick onto Zep turn, but I don't think that's going to amount to a whole hill of beans unless they're able to find anything else, and they are not. Senna makes sure of that. This should be the point cap for Chengdu Guardians.
Absolutely, they shouldn't be able to touch at all. You have Bun in the backline, so maybe plotting to try and save the point, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Look at that, 3 people on the card, 4 meters away, and they're still fighting for it.
Bun's able to get the touch there, and the sound barrier comes out. They find Scarlet. Yeah, Venus gonna go ahead and find that pickoff there. Senna gonna be melted, and I mean, that last second touch from Bun, plus the ults that Hour Zero invested there, they're able to hold, but that was pretty costly for them just to be able to do even that.
Right, they invest a couple of ultimates, of course, they can keep the time bank running down for the side of Chengdu Guardians, but now you don't have your window, you don't have your blade, you only have a grab, and you have Kindred with this absolute menace of a shatter, which you know that she's gonna deliver with.
Good lord, she is aggressive. She goes for the pin there. The artillery strike gonna come down from Senna, and there's the shatter. Venus is caught in it, but the bubble is going to keep the Baptiste alive, but there was no bubble for Bun, and Senna gonna go ahead and cook Bun, and Graviton Surge gonna go ahead and come out from Sniper. They're able to take down Zepturn. That might be, yeah, that's all the wheels just falling off right now for Chengdu Guardians. That was the pick that they needed. In Hour Zero, they're gonna be able to sustain and repel the Guardians once more.
Right, the Guardians looking so strong right now. CB, what I thought was going to be a for sure capture has turned into a predicament for the side of Chengdu. How are you supposed to hold them back? How are you supposed to stop them from holding you right here? Bun is about to have their blade, and look at the rotation here on the side of Chengdu Guardians. Let's see if they can go a little faster. They've tried going through the high ground, but they haven't really tried going low, right? Kindred, they should play aggressive, go for that backline and not allow them to set up, because this wall is going to be real. The real thing that the only real thing that Chengdu has for this fight.
They're gonna go ahead and take the alleyway approach here. That wall's gonna be coming out here shortly, I think. Peace looks to be gearing up for it, but they're actually gonna go ahead and go for the TP. They wanted to try and catch KQA out, but they're not able to. Sound barrier gonna come out, and Kindred just has control of the point, and there's not really a whole lot of contest there. KQA has to try and go in to get the touch, but they're gonna pay for it. Bun with the blade, but she's gonna fall. Scarlet with a nice little boop there to clean it up, and this might be Chengdu Guardians, but they need to clean up Sniper, and with Venus lurking in the alleyways getting cleaned up, that's gonna be an easy task, and Chengdu Guardians finally get point B.
Holy, but their 4-minute time bank has turned into into barely a 2-minute, a 2-minute one. Hour Zero, they're gonna have 4 ultimates coming back, and I do want to highlight Chengdu, great job on the rotation, CD, because they take over the point and you cannot get close to Kindred, right? They have a hammer, they have the big bopper that you can definitely not challenge. So great job on Chengdu, good recognition what they had to do. But now, how do you capture? How do you seal the deal?
Here comes another one of those artillery strikes, once again gonna kick off the fight. It doesn't look like they're gonna find a whole lot, and they're not even gonna go aggressive with it. Senna using that ultimate and not getting a whole lot of value out of it, but they're gonna go ahead and invest the window as well. Fred the Fish gonna try and clap back with that overclock, and it's gonna be enough to help melt down Kindred and the Immortality Field, shooting right back through the window, forcing Scarlet back. I mean, with Kindred gone, this fight is essentially dead, but so is Fred the Fish if Senna has anything to say about it.
Right, and look at that. Senna's closing out the deal, putting a little bow onto this fight with the Bastion. How are you supposed to stop this damage? You're not going to be able to. No healers onto the side of Hour Zero, and the point is coming ever so closer to the payload.
And Kindred's back now, so that dead fight just got brought right back to life. Someone called the Necromancer. I mean, Trumu, the Sniper's trying to get any sort of positioning here. The Amp Matrix comes out and the Immortality Field, but neither were on time to save Sniper. But, I mean, it's all fine. Everybody else from Chengdu Guardians just kind of, their knees buckled at the last hurdle there.
I got lost for a second there. I didn't know what quite happened, but it turns out that Sniper is able to trade with Kindred, and now 20 seconds. CB, this is going to be the last fight. Venus has to invest a beautiful window that manages to get 3 people, but now how are you going to use your ultimates? You have the advantage here. Sniper and Bun, they could do the artillery combo, they could do anything. And Chengdu, use your window, use your wall to win this fight.
I mean, they have to buy Scarlet enough time for her to build to her sound barrier. She has it now, and they took down Bun early, so they don't have to worry about the artillery strike. But now they have to worry about the Graviton Surge, but I don't think anybody got caught in it. They lose Zepturn, though, so they have to be swift here. They can't lose anybody else or take too much damage. Peace gonna go ahead and invest that Photon Barrier, but Fred the Fish gonna jump right on in there. But the artillery strike from Senna gonna take that fish down, and with no time left to spare, Chengdu Guardians, they do get the full cap.
Right, full cap and beautiful work right there. Of course, they get a little flop into the second point with ours here just showing a masterclass in how to hold. But in the end, it looks like they were not ready. They were not ready for the TP with the Reinhardt. And if you are not ready for the speed, you're going to get absolutely ran over. But CB, now we have a clear goal in sight. Overtime is going to be the thing that they can aspire for. No time left for Chengdu. And if RSC is able to pull off a real good offense, they can force a situation in which they can just win with a bigger time bank, right? But we've seen anything. We've seen everything in this tournament. And Overwatch in general, so be prepared because our Zero and Chengdu could surprise us with a very, very close set. 3 seconds before we see what they walk out on. I'm betting on Sniper staying with the Zarya, or the Orisa on the attack. No more Zarya.
I mean, you mentioned that we've seen a lot of things, but like one thing that we didn't see, can I get a mod check on Sniper's grab there towards the end there? Because I'm not sure where that went or who got caught in it, if anybody, but regardless, like, it wasn't enough to slow down Chengdu. They just kept rolling it through. I mean, you know, there was quite the stall out there on point B that left us with this essentially no overtime bank that the Guardians have right now. So, Hour Zero, like you called out as well, the Orisa composition swap, we'll see what they're cooking with this one. I feel that this might be another situation where they are probably going to swap. I don't see this horse sticking around for much longer.
Right.
Because, again, all it really gives you is survivability. It doesn't give you a whole lot of staying power against the Reinhardt. They're walking out with it.
Yeah, you can get a spearhead, like a little bit of an offensive plan, right? With the spin, with the javelin, with the gold. But at the end of the day, you're going to get burned by Peace, and Peace hasn't been able to achieve these fights because they have tier 3 beam, and how do you stop that? Orisa's not really able to do it. She's gonna get absolutely burned, but let's see what they can cook, because this could be the difference maker.
You can see Peace like looking. They were looking to try and find that teleporter, and now they've got Senna in the back line, and Hour Zero are kind of sandwiched, and Bun. Hey, how appropriate that Bun gets sandwiched. That's poetic, I think. Is that anything? I mean, this fight from Hour Zero is not anything. It's just completely dead. As is KQA, gonna get pinned up against the wall from Kindred, and that's a pretty swift fight just off the back of just one teleport.
Right, and just as you were mentioning, right, like you have what's called Bastion, and you have Symmetra on the same composition. What are you going to do on the side of Sniper, right? You can really do anything. Ultimates are coming out on the side of Chengdu Guardians as well.
And the teleporter gonna come out, and same as before, Senna is now in the backline. Bun privy to it this time, gonna take down Senna, but they lose Fred the Fish, so a pawn for a pawn. We'll have to see if this chess matchup favors Hour Zero. They do at least have the spawn advantage, but they're now, once again, just kind of checked into this Heartbreak Hotel here, and there is no checking out. It's time to get the heck out of there. They do, I mean, they take down Peace as well, so no longer sandwiched, no longer stuck. They can go ahead and pop the Terror Surge, and they pop the window. Kindred with the Shatter, though, I don't know how she was able to live through all of that, but she does, and she finds the Shatter, finds the kill onto Venus. Now, see, a Sniper's in no man's land, and this is just a done fight.
Yeah, you can check out anytime you want, but you can never leave. Senna neither, but great pickup with the Bastion, and Scarlet seals the deal. Now, Chengdu, they lost a lot of tanks, and now how do you stop them? You cannot. You don't have your tank, you don't have your support, you don't have your DPS. This is going to be Hour Zero with a good hand up into this duel.
I mean, Chengdu Guardians, they have the teleporter. See, Kindred's already back. Yeah, she's back just in time. She meets Sniper at the pass there, and once again, Sniper is forced into that little corner there, trying to just, like, you know, jockey their way back to the rest of the team. Fred the Fish has to use the slide to avoid dying to that artillery strike, but gonna go ahead and hit the fadeaway shot onto Kindred, and suddenly, it looks like Hour Zero have finally cracked the code, finally corralled the chaos that is the Chengdu Guardians, and gotten themselves checkpoint A.
Right, beautiful work right there, but we do have to highlight they cap it with a little bit less time than Chengdu Guardians. Nothing to scoff at. Of course, you have 4 minutes, but still, this still gives them a little bit of an advantage onto the time. Like, they die late on the side of Chengdu, so you can take this forward space on the side of Hour Zero. You can leave your supports, you can leave your DPS to take care of the card, and have Sniper still lead this push. I do want to highlight, they are still on the Orisa. I thought they were going to stay on Zarya, but looks like we're still committed to the horse.
Ooh, Peace almost dies there. That would have taken the teleport to play, and that's a lot of the mobility from Chengdu Guardians off the field. They want to try and take this fight early so they can get it to that archway, because that's where the Symmetra is really going to shine. So they're going to teleport Senna right there and put up the photon barrier to try and keep it going. The sound barrier to try and keep Sniper alive is good, but there's just too much pressure. Sniper cannot get out alive, still stuck there on that Orisa, and now Chengdu Guardians have claimed the archway.
Right, and I cannot quite tell if there was a little bit of an overcommitment instead of KQA, but you've lost your barrier. How are you going to survive through the artillery, through the shatter? We don't know, and Kindred is rapidly approaching it. Every time she presses that Q button, you know it's gonna be massive. Sniper is slowly trying to get to the archway, but still, this is a stop sign, a massive stop sign.
And I called out, by the way, that Sniper was not known for their main tank prowess. So, I mean, the Reinhardt is not something that they can mirror, and that Amp Matrix looked to be so promising, but Senna just shuts Bun down and gonna go ahead and take Sniper down as well. And a nice pin onto Fred the Fish. Kindred, okay, so Kindred is really strong on the Jungle Queen and on the Reinhardt, and with Sniper in, they can't effectively mirror the Reinhardt, so they're forced to play this Orisa because the Zarya just was not working.
Right, the Zarya was working for a little bit, but in the end, Kindred was able to get the best out of it with the support that Peace has been giving them with this dive composition on the TP. Artillery comes out early. Chengdu's looking to still hold them here.
I mean, they don't even want to let Hour Zero get set up in front. Okay.
No.
I don't know how Fred the Fish dies there, but I mean, yeah, okay. Well, I pretend I don't see it, chat. But I mean, dying to that artillery strike is really awful. Like, the artillery strike is really only supposed to be used to make it so that Hour Zero can't comfortably sit at this archway to set up for this next fight. But I mean, they've lost their player. They definitely can't do that now. They're gonna try and go in with a little bit of a spin there and the Terra Surge, but they just teleport right out of it, and Sniper falls. Beautiful teleport from the Guardians. Artillery strike coming out from Bun, but it's as token as they come.
Right, no, Senna was able to get bailout by their Lucian, by the Kindred, by everyone on the team. They don't want to let their Bastion go, and neither of these specs are going in with a TP, but they finally show some restraint. You know, Kindred very aggressive, but they can also be very level-headed when watching back.
Bun is done. Bun is finished. Bun has swapped over onto the Junkrat. He says, I am breaking through this choke one way or another. If I have to wait till I build up to a Riptire to do it, so be it. And Matrix goes sideways from Venus, but the sound barrier from KQA is huge to stop the damage from the Shatter, and Kindred is suddenly not where she wants to be. Senna tried to make up the difference, but without that Reinhardt there, it's so difficult to hold these archways, and now there's nothing to stop you from the pipes coming out from the Junkrat. Bun is marching forward, trying to find purchase with anything, but with Peace in the backline and with Senna there as well, can they really find anything? Sound barrier from Scarlet. Senna takes down Bun. The Chengdu Guardians will not be dislodged.
Look at that, they are still in a tiny building. They don't get to pick, but Senna's still going. Senna's not satisfied. The transformer comes out, and that's going to be the tank. Holy!
She gets Sniper for it as well, and with only 30 seconds left, Hour Zero, they don't have an ult to their name. They don't have a leg to stand on. Chengdu Guardians, they can even force positioning with this window.
Right, with this window, they could be able to do something. Chengdu is gonna be keeping them here, and the payload hasn't moved at all. The turrets are out, and Sniper's trying to clean them out. They will be able to do so, but still, they haven't been able to move fast. And now you have a huge window that will stop you right on the tracks.
Venus might have one of their own as well if they're able to build up to it, but Zepturn can strike first if they know what's there. But Fred the Fish is going to find the early pickup onto Senna. That is absolutely massive. You don't have to worry about the TP plays anymore. They're going to go in with the Terra Surge, and Kindred somehow survives it, but not for much longer. The follow-through damage is going to come out, and with the aid of that Terra Surge and that early pickoff, Hour Zero are in this fight still, but it is overtime, and they have the entirety of Street Space to work through.
It is overtime, and it's not like we haven't seen this before, CB, but this is still a tall hill to climb. Bun will have the Riptire ready to go. Will one-shot someone if they are not careful that they don't shoot it, but at this level of play, the tire is never safe. Like, it will get shut down at some point. Overtime is still taking KQA, able to recognize that Venus needed a taxi, and they are right here to pick them up. Kindred right there meeting them on the streets, and look at that!
I mean, Chengdu Guardians, they have to be wary of this Riptire because the overtime spawns mean that this might be the only fight that they really get here. Here comes the Riptire, but everyone's just going to teleport away from it. Or sorry, by everyone, I mean Peace, who teleports right into it, as a matter of fact. That's no good. That's not where you want to be, and that is not... Yeah, that's not the play. Scarlet going to go ahead and get cleaned up, and Hour Zero are still in this, and they have... I mean, they're marching forward towards the point there. Kindred takes down Bun, but she's not going to live to tell the tale. Not going to be able to get out. Hour Zero are going to cap point B here in overtime and keep this map alive.
Fred the Fish, good work right there with a couple of picks, but Bun is the star of the show. If you are able to deny Peace just existing on the map, you don't have to fear the tier 3 beam going right through your wrist. About to die too!
Peace getting a little low there, still able to survive. That would have been quite the stagger if they had fallen there, but Chengdu Guardians able to sustain, and now they can start to build back up to their ultimates, or sorry, build a good positioning to make use of these ultimates. There's a teleport shatter and it goes huge. Actually, no, it goes wide. It doesn't find anybody. The sound barrier are going to come out from either side to try and keep everybody alive in the fight, but the Chengdu Guardians, hey, they didn't get what they came for. They're tucking their tail between their legs. Senna wants to stave off the aggression, and they take down, she takes down two, both the DPS with that artillery strike, and that's a miracle fight win for the Chengdu Guardians.
Yeah, someone stop her, please. Chengdu Guardian is so clean right now with Senna's artillery strike. As you were saying, it allows them to like stop this hold on this corner, right? You cannot be sitting there at all. Bun switches onto the Bastion, more front-loaded damage onto Kindred, and you don't have to go through like the reliability of the tire at all. We have a turn search, we have a window, but still, Chengdu Guardians looks like they don't care about ultimates. They're still holding.
I mean, hold as far up as you want. You got the point cap as long as you get it into overtime, which, I mean, even if they don't, they're pretty much guaranteed an overtime push, but Kindred's gonna get just bullied there. That window with the javelin spin, oh, it's all going Hour Zero's way. Chengdu Guardians, they're just trying to stagger out on point. 10 seconds left. There's gonna have to be an emergency touch for Chengdu.
Right, Chengdu Guard is looking to hold here, but you have a huge horse right on the side of your screen. They have Terra Search as well. Oh, Kindred, good recognition there.
Oh, but she pins off the point. Scarlet's got to be able to touch there. They take down Venus. That is the best pick that they could have possibly gotten.
no.
They lose Scarlet, the Terra Surge to take down Kindred, and they're going to boot piece off the point, and Chengdu Guardians can't touch Hour Zero. They full cap. We got a minute apiece for going into extra innings here.
I don't even know what happened there. Well, I do know Kindred goes in for they go in for the pin. They get a pick, of course, but now you've given up the point, right? CB, your wrist is right there and just holds this shatter, and it's like choose your poison. Do you let the point cap, or do you go in and get nuked? Right? There's nothing else that you can do. 1 minute for both of these teams, which will be better on the offense. We saw that Chengdu was able to capture faster, so this could be the breaking factor. But still, Hour Zero on this series is slowly gaining the confidence that they need to maybe tie this series up. I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell who wins this one.
I had a heart attack there for a second when Kindred pinned in and pinned right past the point. And I was like, oh no, they're gonna C9 because of that
Not
pin.
like this.
Like Scarlet just had like a hair to be able to touch it. Like one of her hairs just sticking off, or like grew her nails out just long enough to touch it. Just barely claws to the point. And then the Terra Surge comes through. Like in the matter of 5 seconds, that was back and forth like 6 times. But Chengdu Guardians, they lose their grip on it, and Hour Zero, they're able to cap. So we're back at even ground here.
Okay, CB, I have to redirect your attention to Bun. The Junkrat Gambit is on the screen. 1 minute, hoping to blow up Kindred as much as they can, and they're still going at it with Senna on the Murderous Robot and Peace on the TP Shred with Kindred. Who's gonna break through this 1 minute barrier? There's only one way to know, and it's by watching. 50 seconds already on the clock.
I mean, but surely the Guardians aren't going to see this coming. I mean, they see it now because they see all the spam damage coming through, you know, Kindred getting conked around by the mines. They know the Junkrat is a threat now, but yeah, they got to make this rotation, try and adapt on the fly, try and avoid some of the spam damage, and they can't cross this window because a direct hit from a mine and a pipe would just be a death nail for this entire push. They've wasted 30 seconds, or I shouldn't say wasted, but used 30 seconds just to kind of flip it. They've got Bun isolated. Are they going to be able to finish her off? They do. That's going to be huge. No more spam to worry about, but now they're essentially just back at the choke point.
Yeah, and it looks like it's repeating history because Scarlet will get Fred the Fish, Peace will get Venus, and there's no way that you can retouch on this one. Chengdu, they see right through Bun's plan, good rotation, and now we're kicking into overtime. I don't think they might be able to cap though.
Yeah, I mean, you can even see the silhouettes through the wall right now. I mean, Hour Zero, they don't want to try and go for the cap here. They know it's overtime. As long as they're able to cap the point here, you know, they'll have a chance when they go onto their offense, but it's more important for them to not stagger out and not give up this archway because that would be the end of it all. That's a huge pick on the Zep turn, though. Yeah, they're going to go in aggressive. You can see the Javelin spin from Sniper coming out. They want to go as aggressive as possible. Bun cannot be dislodged from this angle. Kindred just has to...
Oh, you know,
no. Trap there. Yeah, Kindred just trying to hold up her shield to avoid the spam damage, but it's all for naught. Trumu gonna take down Kindred, and that's where the cart stops, right outside the garage. Didn't go very far at all, but hey, a cap is a cap.
Okay, I expect a lot of things when I get on the desk, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna analyze Overwatch, except for Junkrat to be literally the thing that defines who is going to be the one that caps. Scarlet recognizing it, you know? Bun calls himself a noob, but I saw some masterclass at Junkrat there. I have to take some notes here. I have to.
Yeah, well, it's like, so like I said, they would have never seen that play coming. Like, they couldn't have predicted that Bun was gonna go for the Junkrat there. Why would they? That's not a thing that any normal person does. And when they go for that TP to the high ground, they kind of mitigate the threat of the Junkrat, but, you know, when it's flip reversed, when you're trying to keep your feet firmly planted on the payload to keep it contested, and the Junkrat is raining down that spam damage from on high, and you don't have a way to get him off of there, you know, what do? Nothing. Right. You die. You pop like a balloon.
Yeah, and that's like I think Junkrat by himself, it's terrible character to play against because at any moment a mine hits you and then a direct hit, you're dead, right? Kindred looking to hug this angle, not giving them a shred of information to Hour Zero, but are they on the monkey? I think they're just scouting, hopefully, because if they walk out on this, it might just be a little bit of trolling. Bun sticks to the Junkrat, they are feeling themselves, and CB, they just have to cap, and then they basically got it. Yeah,
they're gonna go ahead and make the swap. Yeah, Sniper not gonna stay on the monkey. Going up against a Bastion, that's you're asking
Right.
for a bad time there. So onto the Orisa where you get to play the game, surprise, surprise, which is what Hour Zero need to do to get themselves back into it.
The mine.
Peace got really low there. That was almost a huge mine, but now they're going to use the mines just to kind of disrupt the teleport play that they kept going
He's
for.
so
Now
low.
Senna and Peace are kind of stuck where they don't want to be, and Senna gets punished, and that's going to be Chengdu Guardians already kind of forced back. Yeah, I mean, Hour Zero, they've now got themselves firmly planted on the point here, going to start the cap. They've taken down Zepturn, taken down Peace. They should be able to cap the point here. Chengdu Guardians just need to avoid the stagger.
Right, and now they're just playing for the retake. Bun, she is the girl of the match right now because this is just absolute masterclass Junkrat gameplay. The car will come out, and this is going to be a desperate fight onto the point. But Hour Zero, they have the hands up on the side of ultimate charge. So Chengdu, you have a couple of seconds to try and come through this choke point. It's like you're playing attack now.
Listen for the bell from the clock tower. The third toll means the cart is now going to be in motion, and Chengdu Guardians, when that bell tolls, they need to make sure it does
What's
not
behind
toll
them?
for them. They're gonna try and go in. They've now got position on the point. They've already lost Peace though, but they take another immortality field. They take down Sniper, but they have to be fast because the spawn advantage will come through. They lose Senna. There's so much damage now gone,
Kindred.
and Bun's got the rip tire. Kindred is down. This is gonna be Hour Zero taking King's Row. There is nobody left but Zepturn to try and stop the cart, and that Kiriko ain't doing a damn thing, especially when Bun is rolling. Hour Zero, take one of the silliest King's Row maps I've ever seen, but it's 1-1.
No, absolutely 1-1 tying up the series. At first to 4, there's going to be a long match, and I couldn't be any happier about it. Holy, Bun was MVP all day, every day. Huge window right here. And this allowed them to not give them time right here. Like, look at this. The damage is just unstoppable, and this is the beginning of something great. Bun on this Junkrat looking just to kick ass. It was so good, CD. What can I say? I didn't expect it.
That was the fight too, where you and I were both like, wait, what happened? Like, I could have
Right.
swore Chengdu had that fight. Suddenly, it just like, where'd it go? Like, it was Bun. Bun happened. Bun just entirely stole that fight for them with a little bit of help from that Amp Matrix. Very well played. But if we're gonna talk about Bun, we have to talk about the Junkrat swap, and we kind of saw a glimpse of it there towards the end, where it's actually like, it seems silly because Junkrat's just a silly hero, potentially the silliest little guy in the entire roster. I don't know if we want to debate that, but it actually serves a purpose there because, again, you saw, Peace and Senna constantly going for those TP plays where they teleport Senna into the backline. Suddenly there is a Bastion, wheels down, full turret form, ready to melt you. Well, you can just disrupt the teleporter and make it so that she doesn't have a way to get back out with just one well-placed mine, or you can conquer around to where she's no longer on that high ground. Suddenly she is very vulnerable and very scared for her life, and that's what the Junkrat gives you. It's a great heads-up play, great scouting from Bun and the rest of Hour Zero to get themselves back in this. We are at 1-1. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break before we go to map 3. Flashpoint is on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, chat.
and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours.
Our inside here, you know, you get an insight and you know something, you know, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, you know. But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Kunoichi Kerfuffle, and I am glad they called it that because there is no better word than kerfuffle to describe what we saw on King's Row just now, and what I expect we're going to be seeing going forward as we move into our next point. We're tied at 1-1, so let's break the tie on Cervasa.
Right, Surabasa, one of these new maps that has been released very recently. CB Flashpoint is one of those maps that not only does it feel like it lasts forever, but it feels hard because it's a really punishing game mode. When someone dies, you're not gonna see them for a couple of 200 meters at the very least. So it's gonna test out like a lot of coordination. Let's see if the teams have been scrimming it. Let's see if they have been putting enough hours into those scrims, right? As if they know the map well enough. But right now, it looks like our Zero having a little bit of a comeback with one on that Junker disrupting the strat that I thought they was never gonna do. Right, peace with these TPs and Kindred on your backline is terrifying to see until you have one on Junker. So who knows what can happen here.
I mean, one guess as to what's going to happen here. You know, chat, those of you who have been with us all night, you know, second verse same as the first. This is, again, the same map scoreline that we've seen, or not scoreline, but the same, you know, order of operations here as far as maps goes as we saw the first time these two teams squared off earlier tonight. Antarctic Peninsula, Kings Row, Surabasa. Of those three, Surabasa was the closest. And, you know, it came down to just one misplay, like I kind of highlighted, and I shouldn't even consider it a misplay. It was Kindred really, really wanted to go for a big play that would have definitely won them the play, but there was won them the map, but there was a split second, a moment of hesitation where the rest of the team could not follow her into the trenches. She got punished for it, and Sniper clapped back with a big grab, caught 3, and wiped the Chengdu Guardians, sent them down to the lower bracket. With how close that was, you know, if that little bit of hesitation is not there, if that little bit of communication is ironed out, this could very well go Chengdu Guardians' way.
Yeah, CB, and I do want to highlight, I don't feel like anyone's been hesitating today. They've been popping the ultimates as soon as they think that they are going to win the fight. They are not even thinking like, hey, should I do it or should I not? They are feeling it, they are doing it, and they are playing at their absolute peak. So CB, today I do think that it might be a different story. Who knows? Surabasa, really tough map. Let's see if they can repeat history on the side of R0, or if Kindred will get that redemption for the play that they didn't quite get to make on the side of Chengdu Guardians. Surabasa, really big map. We have to highlight, you have to cap 3 points in a row, and it takes forever. Trust me, like when you die, you can see the point. 170 meters. I guess I'm taking the long way. I don't know.
And the point ticks up so fast too. Like it feels like twice as fast as it does on control. So like you're used to being able to see in like 60%, like we got a little bit of time, but like in this it's like if the enemy team gets up to 60%, you better put on your running shoes and Sonic the Hedgehog your way back to the point, because there's no room for error. There is no time to like properly plan some of these fights out. You gotta go, go, go. And staggers become really important. They can make or break a fight. Again, I go back to that play that Kindred went for that didn't pan out. It was a attempted stagger onto Venus, the Baptiste there, and it just didn't pan out. If she had gotten that kill though, would have entirely sealed the entire map and brought Chengdu Guardians back into the series, but it just didn't pan out. But that's how valuable the staggers are in this, because if you get one, like it's so hard to recover. It's so difficult to try and bounce back from that. You don't have time to try and wait for 3-4 teammates to take turns coming back out of the spawn. It is hell to try and climb back from something like that.
Yeah, and it's definitely a map that punishes you for the mistakes that you committed, be it small, be it big, because again, you're walking such a distance, and just as you were saying, the double tick rate, basically, it's like 2% per second, means that one fight that you lose, the other team gets 60, and then it's for the last fight, right? So it has to be, you have to either win very quickly or win very, very hard, like get a couple of staggers in there just to get this big percentage. I feel like this game mode really has a lot of dynamics that you have to be real with, like your rotations have to be effective. Your team fights have to be real fast and use as little ultimates as you can so that you can keep them for the next one and secure that last fight. So CB, I'm glad that I'm on the desk today and not playing, because that's stressful. That's as stressful as it gets.
Yeah, it's stressful, especially because again, like, you know, I keep saying, like, we've been here before with these teams. It's definitely the same order of operations with the map, but because we're in a best of 4 series and because we actually have a 1-1 scoreline, we're gonna be in uncharted territory after this. But who is going to have the advantage as we move into that uncharted territory? We're gonna have to find out on Cervasa here. It looks like we are. Yep, we're getting things started. Map is ready to go. Had a little bit of a delay there. Gonna go ahead and kick it off here. So, like last time when we went into this map, it was a little interesting. You know, we did kind of see some of that Reinhardt from Kindred coming out, and it was pretty successful at points. We did also see some Junker Queen coming back and forth, but it wasn't enough. Like, it was close, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it's hard. Like, deciding on what to pick here, CB, is really interesting, right? Because you could go for the brawl just to guarantee really long fights and let the point tick out if you're the one that already has it. But usually, Junker Queen is the character that people go for, right? Because it allows for this fast playstyle, finishing fights quickly, as I've been mentioning, or go for those quick rotations, right? And it looks like Kindred is busting it out.
I just go for Junker Queen because she's hot. Like, that's why I pick Junker Queen. But like, if you want like utility in a hero, like, that's you. I just play her because she's hot.
Right, we're not the same, right? We're just not built. We're not built the same here. She's hot enough, and I'm going to pick her, says Kindred, because look at that. We're locking in the specialty character. The specialty character. The first time that I casted Kindred, they were on Junker Queen putting on a clinic, and this is going to be the same thing.
I think this might just be for a commanding shout, and then she's going to swap over to Reinhardt. Yep, called it, and now she's going to go ahead and pin out.
I don't get to see it.
Yeah, no, I mean, you still might. You know, she has a tendency to swap over onto the Junker Queen, and I've touted her as potentially the best Junker Queen in the Calling All Heroes scene, which would, you know, by the transitive property, also make her potentially one of the best Junker Queens in the Kunoichi Kerfuffle. But going up against Sniper, who is also quite competent on the hero, isn't playing it, is on the Orisa, and I mean, Kindred just bullying the Orisa back, just gonna go ahead and take all of this space for free. Gets pinned up against the wall with the Javelin, but I think Hour Zero have just bled too many players for it to be worth their while. Chengdu Guardians gonna go ahead and get first cap.
Oh, and it's just Senna again. CB. Senna just keeps getting 3 per fight. We have to check their PC, that task manager. Something has to be running in the background. But right now, absolutely clean gameplay from the side of Chengdu Guardians. Securing the point, Kindred does die for it, but still, it takes so long to get there that they are going to be back right on time.
You say, you know, check Senna's PC. I know for a fact she's been hackusated in the past, but, you know, she is legit as they come. Her aim is absolutely nutty, and if she's given the space to hit the shots, oh boy, she will hit them. And right now, Chengdu Guardians have all the spaces. Hour Zero, they're trying to, like, they're forced to try and come through this archway here, but I'm gonna go ahead and put wheels down and force Kindred back. That's gonna give them a little bit of space. They burn down the teleporter, but the turret's slowing down like a sticky web of a spider, making it hard for Bun and the rest of the gang to come on through. The window is pretty huge, but it's clapped back. Window on either side, and the Fire Strike takes down KQA. Senna, though, is going to fall, as is Kindred. Fred the Fish with a nice two-piece there, and that might be enough for Hour Zero to stop the bleeding and get themselves on the point.
Right, and look at the percentage already, CB. It's already at 90%. It feels like we just started the map. Sniper able to confirm a kill on the piece. They get the oh, but they're not touching. Oh, they are.
KQA just, I thought a Sniper through there with the Terra Surge, but KQA just barely touched. But regardless, Zepturn is just finding all the picks there. They take down Sniper, and that's going to be the point going the way of Chengdu Guardians. Hour Zero, they had it in the palm of their hands, but they just let it slip.
That was just so fast. Peace will have their ultimate, Kindred as well, and Scarlet will not be left behind. At Hour Zero, they don't really have any resources. They already have the point on the side of Chengdu. They are way too fast with the TP, with the Lucio, and they're still trotting over there. 20 seconds until the point unlocks, and this is what you need to farm your ultimate for when it unlocks.
I mean, yeah, you definitely need to get an ultimate, because look at the stranglehold that Chengdu Guardians have right now. They're already on the point. They've got the Rhine Shield. Zepturn set up. Senna is going to be lurking. Another teleporter play from Peace, but that might be a little aggressive. The teleporter gets melted down, and Bun going to take down Peace. That was a very aggressive play that gets punished, but Scarlet going to go ahead and clap back. Fred the Fish is down, and the rest of Chengdu Guardians going to match Peace's aggression in their stead to try and keep it going. They do get first cap here, but are they going to be able to get much more than that? The wheels go down. The Javelin doesn't knock Senna off the map. That's what Sniper wanted, but they're not going to find it. Senna going to melt down the horse, turn them into glue, and that's going to be Chengdu Guardians staking their claim.
Oh, 25% already. ZB and Kindred is not done. They get Venus on a stagger, and Fred the Fish will go down as well. Ultimates on the side of Chengdu, looking like they invested a couple, but still, this is gonna be right what I said earlier. You're gonna bring it to 50%, and now it's last fight territory already.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're already halfway there. Hour Zero, like, they have to win this fight. They have both support ultimates, which is huge. They should be able to win this fight off the backs of those, but eyes are going to be on KQA and how they decide to invest this sound barrier. I got to imagine, like, they're going to have to use it aggressively, but they're a little bit split, and the wall from Peace is going to split them even further. Senna, very low. They need to try and chase that down. They do. She is done, and that is a lot of damage now off the field. Scarlet going to fall as well. Chengdu Guardians looking a little bit gimped right now. They should be, they can stagger this out to get it to 99%. I mean, if they even have to, but this is Hour Zero taking the point.
Right, Bun, good job right here on the Bastion, able to clean and sweep up what Sniper was able to do at the beginning of that fight. But still, you're at 99%. Chengdu only really needs to take one fight off of your belt in order to secure the point and bring them to a match point, basically here. Terra Surge, Overclock, and the same thing on the side of Bun with the Artillery Strike. They're going to be more than ready for when they come. But Kindred, they might just be aggressive enough with the Shadow. They can upset them, and Senna immediately popping it.
Yeah, and you can see where Senna's positioned too. Like, once this Artillery Strike goes down and Kindred is in off the TP, Senna is going to be somewhere where nobody expects her to be, but it's too late. Kindred has already fallen. It doesn't matter where Senna is because she can't get in. Her Reinhardt is done. And yeah, you can even see her just kind of lonely up there, that silhouette on the left-hand side. Yeah, doesn't really matter all that much.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And one of the things when you're playing against Orisa, right? If Kindred goes in and flies too close to the sun, you're going to get booped in, you're going to get javelined, and that's when you're going to die. This is going to be the last fight territory for this point at least, and Kindred is marching in, but you're marching against the Terra Surge.
Kindred's going to want to try and hit a shatter here. There's the window fire strike combo.
No, they're stuck.
Oh no, she's not able to hit the shatter. Senatels take down Sniper, but Kindred is going to, Kindred survives actually. The sound barrier from Scarlet going to help her stay alive, and Senna is getting so much value on the flank here. Nobody can deal with her. Artillery Strike comes out, but Venus takes her down. KQA with a nice two-piece there to clean it up. In Hour Zero, they get themselves on the board for Saravasa. We're at 1-1.
Right, Sniper switches onto the Doomfist. They try and touch, but it doesn't matter. Better to get like a little bit of that distance ahead of the other team, and just switch onto the next point. Right, you have another one to go. You can lose another one before you definitely lose. Red the Fish, KQA, and Venus will be there, but their tank is not. Kindred and their team will be taking over the point soon.
Almost like Hour Zero. They already kind of have a nice little positioning here where Chengdu Guardians are still trying to look and try and find their way in. It's going to be a high ground approach on either side here, but Fred the Fish, gets teleported right on top of, slips out, very slippery, but that's a lot of space for Chengdu that they just took for free with that teleporter, and they're going to go ahead and take down Trumu as well, so Sniper done. Bun, yeah, just accepting her fate there. Chengdu Guardians, beautiful teleport play. That's going to get them the objective.
Yeah, great teleport. Kindred sniping them with that fire strike will secure the point for now. And this is the problem of the month that you keep seeing, right? Like, it's literally Chengdu Guardians always wins the first fight, and then it's our Zero slowly hiking up this hill. How are we going to make it? We're going to make it with the beat and trying to get through Senna's artillery strike, which will definitely put a dent into their armor. Sniper is slowly moving in, but now that Kindred has the positional advantage, you cannot really walk through this.
Yeah, there's not really an easy way in for our Zero. Like, they have, okay, well, there's an easy way. You just kill Peace, easy peasy. Now you can just go right on in, and okay, someone turned out the lights for a second. Lizard Squad's in our game. That's okay. We'll take them out. Bun takes down both Zepturn and Scarlet. The back line for Chengdu now off the field, just trying to stagger things out. Our Zero, like I said, off the back of that one pickoff onto Peace, they buy their way in.
Oh, and look at this. This is going to be our Zero finally taking it really early from set of Chengdu. So you can afford to maybe lose one fight and be able to come back, but you would much rather not do that. And how are you going to do that? Now that you're on Orisa, Stevie, this is the anchor character. You cannot move from any position, and now you have Venus supporting you from behind with this window. I don't think Kindred's going to have a fun time walking in, but this TP is going to make it really hard to hold.
Oh yeah, she ain't walking. She's got a teleporter. She doesn't have the shadow, though. That would have been a huge opportunity for a play there, though, but the wall going to go and split everybody up, and a window to match. But Venus not going to live to get a whole lot of value out of it. It's still there and, you know, threatens to take down Kindred, but nobody is able to really get the damage in. She survives, and speaking of damage, Senna is pumping out all of it. Gonna go ahead and fall courtesy of Bun, but too little too late. Chengdu Guardians have flipped the point back.
Right, Chengdu Guardians get the point, and this is when it gets real tough. Look at the ticking. It's so fast, and now our Zero, they don't even have KQ8 to really speed them back up to the point. So this is going to be either a really desperate touch, or they will rather forfeit it and not get it. But looks like we're committing. You have everything. You have 3 ultimates here, and you only have Kindred Shatter, which could definitely make a mess here.
I think you want to at least bait out the Shatter, maybe even get out Scarlet's Beat if you can, just so they don't have it for the next one. Yeah, Bun, the Shatter comes out from Kindred, and there's the sound barrier. That's everything our Zero could have hoped to bait out. They're still likely going to lose this fight unless Fred the Fish goes huge, and they do. Takes down 2 with the overclock, but is it going to be enough? It looks like no. They're forced to slip off of the point. Kindred holds fast, and Chengdu Guardians go up 2-1. Clean up Fred the Fish, and now they have one more point before they take Sarvasa and right the wrongs of the previous series.
Right, and I do want to say I like it as we were mentioning earlier. Right, they are not doubting.
Bun on the
all,
Junkrat.
Right?
Bun on the Junkrat again.
Oh, again. Oh, Kindred's gonna have a fun time on this one. They have, but right. You overcommitted on your ultimates, right? On a point that was already lost. And now Chengdu, they are not only above you, but they also have ultimates coming up, but they have the positional advantage over you.
I mean, but Bun making the swap over onto the Junkrat, like we called out, it's a pretty solid counter for this composition. That teleporter was just bait. The artillery strike nearly claims Bun. Fred the Fish, though, finds the pick off onto Scarlet, and Bun does get value out of this Junkrat pick. And despite Chengdu Guardians getting the early cap, though, yeah, Kindred gonna go aggressive. They just want to forfeit this and try and gear up for the next fight here, because our Zero, yeah, they're taking it. Bun with 3 in that fight.
Right, it's just Bun right here with the Junkrat. It's like, this keeps coming, it's like a running joke at this point. Like, Bun just switches over to the Junkrat, and then the whole set changes, because Peace is not able to TP onto your backline, right? You put down a mine, and then everyone's up in the air. You don't have a real way to come back, and that was a bad placement. I have the TP back, right? And then Kindred separated from everyone, so Bun definitely gonna be the one to change things here, and maybe hope to repeat history.
And even if you try and like teleport onto Bun, she's got the concussive mind. She can just conk herself away and, be miles and miles away. But Senna's gonna go ahead and clean her up, so we're at even 1 apiece. The wall gonna come out there from Peace, and I mean, Chengdu Guardians, they're trying to take a little bit of positioning here, but the Terror Surge from Sniper, yeah, I saw that one coming a mile away, but apparently so did the Chengdu Guardians. They scatter like ants, but they get crushed under the boot of our Zero, and that's gonna be 75% likely gonna be the point for our Zero, unless Chengdu get a real fast touch here. I think at this point it's probably better to just go for the next point.
Yeah, they have to go, but Bun, please stop it on this Junkrat. How do they do it? Like, but looking real solid right here. They will have the Riptide more than ready, and now coming up to this point, they are chasing after each other. And our Zero will have the advantage.
Yeah, and like, because they were already set up on the previous point. The last point is going to be like right behind them. They already have an opportunity to cut Chengdu Hunters or Chengdu Guardians off at the pass. I need to stop making that slip up. It's gonna keep happening. I'm sorry. They've already got control. Yeah, they've already got control of the point there, but what a spear from Kindred just takes down Fred the Fish. A little bit of spear fishing, beautifully done, and suddenly it's not quite so uncomfortable to be able to just take some position here. Here comes that Riptire, just like you called out, but the sound barrier a little bit early from Scarlet. I think that's Riptire is still on the prowl somewhere, might find somebody. Yep, find Scarlet. Yeah, that sound barrier was early, so sure. Once again, Chengdu Guardians gonna get the early cap, but Hour Zero, they're totally fine with that.
Yeah, you no longer have Scarlet either way, and Kindred is getting absolutely pushed out of here. You have Overclock as well, and it looks like Hour Zero will retake on this one. Bun, unstoppable on this Junkrat.
Yeah, and like, there's no real way to deal with it, because like I said, you can't teleport onto the Junkrat, and if you stay at range, you're susceptible to all of the spam. Kindred is going to keep getting bullied and conked around by all of the damage, all of the mines. Artillery Strike going to come up from Senna and try and force Fred the Fish away from this position, but they're going to come right back with the Overclock through Zepturn's window, but Peace takes down Venus. That is a potentially lethal early blow there for Chengdu. They're going to go ahead and take all the positioning with that, and they're going to take the point back.
Right, holy, right now, Kindred tearing up the whole place. And, you know, they are able to play Jungle Queen, they are able to play the Reinhardt, and now this is showing them, hey, Sniper, do you think that I'm not a good Orisa? I'm going to show you right here. The Terror Search is more than ready for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, and you, oh, sorry, Chengdu Guardians, I'm sorry. You're affecting me with this one.
It's quite infectious, but I mean, let's go back to Bun here for a quick second, because she's made a swap again, now onto the Genji, so the Junkrat no longer paying dividends, but hopefully this window does. But a nice Sim Wall to negate it, and Bun is gonna fall. Senna takes her down, and Chengdu Guardians, they are threatening to cap here. Hour Zero, they're gonna go in with the Terror Surge. Are they gonna be able to find much of anything with it? They're spinning it up all the way. Kindred tried to mirror it, but they take down Sniper. KQA is gonna fall in. There's no one left to touch. The Chengdu Guardians don't let Hour Zero have this one. Like I said, they right the wrongs of the previous series. They take Surabasa, and they go up 2-1 in this series.
Welcome to Wook Spitfire, says Senna. But that was something else. Look at Scepter right here. Beautiful play of the game. And CB, it must feel great, right? Being able to do what you were not able to do on last set, right? Hey, we may have lost based on like one tiny little misplay that you were saying. Maybe just a little moment of hesitation. But right now, you're not hesitating. You're showing them what you're made about, what you're made of. Chengdu Guardians definitely taking the hand up on this set very deservedly, taking Surabasa. Now we're moving on to push 2-1. CB1 2 games away from winning the Kunoichi Kerfuffle, and what a kerfuffle it has been.
I mean, I'm glad that you call out, by the way, I call it a moment of hesitation, but they're not hesitating, because when you're a team that is taking the initiative, pressing your advantage when you have them, like Chengdu Guardians are doing right now, you're forcing a team like Hour Zero to make mistakes. Something that they were doing previously but weren't exploiting, but now, yeah, they're exploiting those mistakes, they're forcing even more out of them, and they're trying to, like, swap. Like, you're seeing Bun making all these swaps onto the Junkrat, which is working out sometimes, but not always. And sometimes she's forced off of it, forced onto the Genji. She finds nothing on the Genji. It just doesn't work out. They're looking for an answer, but the Chengdu Guardians keep changing the question, and that's what they need to keep doing. Be the woke London Spitfire. Be the team that no team can prepare for, because how do you scrim against a team like that?
Yeah, be the change that you want to see in the world. Be the change you want to see in the Overwatch League. Oh no, whatever you want to be, you can be it right here. And look at this, Cheng the Guardian. Look at the score as well on the map pool, right? It's going to be 1-2, 5-4, 2-3. It's been so close with every game that we've been seeing, and now that we want to push, it's another one of those tough game modes in which one pick can translate into 30 meters that you're never going to take back. The bot has to run back all the way in order to really come back into these fights, and it's just an absolute feast to watch, but to play, that's a whole different thing. Right now, Hour Zero versus Chengdu Guardians, I feel like they have been so close to each other. It's just tiny little mistakes that they do, and the other team just absolutely commits, and hey, I'm punishing you for them and showing you that you cannot be doing that in front of me.
Yeah, like I said, in the winners finals, it was a 3-0, but it doesn't reflect how evenly matched these two teams have been. They've been going blow for blow nonstop, and in this series, they're going blow for blow once again, but Chengdu Guardians are getting a little bit more purchasing power for their dollars there. I mean, dollars because they're in NA, but it was pounds before because they're all, again, the EU champions. They've been going all day at this tempo. How are they still going at this tempo? I will never understand. I could never, even somewhere in between, I would have had to just take a nap.
Right. It's been such a long set, and it's been an absolute treat to watch, an absolute treat to cast, and it's really exciting, moving on to these next few matches, because we've been seeing the Zarya, we've been seeing the Reinhardt, we've been seeing the Orisa, and now I think our next match has been confirmed. On the side of our Zero, we're going to be committing onto the new Queen Street, and a lot of the push maps, CB, they play really similar, like with the team composition, of course.
The illusion of free choice, yeah.
Right. You feel like you're playing different maps, but hey, it's a long sideline with a long pathway that your bot has to walk through, and this one corner that teams always get stuck on, you never know. But what we do know is that we're bound to see the Zarya, the Orisa, and the Reinhardt again. So will our Zero tie it up again, or will Chengdu put us on the match point? I really cannot tell, because they are that close to each other.
Yeah, I mean, the new Queen Street pick is still kind of interesting, because even though a lot of the push maps play kind of similarly, I haven't actually seen New Queen Street played at this level in a while. Like, most teams will typically opt for Esperanza, like 9 times out of 10. So I'm curious to see if, maybe there is any deviation for New Queen Street. I kind of expect a Zarya mirror to come out, but, with the way that these teams have been kind of counter-swapping each other with, like, the Orisas and with, so occasionally the Junker Queen or the Reinhardt, it really could be anyone's guess as to what these teams are going to actually come out with. It is, by the way, our Zero's map pick, so clearly they have a plan. They see the vision. They know what it is that they want to do, or maybe they just feel the most comfortable on this map, whatever it is that it might be. I mean, this is where they have to try and prevent themselves from going down that 3-1. They can't let Chengdu Guardians get onto match point, because no more breathing room with your momentum and the wind firmly taken out of your sails, and with the momentum that the wave of momentum that Chengdu Guardians are riding right now, it's gonna be really hard to stop.
Yeah, no, Chengdu Guardians is looking. Again, you were saying it. You lose to our Zero, and you're like in losers bracket. You're mad. You really want to show them what you weren't able to do so in this first set, and now you defeat another team in the bracket, and now you're back to these grand finals, in which you're about to show them, hey, I may have lost the first time, but let me show you right here what I can really do. Chengdu Guardians, their momentum has been unstoppable.
It wasn't even just beating another team. Like, to call Valiant Guardians just another team is kind of a disservice to them, which isn't a call out onto you, but just like, that's a really, really talented team. You've got past Overwatch League talent on Valiant Guardians like Halo. You've got contenders talent like Moving Fish. You have some incredible players in X10 and Wisp on the DPS core. Valiant Guardians is a very strong team. For Chengdu to go down to the lower bracket, do what they did to that team, what we just saw, is absolutely bananas, and just kind of shows you what frequency they're operating on right now. And it's not one that our Zero is prepared for. Like, they probably came into this thinking like, yeah, we beat them in the upper bracket, we can do it again. But can they? They need to put a stop to things right now. Otherwise, can they?
Yeah, because it's really rough, right? If you beat them the first time, you're showing, of course, you have something over them. You have like maybe a little bit of more team coordination, more map knowledge, but now they have this momentum. Just as you were saying, they've been playing Overwatch all day, and at this point, it's more like you start getting like scared. Hey, what do we really do here? Like, am I supposed to? Well, what are we doing wrong? Why can't we repeat from the last time? At this point, it might just be like this mental change. Like, hey, I'm locked in. I'm angry. I really want to win this one. It's like they didn't want to win the first time, but you're like, hey, I went to losers. I'm back. I just beat such a good team, and we're winning on the side of EU. We're winning everything right here and right now. I do believe that we got a lot of the troubles fixed out already. Assemble your heroes, we can see on the screen, right? So, New Queen Street, Chengdu Guardians versus our Zero. Will they bring it to match point, or will our Zero fight back with another point and tie it up?
I do really like that you bring up the mental toll, because this is nothing if not a mental game for the Chengdu Guardians. Again, there's very few greater tests to your mental than trying to make a lower bracket run and win a grand finals in a double elimination bracket from the lower seed. That takes a lot. To not only do that, but to do that after dominating the EU tournament as well, after playing Overwatch literally all day, that's
right.
Absolutely insane. I've only been casting this series for like 5 hours and I'm already winded. I can't imagine what it would be like to play it for like, 12, 13 hours at this point? Like, yeah. Good lord, like the Chengdu Guardians mental has to be ironclad right now, and it looks to be like I said before, on another level, like on another wavelength.
Yeah, no, precisely, and of course, Overwatch we always hear like, oh, it's a Genji blade. It's like this Widow always hitting headshots, but it's always about like this mental game. How long can you stay locked in? How long can you keep yourself in the zone of, hey, I'm winning this one, and just keep the momentum going, the calls going as well. But good rotation right here with the Genji, trying to get a good angle here onto Peace, onto Septum, but right now it's just a fight on for the high ground and TP into the team already.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just take the high ground. We'll just go ahead and use a teleporter. The high ground's ours now. We've won the battle, but are they going to be able to win the battle for the point here? They have to try and find a kill for that teleporter if they're going to do it, and it might just be the one right there onto Fred the Fish, but Fred the Fish able to live, takes down Senna, and yeah, I mean, Hour Zero, they clap back quite handily. Pretty much a team wipe save for Peace, who is tangled up in a nice little web here. They can't really dislodge them, but I mean, it's all for naught. Just a bit of a stagger as they were running away with the bot anyway.
Right, but that is also the person that you're counting on for, hey, let's TP into the backline. You know, who needs legs when you have a TP? But now that Peace is not there, oh, switch onto the Genji. I think this is the first time we haven't seen Symmetra in a little bit, CB.
I mean, but Peace's Genji has been phenomenal, and it was phenomenal when these two teams squared up the last time around, but they've given up a lot of space already, have the Guardian, so Hour Zero, as they start to round this corner and approach the checkpoint, like kill on the Fred the Fish. Now it's time for Chengdu to press the advantage, and yeah, they're gonna do just that. A bubble onto Peace to keep them alive, a nice deflect kill from Senna to take down the Immortality field. Sniper is in no man's land right now, but they can't quite dislodge them, and Chengdu Guardians, as much as I want them to press their advantage, they're kind of stalling out a little bit here. They do lose Peace, but they take down Venus. That's a good trade. They can now walk off with the bot, and once again, Sniper is not where they want to be right now.
Right, Sniper is definitely getting in a little bit of a dangerous position, but Bun with the beat.
A sound barrier comes out from KQA. Bun tries to take down Zepturn from it. They do finally, gang up on Zepturn. Scarlet, though, still alive, and the bot is still going Chengdu's way. I mean, they take down Fred the Fish as well. Chengdu, they're still getting the better of this. That sound barrier might have been a little bit for naught.
Well, it keeps on going, right? The fight hasn't stopped at all. Peace has their eyes set up on the side of Venus, and they won't die. Venus takes 2.
Yeah, Peace had their eyes set on Venus, but Venus didn't blink. That's a 3K for Venus. What a hero play coming out from the backline of Hour Zero, and they're back in control of the bot. But that said, they did use that sound barrier in the previous fight, like we called out. Chengdu Guardians have one of their own and a full house of ults to back it up.
Yeah, but if you don't overcommit on this fight, you can get the momentum going onto your side. Senna, if they get an opening pick, they don't even need any other ultimates.
We'll have to see if they use the investment here at all. There's the artillery strike from Senna. They do finally take down Venus, and yeah, that's a lot of the wind taken out of Hour Zero's sails. Chengdu Guardians, that's a lot of value, actually, for only using the artillery strike to win that fight and to gain control of the bot. That's insane. The artillery strike is mostly a throwaway ult.
Yeah, Artillery Strike is one of those ultimates that, of course, you can get a couple of picks at the beginning, but it's not guaranteed play, right? And Kindred walking over they have a little bit of energy on the Zarya, and you have every ultimate as well to back up Peace and do the job on this blade.
Yeah, comes with the Terracers to suck Peace right back in, but they're not going to be denied. They really wanted revenge on Venus for that last play, and they're going to find it. Plus, they're going to take down Bun to boot. Scarlet with a nice 2-piece, and that's a team wipe for Chengdu Guardians, who are looking to take the lead and potentially get the butt scratch.
Butt scratch will be coming up soon. Chengdu Guardians finally turning around after 4 minutes, what Hour Zero were able to do, on a whole comp switch from their side as well. Zarya versus Zarya mirror matchup, and Bun on the Genji will hopefully have to get that played soon, because Peace is definitely out-tempoing on this one.
But Kindred having the advantage of the Graviton Surge because of that. They're going to go ahead and use it. They're just going to melt Sniper down, but the Immortality field is good. Despite that, they still lose Bun. I mean, they able to keep Sniper alive, but without Bun there, it's going to be really difficult. And again, Chengdu Guardians, they want to press the advantage. They're going hyper-aggressive, especially Scarlet, who's just going to give Fred the Fish a knuckle sandwich, and this bot is not stopping.
Yeah, the bot is not stopping at all. Scarlet playing the Jet Set radio right on this one. And Senna will have artillery and the blade as well coming up for the Chengdu Guardians. About to break the 100-meter mark. I don't think that you can stop this one. There's no rotation that you can possibly get. Kindred has too much energy, and this blade, it's about to be huge.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to stop the bleeding before Peace builds up to it, though. And it looks like Chengdu Guardians, they've gotten what they wanted. They're going to go ahead and back out and play it a little bit safe here and let Hour Zero have a little bit of space. Kindred can conserve her energy, and the rest of the team can build up to it. But Fred the Fish going to invest that overclock, take down Zepturn. That should be a dead fight, actually. I think this should be Hour Zero taking control here, but at Chengdu, they got the checkpoint and even more than they could have asked for.
Right, but one of the problems that I have with this one, right, CB, is that you're able to win a fight, of course, you're able to bring it back, but now the bot has to come all the way back and you already have to invest a resource when Chengdu Guardians really never have to, and you're on a deficit, operating on a deficit the whole time. But if someone can make it, if someone can return to the 91 meter mark, it is going to be Hour Zero. Sniper walking forward, but Senna, they have the artillery on him.
Yeah, and every time she pops that ult, everyone backs up, and there's no more abilities to back up. He's gonna pop the blade, but the sound barrier is huge, and Bun shuts the blade down. Piece turned to pieces. Bun is going crazy. Got 2 kills there, and that's a great grab from Sniper. They give their life for it, but are they able to finish? Kindred Fred the Fish is indeed. It's still pretty even, but a sliver of health for Bun. Gonna grab the mega health pack. Hour Zero just barely coming ahead.
Will they get the checkpoint? They won't. Look at that. Piece doesn't want to give a little bit, not even an inch, because it could turn into a mile. Chengdu Guard is marching forward without Kindred. They don't have their tank quite just yet, but Fred the Fish about to get their overclock as well. So no ultimates of the set of Chengdu apart. Oh no, actually they have 2. This grab could definitely put a dent in their armor.
They also have the beat, which they need to be on the lookout for Bun's Dragon Blade to use. Scarlet can't get caught out, and they have to be just in time to use it. Immortality Field from Zeptern already forced out. Blade comes out, beat comes out in response. Great beat there, and Bun can't find much of anything, so she's just gonna take the bot, I guess, and yeah, take the fight back around there. But the window from Zeptern gonna force Hour Zero back a little bit. They can't sit comfortably. They can't put one of their own down just yet, but you better believe Venus is gonna be ready to put one down. And Fred the Fish with a charged rail shot, that's gonna be lethal if that combo comes out. Be on the lookout for Kindred's grab as well. Early grab though from Sniper. I think it got deflected. No, that was Kindred's grab.
Oh no. Oh, Hour Zero, they turned it around, they sense now, and this is going to be Fred Fish closing out the deal, hopefully, but Kindred gets the pick.
Yeah, Kindred getting a couple picks though, but it's not enough. Chengdu Guardians get team wiped. Bun with the cleanup there, and that's the checkpoint for Hour Zero.
Right, good checkpoint inside of Hour Zero. Good resets right here onto their positions, and they will get the forward spawn real soon. KQA brings them back.
But it's a split spawn. Not everybody got the forward spawn there. That's why KQA has to go for the taxi, so they give up control of the bot now.
Oh wait, Fred recognizes that Kindred switched over to the Reinhardt, and now you have a Bastion to blow up the tank. That's all what they were playing for, and Sniper has to grab. If they win this fight, CB, they are gonna bring it real close to that checkpoint.
We'll have to see. It looks like Chengdu, they're a little bit hesitant. The Immortality Field forced a little bit early there, and Zeptern is still very low, but the TP comes out, but without an Immortality Field, that's a really risky TP, and it was too great a risk, and Sniper makes them pay for it. The pin onto Fred the Fish, but yeah, that's a very spiky fish there, Kindred. You don't want to charge that one. That's one of those blowfish that's poison if it's not cut right.
Right, and I'm just saying, Fred the Fish looking beautiful on this Bastion right now. Good recognition on the side of Chengdu. Like, you lose your mortality, the best thing that you can do is play fast. Like, okay, let's go for picks. Let's see if they're expected. But Sniper is right there with the bubbles, with the damage, and this grab will be there as well. Will Kindred be able to stop it with the Shatter? That's going to be the question, because if Chengdu Guardians loses this fight, they will give Hour Zero the objective.
Senna once again gonna kick things off with that artillery strike. We'll see if it catches anything. It does actually get Sniper very low, and the Shatter ends up cleaning Sniper up. Kindred taking a ton of damage, but the Immortality Field and the Sound Barrier both there to save her and to stave off the pressure from Bun's Dragon Blade, which is looking quite dull right about now. And Chengdu Guardians, it's a heavy investment, but it's just what they need to keep control of the point.
Right, good job on the side of Chengdu. The Sniper doesn't use the grab just yet, so this might be just waiting for the last fight. 1 minute left on CB. The ultimates that you use right here, you're not going to get them back, so you have to go as fast as you can. 1 minute on the clock, they have forward one on the side of Chengdu Guardians, so if they lose this fight, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, with only a minute left, I think if you're Chengdu Guardians, you make this fight as bloody as you possibly can, bleed as much resources out of Hour Zero, and take the advantageous fight on your turf. But Kindred wants to take the fight right to them with a big pin in there. The grab comes out, but Sniper is already done, but it's traded out. Kindred's aggression does get punished, as does Fred the Fish is punished. I don't even know what they were doing over there, but cleaned up, and now Senna's in the back line. Everyone's got to try and skate away. That speed boost, yeah, coming out in force. KQA wants none of Senna right now, but Bun finds Scarlet in the back line. It is very, very bloody, just like the Guardians want, but they're still taking a little bit too much blood for Hour Zero. Hour Zero have control of the bot. Sniper is on it, but they have to try and keep Sniper alive, and with a full force of a 5-man team, Chengdu Guardians they might be able to cap it out here. 10 seconds left. We're going to be going into overtime. Artillery strike comes out from Fred the Fish there. Is it going to find much of anything? A nice javelin there. Doesn't really find anything. Does force Chengdu Guardians back, though. And Sniper... Go ahead.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm just saying it's just so hard to tell what is going to happen here, right? Because you have the blade on the side of our CEO, you can definitely clear up the backline, but Senna has artillery, and they're gonna use it right now.
Yeah, and I mean, with a lot of resources bled out, artillery might actually find something. It's actually gonna be Peace that finds Fred the Fish, who was criminally low here, and there's nobody who can really stop the Chengdu Guardians.
Die?
Sniper's still alive there, but the last to fall is the Chengdu Guardians. They take the fight on their terms, and they take New Queen Street, and they go to match point.
Holy match point already. Will they be able to turn around what happened to them when they were in the winner's bracket? It looks like they might as well just do it. CB, Chengdu Guardians, so solid right now. Their momentum is unstoppable, and Kindred and Disaria just cannot be underestimated how much they are doing. Peace, beautiful pickups right here, but it's not going to be quite enough for the side of our Zero to be like, okay, what do we do now? Because they're one game away from losing, right?
So, like, Kindred is a phenomenal player. She's playing phenomenally on the Zarya, but, like, when we think of the heroes that Kindred is really good at, typically, like, Junker Queen and Reinhardt, turns out, like, she does not fit into the mold of flex tank or off tank or main tank. Like, she's just kind of really, really good on a lot of them, and I think the lack of flexibility coming out from the side of our Zero is kind of punishing. Being able to have Kindred who can come in and play any of these heroes at a really high level versus, we have Sawhill and we have Sniper on the other team who are usually kind of playing like, main tank you want Sawhill in, off tank you want Sniper in. They're fronting Sniper for the most part, but Sniper's not able to match on that Reinhardt. And when Kindred comes out with the Reinhardt, they just kind of bully over our Zero.
Right. No, this Reinhardt composition has been so strong, especially because there has been no real answer to how do we stop Peace from just like letting the tank TP onto our backline and just absolutely wreak havoc, right? The only answer that we really had is in King's Row when one switched over to the Junkrat. They TP to the ceiling and then they get mines and everyone's in a panic. Where do we go? Where do we go? And in the end, they get picked off, and that's a map for them. But at the end of the day, can you really run Junkrat into these maps? Is it really worth sacrificing one of your heroes just to counter one specific strat? It's a little bit of a tough dilemma, but we're moving on to our next game soon. Chengdu Guardians just CB. It looks like they're unstoppable right now. I'm sorry.
I mean, Push might have been a microcosm for this entire series where it looked like our Zero got out ahead a little bit there, but Chengdu Guardians, they're riding such a huge wave of momentum that it doesn't feel like they can be stopped, and they know it. They are pushing their advantage. You call out Bun with those Junkrat swaps, which is a great heads-up play, but it's a reactive play, and when you're forced to react, you're prone to making mistakes, and those mistakes are being punished, and Chengdu Guardians have punished their way to match point here. We're going to be going to a quick little break right here as we set everything up for our 5th map, potentially our final map if Chengdu Guardians have anything to say about it. Let's hope our Zero have a couple things to say as well. We'll see you in a moment.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.
The Chengdu Guardians are in search of nothing short of world domination. Your reigning Kunoichi Kerfuffle EU champions look to take the NA crown, and despite going down to the losers bracket, they're here in the grand finals on match point against the very team that put them there, Hour Zero, Debit Island.
Yeah, ours here right now. They had a couple of games good showing on what they were able to do. Every match has been extremely close to me. Like apart from maybe that push, we was a little bit more sided onto the side of was more sided with Chengdu. But other than that, we're moving on to our next map, and this could be the end of Kunoichi Kerfuffle right here, right now. Habana is going to be the map.
Yeah, that's again Hour Zero's map pick, which I think this is an interesting pick because I hear Havana and I kind of think of like the double hit scan. Like this is one of those payload maps where you can kind of get away with some sniper play. I mean Widowmaker, not sniper play. Sniper is still going to be playing the player for Hour Zero, but you know, having a little bit of Widow and Hanzo. But it's also a map where you can keep up the same tempo that we've been seeing from the side of the Chengdu Guardians, where you can play that like kind of London Spitfire-esque comp, the woke Spitfire, if you will. That's the funniest comment I've ever read. Thank you for that, Senna. But like you can keep up that tempo. There's options here, so I'm curious to see why it is that Hour Zero decided to make this their map pick, potentially where they might make their final stand.
Right. This final stand, just as you're mentioning, is going to be on a map that definitely is a switch out of everything, right? You already played the Rush, you already played like these brawl compositions in maps that are like, oh, the Reinhardt, the Orisa, but now we're slowing it down a lot. Moving on to these Sigma compositions usually, which is what we see sometimes, but definitely snipers apart from, you know, the player. Oh, looks like maybe no Hanzo, no Widow today. We're locking in the Reinhardt, their Matra on the side of ours here. I mean, they're still in the spawn room, so anything could happen.
That's a troll pick there. Beautiful pigeons there, by the way, but they might as well be buzzards the way they circle in around Hour Zero right now. Chengdu Guardians, yeah, when I said that they want to keep up with the woke Spitfire composition, they're gonna go for a spawn hold here, and this is precisely what I had in mind.
Right. It's just this composition has been absolutely working, and then it's like the how do I say it? This whole, if it's working, like why stop doing it? Why switch to something else, right? Peace has been absolutely stellar on the Symmetra, and Kindred has been ruining their day on Reinhardt. Oh, we're walking out on Ramatra, CB.
On that Mei to try and bisect the Chengdu Guardians and isolate somebody, because even one pick can essentially neuter this entire hold, and that pick might be on Kindred if she's not careful, but yeah, she's able to survive, courtesy of that immortality field and some support from the back line, and yeah, Sniper on that Ramatra is going to fall, so yeah, Hour Zero haven't even been able to touch the payload yet.
Right, the payload has been absolutely not touched at all, but you're on the Ramatra, you're able to push, to put a lot of this pressure onto Kindred, on Ryan, but still, it looks like they just can't walk out at all.
I mean, Kindred just get walled off there, so she's a little bit stuck, but it's actually going to be Senna that falls first. The wall does come down, but there's not a whole lot of support for Kindred once it comes down. She's still alive, but I mean, the rest of her team actually making up for that early loss there. Zepturn takes down Bun, and Chengdu Guardians, they're still holding strong.
Right, the Chengdu Guardians, just how do they keep doing this? The window as well comes early, putting a lot of pressure onto Kindred, but they won't budge. Oh,
what a huge shatter. The immortality field, though, does save Sniper, and they do punish Kindred for that, but good lord, what an early pick. What an early hold there. Yeah, Senna gonna think twice before going back in. Yeah, my team's dead, showing up a little late to the party with solo cups ready to go, but the party is over.
Right, and you'd like to see the strat with like holding on to spawn doors. Sometimes it feels like a little bit of a meme, but in these maps, it wastes a lot of time, especially if you're on Reinhardt, right? You're able to interrupt them with the hammer so they cannot jump out, they cannot do anything, and now we're still at the corner, and the 2 minutes have passed.
You saw it really quick, by the way, the way that the Chengdu Guardians split. They put Senna up onto the high ground, and she's raining death from above. She's taking down KQA, and there's so much pressure on the rest of the team that Kindred can just swing her hammer, and Chengdu Guardians, just with a pincer attack, take Hour Zero down. And, I mean, that's half their time bank down the drain.
Right, this lightning assault, the 2 minutes are already down, and I don't think we're moving out of here at all, but this artillery will force them a little bit. Kindred TP's out of the way, and the artillery comes up, but it will find no one, at least for now. We're marching back to the corner, and the Annihilation and Blizzard combo will be here soon. CV, this is the one and only chance if they want to make it to second point.
But there's a window of time where they can find a pick before they get either of those ultimates, and they can press the advantage of the sound barrier. Senna trades out, though, but I think you take that. You know, you're Bastion for a Baptiste. It's going to make it a lot more risky to try and invest any of those ultimates like you mentioned, but speaking of risky, Kindred risking her life and is going to come up Snake Eyes, and now we press the advantage with the Annihilation, does Hour Zero, and that should be enough to get the point capped. But with the teleporter, there's always the threat of a contest, but empty threats. No contest, Hour Zero cap point A.
Right, but right now ours here looking so good. Like with this whole beginning of their, oh my god, it's already going. Let me finish. The artillery's out.
I mean, this is just unbridled aggression from Chengdu Guardians, and they lose Peace, sure, but they're gonna take down Venus. Senna takes down Fred the Fish, and I mean, Chengdu Guardians have no business going this aggressive, but they don't care, and they're finding value for it. They're gonna go ahead and invest the window as well, the Amp Matrix from Zep turn just to force Trumu back. And I mean, yeah, Sniper can't really find much of an angle. Gonna try and go on a bit of a flank to dislodge Senna, but I mean, yeah, Kindred will take that dual 1v1 any day. She wants to square up. Meet me in the octagon.
Right, look at that. They want to square off a little bit. It's going to be Hammer against Fist, and it looks like Fist are a little bit stronger. The Immortality field is also out for the side of our Zero, and we're still going.
I mean, Fred the Fish gonna melt down Scarlet there. That's, yeah, potentially lethal blow there. Chengdu Guardians, they don't want to linger any longer, but they bled a lot of time, and there's not a whole lot of payload progress for Hour Zero.
Right, our Zero is not. This is another thing, right? It seems like Chengdu is playing like super aggressive, like maybe overcommitting to these close holds, but they are wasting time, and winning time is so important in Overwatch. But this window.
Oh, that was really bold to try and go for the fire strike there, was that from Kindred, and yeah, she pays for it. That's a beautiful window from Venus, and the damage to come through. Scarlet gonna linger on and touch the card a little bit, as is Peace, but okay, once that sim is dealt with. Okay.
I see you, Striker, they say on the chat. The pillar keeps on moving. They will have another touch here, TV, and when they come back, they'll have a big wall. But again, this Annihilation is gonna go through.
They might have a touch, but they have to go fast, and because Peace was the last to die, there's no sim TP, and they're gonna go ahead and use the Blizzard to try and cut off Chengdu's entry, and they're gonna cap the point. They just give it up for free because Chengdu can't touch. The well comes out from Peace, but they were nowhere to be found. Senna takes down Fred the Fish, but at this point, any cost that they sink into this point is just for the sake of the spawn hold. If they're able to get that, Hour Zero, great point cap, 3 minutes on the clock to break this hold.
Right, 3 minutes, and Hour Zero looking like they have a little bit of a new life breathed into this whole team, right? Kindred gets a pick onto Venus, but they are still going.
They are indeed still going. Kindred's still going into the enemy spawn, gonna take down Fred the Fish, and I mean, yeah, Sniper's trying to punch your backline down, pummel Zep turn into dust, but yeah, while you're doing all of this, your team has already fallen. The spawn hold's still in full effect. Scarlet gonna go in and avenge her fallen comrade here, and I mean, even if it's just the 3 of these players, it's still a spawn hold.
Right, and look at that. Peace is able to TP them out. They recognize that you cannot contest Sniper on the Ramacha. He's gonna just cleave. This character, he just cleaves through your entire team with the punches through everything, and it's just so hard to do so, right? But now you have ultimates on both teams, four on the side of Chengdu Guardians, and this artillery comes out super early, forcing them out of their hiding spots.
It looks like they're trying to focus down Sniper. They're gonna go ahead and force down that not the Annihilation, but the Nemesis form. There's the Shatter. There's no wall to block it, but the Annihilation makes it much too risky to try and go in on that. Kindred just has to hold the shield and prevent any extra damage, and with no follow-up, that Shatter might as well have not hit anybody. The window comes out from Zepturn to keep everything, keep the aggression going, but Hour Zero, they've got a sound barrier for it.
Right, and once the sound barrier is out, you're not killing anyone. Huge one is going to put so much damage and pressure onto Kindred, but they are alive and well. Senna just running rampant through this whole front line.
Senna on the Bastion is just something to behold. She's a phenomenal hit scan player, but I mean, Bastion is hit scan on easy mode.
Right, you have so many bullets and so much damage. And look at that, going back for the spawn hole, they catch Fred in a little bit of a tight spot.
Yeah, very tight spot, but yeah, loosen your tie a little bit there, Fred. You're back in the spawn already. You can join the rest of your team. Hey, there's one for Venus as well. Chengdu Guardians are still keeping the spawn hold up. So much aggression.
Right, they don't even care about having to hold the rest of the map. You don't need a sniper when you have a hammer in the front of your enemy spawn. Look at that. Senna is more than set up for the turn, and they have their artillery as well, but no, they might get overwhelmed here.
Fred the Fish can't even get out of spawn. Bun has the Blizzard, but I mean, are they going to be able to find any purchase for that? They're going to go ahead and pop it in there, but the Immortality Field keeps Kindred alive, and she's still knocking at the front door, and now Sniper is just in no man's land, bisected by the rest of the team. Kindred refuses to die. The wall is huge, but the heals are even more huge, and Hour Zero can't get out of the spawn.
Kindred's too angry to die. Like,
look at the ult bank.
Right, 4 ultimates on their side as well. This is unfair. You cannot keep doing this to them.
I mean, Hour Zero, they're only going to have one real chance to get the touch here, and Bun swaps to the Sim to try and make it a little bit easier. Kindred goes for the pin there, but doesn't find much of anything, but the artillery strike from Senna takes down the DPS line, and with no more damage, and with Senna having all of the damage, Hour Zero's hopes of turning this series stop right there. That's where the cart is going to stop. Chengdu Guardians with the most aggressive defense I've ever seen. A good defense is a strong offense.
I've never seen a team, period, like in my whole time casting, hold the spawn doors of third point. But like Chengdu Guardians making it look easy. Like it's so good onto their side. Like just playing like they don't even need a sniper CV. They're just that solid that they want to finish it here. They're right here and right now. Hour Zero. Let's see if they can hold true. Let's see if the first second points were looking real good. The third one, not as much, of course, a little of problems here. But let's see what they walk out on. One game away from potentially closing this Kunoichi Kerfuffle beautiful tournament with so much talent, and they may just be the ones on top.
I mean, the first half of Hour Zero's name it couldn't be more true. No Hour Zero, no more time. Time is up. You have to try and make something out of this, and it's going to be Chengdu Guardians on the attack. It looks like Hour Zero also want to go for a spawn hold, but like I called out, Sniper is not known as a Reinhardt player, so they just refuse to play it.
Right, you know, I think Ramacha definitely could work into these compositions. Like, of course, you can walk into the back line, you can try and just punch Kindred out of here, but Scepter has been so consistent in keeping them alive, right? And Scarlet, like, also bailing them out a lot, going for the spawn hold as well on the side of Hour Zero. Let's see if they can do what Chengdu Guardians did.
I mean, Chengdu Guardians, they're just going to teleport over off the left-hand side there. Kindred already finding a pin on the KQA. That is insane aggression, and Senna and Peace just melting everyone down. I blinked and Hour Zero just evaporated.
Senna having a little bit of a victory spin right there, spamming my favorite voice line. I sure love getting my eardrums blasted by Bastion. Looks like Sniper has given up on the Ramacha, and we're going back to a more traditional play on bonus on Symmetra. Trying to burn Kindred. This could work, but right now the momentum on Chengdu Guardians might just be too much for them to handle.
But they know if Chengdu Guardians hold this far up, they can get a lot more cart progress and force Hour Zero to try and make a move, and they're going to do just that. The speed boost is still in play. That's a great nade to take down Zepturn. Fred the Fish going to give their life for it, but that's a trade you take 11 days out of the week. I mean, Peace... nice boop off the high ground there. Peace still finding a lot of value. They've taken down Sniper, and Peace teleports into the back line. Are they going to be able to live there? No, not quite. But without the Orisa, look at the aggression from Chengdu.
Right, Chengdu playing so aggressive out in front of them, but you cannot hold for longer. Fred Fish is gonna be just erasing your barrier out of existence, and Kindred just goes down. Looks like Hour Zero will be able to hold for at least a little bit longer.
I mean, but it's at the end of the checkpoint there. Like, I mean, Chengdu Guardians, if they so much as touch an Hour Zero, slip up even an inch, that's checkpoint A down the drain. But that said, spawn advantage is now kind of in Hour Zero's favor.
Yeah, look, they have this spawn advantage here, but Hour Zero doesn't have the same ultimate that Chengdu has here, right? They could realistically use everything that they have.
Chengdu has every ultimate.
Right, look
Chengdu
at that.
Just
Chengdu
has
has everything. And Hour Zero, what do they have? Maybe a 3 coming up soon, and the artillery is already here. You have to get them right here if you want to win.
Bolt Sim Wall's gonna come out. I mean, Ant Matrix gonna come out from Zepturn. Oh my goodness, I can't even see what's happening. There's so many particle effects on the screen, but once the dust settles, everyone's still alive, and Kindred doing what she does best. Hitting into the back line, shattering, taking down Venus. The artillery strike gonna come up from Fred the Fish, but Kindred blocks all the damage, and Peace melts down KQA, and this should be Chengdu with the cap here, but Senna goes really aggressive, gets punished. I mean, that's all Hour Zero are going to be able to find. Chengdu Guardians, sure, we'll trade Senna's life for the point. Absolutely.
Right, they don't need Senna for now. As long as they get the point, right? That's all you really need, and Senna will be back with the vengeance for the next time you see them. Hour Zero were not able to use their beat. They were not able to use their Terrasar, so they will have it available. Bun switches onto the Genji. Let's see if they can do anything with it, but they don't really have anyone to follow up with them, right? So, playing to punish Scepter, playing to punish Senna for playing aggressive.
Oh, what a huge nade there from Fred the Fish to try and force everyone back, but I mean, they don't really have an advantageous position to try and take this fight against Chengdu Guardians, and especially once Senna puts wheels down, you gotta believe, like, Trumu is gonna be in a lot of trouble. A little bit of a frog versus frog battle up on the top of the boilers there, but We now taking the fight, taking it outside, taking it to the low ground there, where Scarlet is going to be buried courtesy of Bun, and that is huge.
Terra Search is here as well. This could lead to something real. Oh, what a javelin!
Beautiful stuff there from Sniper, and that's absolutely massive. You can finally stop the momentum from Chengdu Guardians. Kindred knows when her ticket's been punched, it's time to clock out. I mean, now Hour Zero have their heels dug in. They can control this high ground.
Right, this is where you have to hold. You don't want to go out of the Kunoichi Kerfuffle like this against the team that you were able to knock down. Kindred switches onto the Zarya, direct counter to Sniper. Let's see if they are able to live, because it's going to be double beam CB. I don't think Sniper's going to have fun here.
Yeah, we might be looking at another Sniper swap here in the near future, but the Terra Surge is still on the board. There's a window for a window on either side. Peace gets moved away, but the turret finishes off Venus. That's absolutely catastrophic for Hour Zero, but they do trade Peace out and take down Senna, and they're going to get Zepturn as well. That's a 3-piece now. Chengdu Guardians, their push, dead.
Bun doesn't need anyone to go with them. They are the one-man army, and this is it. The Scarlet goes down, and we're moving into the 2-minute territory. As we go on, Hour Zero, Bun, she has a blade. Fred, they have this artillery strike, which could be massive as the fight just starts. Let's see if they can get a pick here.
I mean, 2 more minutes to go. Seeing for where Chengdu Guardians want to go. The teleporter is actually just bait. Bun gonna go ahead and pop the Dragon Blade, but are there any targets for her to chase down? It looks like no. I think she took the bait, and yeah, that Dragon Blade is just gone now. Fred the Fish has to try and invest this artillery strike to get any value for it, but that also just takes down a teleporter. They've had enough of Peace's shenanigans, not letting them teleport anywhere, but now both your DPS ults are off the field, and Chengdu Guardians are gonna press the advantage with their own. Here comes the artillery strike. Venus is already down. No immortality to stop the bleeding from this, and Fred the Fish is once again skewered from the sky, courtesy of Senna. Bun takes down Zepturn, but that's all you're gonna get. Point B is going for the Chengdu Guardians, and there's not a whole lot of daylight between where the cart is now and where the golden box of victory is.
Oh no, this might be the Hour Zero for Hour Zero. What can I say? Kindred already has a grab, and you have no resources to beat their ultimates. Peace is holding you up so close as well. CB, I think we might just be looking at the crowned champions for this tournament, but anything could happen within these 2 minutes. Ultimates onto the side of Chengdu Guardians does mean that they have an advantage, but who knows?
Hour Zero need to find a pick. They need to find something. They need to buy time to build up to an ultimate to have any say in this next fight. They don't have the opportunity to go for the same spawn hole that the Chengdu Guardians did. The Graviton Surge from Kindred comes out. The sound barrier just supplemented. Senna just melts down everything with the wheels down, and there was nothing that Hour Zero could have done. The immortality field was all for naught, and Hour Zero go out with not a bang, but a whimper, and it's utter world domination for Chengdu Guardians, your EU and NA Kunoichi Kerfuffle champions, the 2-time back-to-back in a single day. What a performance from the Chengdu Guardians.
That's a winning team right there, winning everything as hard as they can. Look at Senna right here. They were an absolute stellar DPS today. She's so good at this Bastion play. Like, you have to take some notes here, but at the end of the day, Chengdu Guardians taking it over over Hour Zero 4-1. CB, that was utter domination. Of course, at the first few maps they were real close, but towards the end, it was just Chengdu Guardians all day, every day.
What a feat! What an insane feat that is to go, run the EU bracket the way you did, end up taking the title there, then to come into the NA bracket where the competition honestly felt a lot more stiff, where you have the likes of the Valiant Guardians, where you have the likes of Hour Zero Debit Island, and they made fools of Valiant Guardians, such a prestigious, illustrious team, and they laid them low. And to go down 3-0 to Hour Zero and then clap back in the grand finals was phenomenal. Excellent play from the Chengdu Guardians. Ironclad mental, the likes of which I don't know that we have ever seen, and we may never see again. That's the Halley's Comet of playoff runs if I've ever seen it.
Right, it was just such a good run from their side, and the more the games went on, the better the showing that they were putting on. CB, that they deserved to be the winners. Like, what else can I say? Beautiful play, beating teams that were so stacked, right? So what can I say? Congratulations for Chengdu Guardians as well to our Zero. They were able to put in a good showing, but when you're playing against a team that is like just the unstoppable object and the immovable force at the same time, I don't think you can do it, CB.
And when Chengdu Guardians, they went down 3-0 earlier, they looked pretty, I mean, they still looked formidable, but there was those mistakes, those little slip-ups, those unforced errors that were being punished by our Zero. And I said, I want to see them iron that out. I want to see them work those kinks out and get back in there and show us what they're actually capable of, because the talent was there, the individual play were there, they were going blow for blow, they just needed to be the better team. And they said, message received. We understand the assignment. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to bully the Valiant Guardians really quick, and then we're going to take our pound of flesh from our Zero. They take a pound of flesh, and they take 2 trophies home. What a day for our Zero. Congratulations to them. But I mean, you said congratulations as well. We'll both have a chance to congratulate 2 of them directly. We're going to cut to a quick break, but we'll be right back with an interview from our champions, 2 members of them. Kindred and Scarlet will be here to join us. Don't go anywhere, chat. We'll be right back.
Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours.
Our inside here, you know, you get an
Welcome back, everybody. We have crowned, I would say another champion, but we've crowned one champion twice because Chengdu have claimed both EU and NA in one hell of a day, top to bottom. I did deceive you
Right.
just a little bit, chat. We don't have Kindred or Wicca here. Instead, we have Peace. So I guess, I mean, you being here kind of answers what my first question was going to be, but I'll ask anyway. How tired are you guys?
To start, I'm very tired. And after this, I still have to go to my actual teams to 8 to 10. But I woke up like at 11, so we had to play EU, and my schedules are really terrible. So I had to wake up at 11, play, and then I played like a ranked game before each match, and then we lost, so we had to play another one. But I think during the Valiant game, I woke up, which was thank God I did.
To
Oh
say
my
the
God.
least, yeah.
Right. And you know, it was an absolute banger for serious. Like watching you guys play, it felt like you were always locked in, like super serious. You knew what you were doing. But one of the things I always want to ask is on these maps like Habana, like you see a lot of like super slow play going in with the Lucio playing slow, like these little neutral game. But you guys just get TPing, like the TP strat. What happens there? Like, is this like a real genuine thing, or is it more like, oh, we're having fun with it?
I'm the sim player for my actual team, so I kind of had to apply a lot of what I learned. And one thing I learned a lot is that you can either fake TP or like real TP, and I forgot about fake TPing, so I actually might have just told my team to TP a lot, but it worked out. The only like fake TP that actually worked was the one where Bun bladed it and it was empty.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I saw that one and I was just like, oh yeah, no, Bun totally took the bait on that one. But aside from Bun being just like a little bit more gullible, like what really changed between the first time you faced up against this team and the second time here in the grand finals?
I really wanted a first Zarya comp, especially what my team did, because it's just that comp. Also, I am known for the Genji a lot, I would say. So we wanted to try to play to what's good for us or for me. But eventually I realized that it's probably just better if we play for what's better for the team. So we just played the sim comp, and Zepturn was a little shaky on BAP, especially. I love her though, she's awesome, but a little shaky, but then at the end she really stepped it up. And I think that's what really pushed us over the edge, of that we were able to learn how to play together in such a short time. Because in that mind, you kind of have to, on a comp, you kind of have to be like a hive mind. And it really ended up working out for us.
Yeah, to make the Sim Bastion comp work, you really have to be like all on the same sentence of the same page in the same book. Like there's no room for error there.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's like the second that there's like a bad TP, there were a couple, of course. Not. I hope it doesn't sound like that, but like in the middle of things, you guys have. I remember in New Queen Street, there's like this fight. You lose your immortality. It's like, okay, we have the TP, you have to go fast, and then it doesn't quite work. But like 90% of the time, it was working. Like this momentum going on from this series that you lost, and then you win over like such a stacked team as well, going back and winning with Avengers 4-1. Great job. I want to ask during this Habana game, how are the comms? Like this spawn hold, like is it like a thing that happens in the moment? Like, okay, let's do it right here, right now, or is it something that you guys have been practicing? Like, oh yeah, this is like a genuine thing that we can like try out, and this works, you know?
I will say I don't want to call it Rush non-honest, and this will loop back in a second, but I am one of the people that think that comp is so boring. But playing it's really fun. But playing against it is so boring. But so I suggested that, I was like, we could Genji. Everyone was like, no. we're not doing that. We're gonna play Sim Ryan because we're doing good on it, and we're gonna keep playing it, and we're gonna win. I was like, okay, whatever. I want to win, and whatever it takes to win. And we won, and it ended up being really good, obviously. And I was really happy with how I played on Sim, so I wanted to keep it going, anyways.
They said, peace, know your place. We're not playing any of that Genji crap. Get it out of here. No, you're on Sim. But regardless, wait, to you and to the rest of your team, congratulations on conquering not only EU but NA as well. I got 2 questions for you. Are there any other regions of the world that should be worried about you guys coming? And to close things out, do you have anything else that you want to say? Any shout outs you want to give?
Also, thank you to Strix for letting me play with them. I love those guys over there. At first, again, like I was here, I didn't really want to play Sim. I was a Bastion, but I ended up taking the mental of Sim, and I've learned a lot how to play the game. So it's really helped me a lot. Thanks, Wicca, for asking me to come along on Strix and even on this team, which is really cool. Because I also was pretty doubtful, to be honest. But we ended up winning, so whatever. Yeah, that's about it.
Right.
That works. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah, it's fine. You guys should be more than happy. You're playing so much Overwatch today, so maybe tone it down for today. Go back to bed. Get some good and well-deserved sleep because holy, you guys were playing at an absolute peak level today. It was such a pleasure to watch, such a pleasure to cast. So thank you, Peace. Congratulations again on winning like not only one tournament but another over some teams that they are as good as it gets. So I think Chengdu was able to do really really good today. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And I hope everyone has a good rest of their day. And please tune in whenever Contenders comes back, because I'm winning.
You heard it here first. Yeah, Peace is winning Contenders, whatever team they're on. That's the one I'm putting my money on, especially after a performance like that. But
me too.
Congratulations again to you and the rest of the Chengdu Guardians. Our 2-time in 1 day champions. It's such a pleasure to see. It's been a long day for this team, insanely long. It feels like it's been long for just us here on production and on the cast here. Shouts out, by the way, to some of the production staff. We got Cry, Mid-Blizzard, Lottie, Rhino, and of course Hippie running the prod. Love the prod team with CGL. Kunoichi has been phenomenal. It's been a great tournament. It's been a pleasure for me to get to cast alongside Biscuit as well. You got any final words you want to say?
I'm extremely thankful for being given the chance, to cast this grand finals. It was an absolute blast casting with you, CB, having this amazing production that has been so like they've been at this for so many hours. So even though you get to see the casters at the front and we're the people guiding you through this whole process, the magic that goes behind the scenes cannot be understated at all. So thank you for watching, thank you for supporting your players, because this really means a lot, not only to us production, but to the people that are really right there on the map, hammering, shattering, doing everything. So much effort from everyone, and it's just been an absolute banger of a series. So keep showing support, and Kunoichi Kerfuffle might come back. Maybe not as Kunoichi Kerfuffle, maybe as something else, but who knows? The only way by knowing is by keeping your support up and showing us people love. So thank you for letting me cast.
It's been a pleasure to get to cast alongside you, and since we've now thrown out all our flowers to both the champions and to the prod staff, that pretty much wraps it up. That's business done and dusted for here at the Kunoichi Kerfuffle. It's been a wonderful 2 tournaments for both regions, again, dominated by one team. But what a show that team and the rest of the talent in this tournament gave us, and I hope that we can do it again sometime very, very shortly. But for myself, CB, and Biscuit, that's going to be all. We will see you guys all next time. Have a wonderful evening.
I'm not crazy, Malin. I'm I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.